stablecoin. Sandbox has been issued, so people can apply for a sandbox in stablecoin. And there are a paper about virtual asset OTC, which involved the physical transaction of virtual assets or digital assets. And for me, I'm actually thinking, I've been promoting the government to actually include also custodian, VA custodian licensing regime, because this is important to have protection for investors, to have licensed custodian taking care of their assets. So if we can actually push through the VA custodian with the VA OTC and stablecoin legislation, the government is also trying on new projects like the tokenized green bond as mentioned. I think the legislation side, we are mostly completed. And exchanges can issue products in the VA market, and people can come in and buy and think these products are safe because they are vetted by our regulatory departments. And we can trial of new VA products being launched in Hong Kong. So what we need, I think we need a stable, continuing, evolving market for Web3, as I mentioned, but not just people interested in speculation of Bitcoin or cryptos. We need people to work on technology. So we need this event, we need all of you. I meet a lot of the team these few days. A lot of you are actually working on the technology. We want people to work on the technology in Hong Kong. And we hope there will be more cases like the tokenized green bond as mentioned by the Deputy Financial Secretary, more projects from the government that will try to tokenize data, tokenize assets, tokenize different use cases, and that provide circulation and opportunity for the tech team in Hong Kong to actually work on things like that. And of course, we have to provide a healthy, stable environment, as mentioned, to protect citizens from scams and to protect from wrongful issues of products. So we have to have a balance of providing an environment that will encourage the technology to grow here, but at the same time provide investor protections. So the getting all of you here is the most important part, and the legislation side, we have some colleagues here from LegCo, definitely will work forward to provide a healthy, stable environment for all tech teams to come to develop Web3 related technology and products in Hong Kong. Why Hong Kong? I think I have to do some advertising for Hong Kong as well. I think you all know about the tax system, legal system, everything about Hong Kong. And as our Financial Secretary Michael just said, there are Rugby 7 around town, so you can enjoy it while you build technology in Hong Kong. It's a really great and livable city in around the world. And I think I still heard people saying there are some shortcomings in Hong Kong. It's hard to hire talents, maybe hire engineering team in Hong Kong, cost of living, things like that. So, I mean, we just need all of you to be here. I mean, you go to Silicon Valley, it's also expensive. I do investments in, let's say, previously, let's say Israel or London, some area. These are all expensive. So where you want to go is where you have opportunities. I think what we provide in Hong Kong definitely today with the legislated procedures, we're providing a healthy environment for all team working on the Web3 area to come in here and work on your product, launch your product, sell it globally. I think this is definitely what Hong Kong can provide. So what we need is every one of you to join the boat, come to Hong Kong actually and build your technology, build your project here together. And then we will see a Web3 hub going out in Hong Kong to become an internationally recognized Web3 hub. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duncan Till. Thank you for your comprehensive sharing on the topic, harnessing the power of Web3 with technology. Thank you so much, and please be seated. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Eric Chan, Chief Public Mission Officer, Hong Kong Cyberport. Without further ado, please join me in giving a round of applause for Mr. Eric Chan.
Duncan, Robert, Carmen, Lu Zhong, Sophia, Rocky, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. I'm thrilled to join this exciting International Web3 Festival, connecting pioneers and thought leaders in the Web3 space. And thanks to Wanxing Blockchain Labs and HashKey Group for organizing this event. And Cyberport is delighted to be one of the strategic partners. Representing Hong Kong's digital technology flagship, as well as the largest fintech and Web3 community in Hong Kong, I'm delighted to provide you with the latest updates on Web3 innovations and entrepreneurship, as well as the progress of our dynamic ecosystem. And we'll explore how these advancements empower a wide range of industries, enabling them to seize extensive opportunities and drive positive social impact. Web3 technologies, with their immense potential in fields such as finance, gaming, art, and culture, also as a catalyst for ESG and sustainability efforts, have advanced rapidly in recent years. And they have emerged as a powerful force, poised to reshape the global digital landscape. Web3 is also playing a crucial role in advancing the development of AI technologies. Its blockchain-based decentralized infrastructures enables privacy protection and transparent transactions, which are essential for the application of AI. Conversely, the evolution of Web3 is significantly influenced by AI, resulting in a more decentralized, secure, and user-centric internet. And as the two most promising next-generation technologies in the 21st century, the convergence and the co-development of Web3 and AI will undoubtedly provide transformations to the current business landscape and accelerate the resolutions of a wide range of complex challenges faced by our society. Well, as an international finance and INT center, Hong Kong's geographical and economic advantages, coupled with its strong ties to the mainland market and its mature legal system, has given Web3 industry in Hong Kong unparalleled competitive edges. Furthermore, the Hong Kong SAR government has fostered progressive regulatory policies and legislations to support its development. The new era of Web3 in Hong Kong started off with a policy statement issued by the Hong Kong SAR government in late 2020, as our acting financial secretary just said. The statements set out its vision and policy approach towards a sustainable development of the virtual asset and Web3 ecosystem. And since then, we have seen an accelerated pace in terms of regulatory development and Web3 industry in Hong Kong. And as Hong Kong's leading digital technology flagship and incubator for entrepreneurship, Cyberport brings together over 2,000 tech companies in our community and boasts the largest fintech community in Hong Kong. Echoing Hong Kong SAR government's initiative to leverage the potential of Web3 and establish Hong Kong as a global Web3 hub, Cyberport has been actively promoting the Web3 development and strengthening the local Web3 ecosystem. And in February 2023, Cyberport was honored to receive 50 million Hong Kong dollars from the financial sectors in the budget proposal to accelerate the development of the Web3 industry. In early 2023, Web3 Hub at Cyberport was established to drive awareness, facilitate industry development, and nurture and attract talents locally and globally. And I'm delighted that we have made some good progress. Since its inception, Cyberport's Web3 community has grown from around 80 members a year ago to over 220, more than twofold increase in just 1 year, and includes 3 leading Web3 enterprises, namely Animoca Brands, Hashkey, and Certic. The Web3 hub at Cyberport has attracted more than 130 companies with founders coming from Hong Kong, the mainland, and 15 overseas countries, making it as the largest Web3 community in Hong Kong. They cover innovation spending, fintech, smart living, digital entertainment, focusing in areas such as decentralized ID, GameFi, wallet solutions, cross-chain protocols, metaverse, NFT, real-world asset, etc. We welcome companies and offer extensive support through our vast networks of investors, partners, professional firms, local Web3 communities, and more. We offer a comprehensive suite of financial and professional programs that encompass startup incubation, seed funding, go-to-market support, business expansion, and business matching opportunities to bolster startups on the entrepreneurship Web3 journeys. In just a short period of time, we have witnessed our Web3 community thriving and making remarkable impacts in different fields through sharing the expertise and use cases, most importantly, across various industries. And in the middle of 2023, the Hashkey Group, the organizer of this esteemed Web3 festival, also a member of our Cyberport community, has officially obtained the license upgrade from the Securities and Futures Commission, SFC, for its subsidiary Hashkey Exchange, making it one of the first licensed exchanges in Hong Kong and retail users. And since its settlement in Cyberport last year, Certic, a global leader in Web3 and blockchain security, has been actively empowering partners and startups with professional cybersecurity audits and comprehensive inspection to enhance the collective resilience of Web3 projects to cyber threats. This is particularly crucial with rapid evolving Web3 technologies and the increasing penetration of digital assets to individual users and corporates. As users may access their virtual assets on mobile devices, it is also important to identify vulnerabilities of mobile operating systems. As such, Certic was recognized again in Apple's iOS 17 in their security update of several critical security vulnerabilities. We're leveraging on the extensive network of Animoca Brands, a Web3 titan, as everybody knows, with a portfolio of encompassing over 450 entertainment-related companies. We have witnessed a significant expansion in the realm of culture and entertainment within Web3. The company has recently pioneered the integrations of user identities across more than 450 entertainment experiences, laying the groundwork for an open metaverse. And at LEAP 2024, Animoca Brands achieved another significant milestone by signing a memorandum of understanding with the renowned National Laboratory King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology in Saudi Arabia. And I was privileged to be there physically last month and personally witnessed the signing. And it's not just only reinforced the collaborative bridge between Hong Kong and the Middle East in the development of Web3 gaming and technologies, but also stands as a powerful endorsement of Hong Kong's distinct benefits and capabilities as a leading hub for Web3 innovation. Last year, we forged a partnership with Animoca Brands alongside the iconic fashion designer Vivienne Tam, as well as another startup, Hever, an incubator of Cyberport. And together, we transport the essence of Hong Kong's local scenery and the local streets to the New York Fashion Week runway. And these collaborations showcase a novel fashion experience and unveiled the enchanting allure of Hong Kong to the global audience. Furthermore, some Web3 startups in Cyberport are actively emerging in building smart green city and contribution to ESG efforts. For instance, one of our incubators, which specializes in blockchain platform for data tracking, is collaborating with one of the largest automotive NGO globally to build a carbon platform for automotive industry to track carbon data and obtain carbon services. In addition to our unwavering support to the Web3 companies, we are also dedicated to fostering talents and raising the public awareness on Web3 advancement. To date, we have successfully organized and supported over 50 diverse themed Web3 events to facilitate industry exchanges, technology sharing, product demonstration, as well as hosting a comprehensive series of Web3 related training and education courses, benefiting over 24,000 participants. We have at Cyberport established the Web3 Academy to empower builders with practical skills and offer certificate courses for industry recognition and professional development. And for the younger generations, we launched the Cyberport University Partnership Program, Web3 2024, to provide university students the opportunity to participate in an overseas entrepreneurship bootcamp. And this year, we have picked Draper University in Silicon Valley. And I look forward to personally bring 60 or so students there coming summer. And for career explorations, we launched the Web3 internship program earlier in March to equip local university students with robust work experience and essential skill sets. And it serves as a platform for the Web3 community to welcome fresh talents and infuse new energy. To enhance public understanding and foster the adoption of Web3 across diverse living scenarios and business use cases, we set up the Web3 Living Lab in August 2023 to demonstrate the application of Web3 technologies in various areas of daily life and businesses. The Web3 Living Lab has received over 6,000 members from public. To further bring Web3 innovation to life, we have also launched the Web3 Proof of Concept Subsidy Scheme to encourage technology firms to implement innovative and high-impact solutions and eventually accelerate commercial adoption of Web3 in Hong Kong. Once again, we are very honored to be strategic partner of the prestigious Web3 Festival as part of the Cyberport Web3verse series from April to May this year. By attracting global leaders and the most brilliant minds from the Web3 fields, we aim to facilitate in-depth exchange and collaboration opportunities that will unleash new advancement for Web3 in Hong Kong and worldwide. With immense support from the Hong Kong SAR government, Cyberport is currently expediting the establishment of the AI Supercomputer Center to fuel Hong Kong's thriving innovation and technology sector. This strategic initiative is poised to inject new momentum into the development of Web3 and unlock its potential. Web3, with its decentralized architecture, is revolutionizing AI by facilitating secure, transparent data sharing and interoperability across platforms. The next generation web empowers AI with more diverse data sets and enhanced user privacy, enabling more robust and ethical AI models. The establishment of AI Supercomputing Center at Cyberport would definitely harness these advancements, offering unprecedented computational power to drive AI research and development. Such a facility not only meets the growing demand for advanced AI solutions, but also positions Hong Kong and Cyberport as a pivotal hub for cutting-edge AI innovations, attracting talent, and fostering economic growth within a burgeoning digital ecosystem. With the first phase of our AI facilities expected to start operating within the year at the earliest, the computing power of the supercomputing facilities at Cyberport is expected to reach 3,000 petaflops by early 2026. The scale of such power is equivalent to the capacity of processing nearly 10 billion images in 1 hour. The facility will enhance Hong Kong's R&D capabilities in various areas, such as life and health technology, AI and data science, advanced manufacturing, and many new technologies. Undoubtedly, Hong Kong is well positioned as a leading Web3 hub. We wholeheartedly invite all like minds partners globally to join us on this transformational journey. Through innovation and collaborations, we can collectively harness the immense potential of Web3, create long-lasting value for society, and enter together into a more sustainable and data-driven Web3 future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eric Chan, for sharing your great insights. Please be seated. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, today it's definitely a wonderful occasion having Web3 experts, game-changing project investors, enthusiasts to exchange knowledge and share great insights with us. And I'm sure we'll all get the most of it from the event. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to this fireside chat that we're all waiting for. And without further ado, may I now invite Mr. DC, CEO Hashkey Capital and Head of Hashkey Singapore, and Ms. Kathy Wood, Chief Executive Officer and Chief Investment Officer, ARK Invest. Without further ado, please join me in giving a round of applause for our panelists on stage. And today, Kathy will join us online. And now I will pass the floor to DC. Over to you now, DC.
Good morning. It gives me a little bit pressure as well as excitement to start the session wearing a t-shirt. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dun Chao from Hashkey Capital. Hashkey Capital is one of the world's biggest and earliest institutional investor in the Web3 ecosystem. We now manage over $1 billion in asset and have supported over 600 projects worldwide since 2015. We are regulated in Hong Kong and Singapore as well. It is my great pleasure today to host today's fireside chat. My guest today is Kathy Wood, as you all know, the founder, CEO, CIO of ARK Invest. Kathy is renowned for her pioneering investment in disruptive innovations and is a fervent advocate and investor in the blockchain and the Web3 ecosystem. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you, Deng. Thank you.
Before we dive into discussions, would you like to greet the audience first here?
I'd love to. I'm delighted to be here. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but very honored that you've invited me. And listening to the regulators that I just heard from Hong Kong, I think we need to import a few of them to the United States so we get the regulatory system a little more well-oiled here.
Thank you, Kathy, for seeing that. We are all happy to hear. Our focus today is on blockchain technology, crypto assets, and the broader Web3 ecosystem. Let's start with big ideas. For years, you and your team at ARK have consistently highlighted the blockchain and Bitcoin in your big ideas report. Could you share with us the macro backdrop and what might be the impact of blockchain and Web3 on individuals and business alike?
Oh my goodness. Yes, that's a big question. We have featured blockchain technology, starting with Bitcoin, regularly in our big ideas. because we think this is a big idea, a very big idea. And one of the reasons it's such a big idea is that if you think about it, what we're talking about, starting with Bitcoin, is the internet financial system. This is what this system is what the developers of the internet in the early 90s did not put in place because they never thought that commerce and financial services and other things like Web3 would take place on the internet. It was a long time ago. It just thought there would be information exchange. So what is happening now is developers are putting in place a layer that should have been put in place in the very beginning. It's a very big idea because it's global. It transcends borders and reaches everyone with an internet connection. And so we're excited to be a part of this. One of the other things that is happening, and I think it's because of generative AI, this happened in the last innovation revolution that took place in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, when we got telephone, electricity, and the internal combustion engine. What happened then is the work week went down. People had more leisure time as technologies increased productivity and increased wages. And so we think that's going to happen again, perhaps at a faster rate, giving people more leisure time. And from our research, online time relative to total waking hours has gone from 30% in 2010 to 40% in 2020. And we think it's going much higher in the years ahead and will constitute the majority of our time within the next 5 to 10 years. One other thing from a macro point of view, we learned this in the last couple of years, that Bitcoin in particular, and maybe other crypto assets, are not only risk-on assets, meaning they do well during bull markets, but they are also risk-off assets. If you look at Bitcoin in our own regional bank crisis last year, when the regional banks were imploding and going bankrupt, some of them, Bitcoin rose 40%. And then this year, as we're seeing currency devaluations in the emerging markets around the world, you're seeing Bitcoin take off. And we think part of the reason is individuals in many countries around the world are starting to understand that Bitcoin could be an insurance policy against devaluations in their own currencies.
Thanks, Kitty. Since you talk about AI, I think it has been the talk of the town from Silicon Valley to major business and tech centers like Hong Kong. You also highlighted it in your big idea reports. So I would like to follow up by asking, how do you see AI integrating with the blockchain and Web3 technologies? What potential synergies could these two sectors create?
Yes, it's a great question. We did monthly, we do a Bitcoin brainstorm. The second installment of that was about the convergence between Bitcoin and artificial intelligence. And in that podcast, what you will learn is that all of us in the developed world understand the gig economy in terms of Uber and Airbnb, and I'm sure there are many others in Asia. But what's happening in emerging markets like Africa is the gig economy is now turbocharged is and redefining the division of labor into micro tasks. So that's what we think is going to happen on a on one level. We also are seeing blockchain technology and gaming, which is powered more and more by AI, converging. And it's very interesting. I think just today or yesterday, your time, we saw that Sony Bank is investing in gaming and on the Polygon blockchain. We also, in our venture fund, are invested in a company called Mythical. Its game is called NFL Rivals. It's on Polkadot. And if you know anything about gaming, gaming really was the earliest use of AI. And the reason we know that is when we first started looking at NVIDIA seriously in 2014, when we first started ARC, we were looking at the GPU and gaming and saying, and parallel computing saying, wow, you can do amazing things. And now look at it. The GPU is the cornerstone or the heart and soul of this AI movement. And so gaming is probably way ahead of the game when it comes to the convergence between blockchain and gaming. But one thing I will say is I went to a very famous conference. It was Sam Bankman-Fried's last conference, Crypto Miami, I think it was, or Bahamas. And there, what we saw were a lot of people from the gaming world and a lot of people from the crypto world basically trying to get together. And what we learned from there is you have to start with the creatives, not as much with the crypto part of the equation. The blockchain technology should really be hidden from the end user, but it will be very powerful in proliferating games around the world.
Thank you, Kathy, again. Now let's shift the gears to crypto assets. On that, belated congratulations to you for your launch of your Bitcoin Spot ETF, along with the other top institutions, which has been a significant milestone for the industry. And we saw rapid growth of these ETFs to over 50 billion US dollars. What do you believe are the driving factors behind this remarkable growth?
Yes, I think many people are surprised because Europe had exchange-traded products for a number of years, I think 5 years, and they never took off like what we've seen in the US. One of the things that happened is there's been a lot of drama, I'm sure you've heard about it, from a regulatory point of view in the US. And the SEC was pushing back against anything crypto and really defining anything crypto as a security. And the one asset that moved away from this idea of security was Bitcoin. So a lot of people, because it was so much in the news from a regulatory point of view, were trying to understand, what is this? And then the SEC approved 11 ETFs at the same time. That has never happened. And what happened was all of us got out our best marketing and educated investors about what this revolution is all about. And we were all coming at it at our different client bases, and a light bulb went on, I think, in the United States. And we certainly approached it this way, saying, this is a new asset class, a completely new asset class. And institutions and individuals should be very interested in a new asset class. Why? Because a new asset class is not correlated to other assets. I just mentioned that Bitcoin is both risk on and risk off. There are not many assets like that. Gold might be one, but not really. Bitcoin is really the first. And that caught a lot of people's attention. They said, wait a minute, Bitcoin goes up in a bull market and it goes up in a bear market for regional banks. I'm interested. And they began to look at it and saying, okay, if this is a new asset class, what happens is the low correlations, if you include this new asset into your portfolios, the low correlations mean that you can increase your returns for the portfolio per unit risk because of those low correlations. And I think a lot of investors here in the United States, both institutional and individual, said, okay, I'm going to grab a slice of that and try and increase my returns per unit of risk.
Thank you, Kathy. Compared to what you experienced in the US, I think we here are very fortunate to have very open-minded and forward-looking regulator here. Hong Kong
Yes.
has been showing tremendous support for Web3 industry, as is evident here from the community. So I hope to hear your advice, or what is your message here to the Asian Web3 community? What's your message to the regulators here, to the entrepreneur, investor, and users here in Asia and in Hong Kong particular?
Well, you know, we are very impressed with what the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has done in providing a comprehensive regulatory framework for exchanges and institutions from a custody point of view. This regulatory clarity is critical, we think, to enabling the technology, enabling the proliferation of the technology faster, perhaps, in Hong Kong than in the United States. We're in very early innings. I talked about the internet financial system globally from a Hong Kong regulatory point of view. If you are encouraging innovation in Hong Kong, you're going to be encouraging entrepreneurs to move into a global opportunity. It's not just a Hong Kong opportunity. And for institutions, you know, it's very interesting to see in our country, BlackRock already tokenizing money market funds. Now, they have 1 billion on chain right now. And that's even though we have faced regulatory uncertainty here. I think in Hong Kong, the tokenization of many assets, most assets, will happen very, very quickly. And, you know, this is a global game. I think what's happening is there's regulatory arbitrage, but the results are global. You can be a regulator in a country, but what you're doing is enabling your individuals and your entrepreneurs and your companies to really start global businesses because, again, this is a global activity. It's also very good to hear how seriously, as I did right before my presentation here, or our fireside chat, Deng, really talking about the standards to safeguard the activity as well. That is really important, and we don't want to diminish it. I think I heard the one of the regulators describe the aim is a healthy, stable environment to encourage technology while providing investor and consumer protections. That's ideal. So I would just encourage them to do more of the same. And, you know, I've watched here from the United States as we have been faced with regulatory uncertainty. I've seen a movement of our talent in the blockchain space two areas where regulators are treating them better, giving them more clarity and more freedom to operate as a result. So that would be my advice. Take advantage of the regulatory arbitrage that you're providing. And I'm sure your entrepreneurs will be able to scale opportunities globally as a result.
Thank you, Kathy. I think the audience wouldn't let you go if I don't ask this final question. This will be a $1 million question, probably on everyone's mind. Where is Bitcoin price going? We heard from a media wide range of figures. Some said from you, 1.5 million US dollars. Some said 2.3 million US dollars. Some even quoted you as saying 3.8 million US dollars. Kathy, tell us, what is your current prediction and what's the rationale and what's the timeline you're talking about?
Okay, I can clarify all of this, and you've heard it first here because I was asked questions from different angles. So our forecast for 2030 is $1.5 million. Now, that used to be our bull case. Our last published forecast was bull case $1.5 million per Bitcoin versus, I think, $66,000 right now. Now, those other numbers came from a study that we did about institutions. If they allocated optimally to Bitcoin last year, given using the Sharpe ratio and volatility analyses, if they allocated optimally last year, then 19% of their portfolios would have been in Bitcoin. Now that sounds crazy, but if they had, that alone, institutions doing that would have added 2.3 to that $1.5 million estimate. But that is obviously after a great year. Interestingly, this year is starting out even better than last year. So if I had to give you one number, it would be 1.5 million. If I had given you the number last year, it would have been closer to 600,000. Why did we add that amount to the 1.5 million? It's because of the green light that the SEC gave institutions in the US by approving the spot Bitcoin ETFs. And then one last thing, the optimal allocation, if you were doing modern portfolio theory over the last 7 years, would have been 5%, a 5% allocation to Bitcoin. That is how we get to that $1.5 million estimate, because we think institutions will be heading in that direction.
Thank you, Kathy. Everyone, you know the number, 1.5 million US dollars. With that, we've come to the end of this fireside chat. Thank you again, Kathy, for your insightful and inspiring discussions. Let's all give Kathy a big round of applause. Goodbye and take care.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, big round of applause for Kathy and DC. Thank you. Thank you, DC and Ms. Kathy Wood, for the insightful discussion and also sharing your very great perspectives on Web3, AI, blockchain, and also Bitcoin, all the big ideas. So now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist at Dfinity Foundation. And the topic he's going to share with us is AI, that is a smart contract, why and how. A big round of applause for Dominic.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name's Dominic Williams. I'm the founder and chief scientist of the Dfinity Foundation. Dfinity is the leading contributor of technology that powers the internet computer blockchain. So firstly, I just want to say thank you to Wangsheng and HashKey for having me back. It's a great event. I'm very pleased to be here. Today, we're going to talk about AI that runs on the blockchain as a smart contract. Now, there's a lot of talk in Web3 and blockchain generally about, the blockchain for AI, the token for AI, and so on. This is something completely different. This is AI that runs on the blockchain. So, Dfinity, if you're not familiar with the organization, is a not-for-profit foundation based in Switzerland. For many years, we've operated the largest R&D operation in blockchain. We're blockchain maximalists, which means that we're trying to drive a blockchain singularity through third-generation blockchain that can play the role of cloud. So we want to move the world's compute, back-end compute, onto blockchain. We want blockchain to run the world's online services and enterprise systems and so on. The Dfinity Foundation itself was established back in October 2016, and the Internet Computer Network that you see today is the product of more than 1,000 person-years of R&D effort. We employ a lot of famous cryptographers, computer science researchers, and engineers, and that's reflected in the nature of our work and things like academic citations. So the huge innovation of the internet computer, which is the world's first third-generation blockchain, is that compute is now on blockchain at scale. So if you go to dashboard.internetcomputer.org, which is the main dashboard for the Internet Computer Network, you'll see this reflected in the number of transactions it's executing. So today, the Internet Computer blockchain is processing the equivalent of about 330,000 Ethereum equivalent transactions every second, as measured by looking at the number of low-level smart contract instructions being executed by the blockchain. That's obviously a huge number. We stop and consider for a moment, I think Ethereum's probably running maybe 10 to 20 transactions a second. This thing's running north of 300,000 Ethereum equivalent transactions a second. And we think that's going to go up a lot. I think with AI, we're going to exceed 1 billion Ethereum equivalent transactions a second by the end of the year. And our plan is, our desire is to drive this into the trillions of Ethereum equivalent transactions a second. This is the world's first and only third-generation, infinitely scalable blockchain network that can play the role of cloud. So, what's driving all of this smart contract compute? What's happening here is that developers have found on the Internet Computer they can build anything from smart contract software that runs, that enables them to build things like social networks that run 100% on the blockchain itself. People have built social networks, all kinds of social media, order book dexes. That's like, exchanges, dexes that look like traditional exchanges. Rather than being, a swap service like Uniswap, they look more like Coinbase or NASDAQ. And they're running entirely on the blockchain. The smart contract software is even serving the user experience. And of course, now we're entering a new era where people can actually run AI as smart contracts on the blockchain network itself. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So before proceeding to talk a bit more about the AI, I just want to talk a bit about smart contracts. How on earth is it that, smart contract software on the internet computer can run AI? The answer is that, they really have very different capabilities. A single smart contract can store up to 400 gigabytes of data in stable memory on the internet computer. It can run in 4 gigabytes of dedicated, what we call main memory, which is soon going to be increased, which is important for AI. They run WebAssembly bytecode, which is incredibly efficient. Actually, the sort of co-inventor of WebAssembly was an early Definitian. Internet computer smart contracts support something called reverse gas. Reverse gas means that the smart contracts pay for their own computation. So it's more like cloud. With traditional blockchains, if you're interacting with Ethereum, you use MetaMask to create transactions, and you configure the payment for the computation in every transaction manually. That's not necessary on the internet computer. These smart contracts pay for their own computation. Of course, these smart contracts run in parallel. That's how the network's able to scale computation. They do things like multi-block transactions. So a traditional blockchain, on a traditional blockchain like Ethereum, when you invoke a smart contract, the computation has to complete within a single block. On the internet computer, computations can span multiple blocks, which is very important for AI. Internet computer smart contracts process HTTP, so they can serve interactive web experiences. They're fast and low cost. I'm talking about cost and efficiency. We're talking about they're thousands of times more efficient than smart contracts on traditional blockchains. They're multi-chain. They can interact with other blockchains. They can make calls out to Web2. You can automate internet computer smart contracts using DAOs. And of course, lastly, they're AI capable, which is what we're going to talk about. So, if you haven't seen it, I invite you to check out my recent demo of fully decentralized AI on my Twitter profile. So, recently, I demonstrated a neural network running as a smart contract on the internet computer blockchain. This neural network did image classification. So in the demo, I showed off a neural network that could look at an image, and in this case here, you can see that the neural network has identified that this picture is of an espresso with a coffee cup and on some kind of jeans material. So we believe AI will be at the beating heart of Web3. And I sort of invite you to dream with me how AI running on the blockchain might be used. So example number one, Ethereum safety. So this is a common problem. You can use a blockchain explorer like Etherscan to examine a smart contract, for example, a DeFi smart contract on Ethereum. And you can see the source code of the smart contract. The blockchain explorer will, match the code hash to source code on GitHub, and it will show you the code. The problem is, how do you know if you can trust that code? Most people aren't software engineers. They can't read Solidity, and even software engineers don't have time to audit other people's code. So is it vulnerable to reentrancy? Are there backdoors that make it vulnerable to a rug pull? Is there malware inside that might make this smart contract behave maliciously with respect to other smart contracts? This is a huge problem with traditional blockchain. So one solution is to use an AI smart contract running on the internet computer. This AI smart contract could browse Ethereum smart contracts and validate that there are no reentrancy vulnerabilities, there are no backdoors, and there's no malware inside. And then issue a certification that can be displayed by websites like Etherscan that can then say, here's the code, you may not want to read it, you may not understand it, but it's okay, the AI has ordered it for you. And this can provide an extra level of assurance to people that want to interact with DeFi. Okay, next example, autonomous KYC. So, KYC is know your customer. It's a sort of financial process like anti-money laundering. So, a coming problem is that DEXs, decentralized exchanges, are going to want to list security tokens. Security tokens will represent things like stock, debt, real estate, gold, that kind of thing. And the security space is very, very highly regulated. So in order for a DEX to list a security token, then it's minimally going to have to do KYC, know your customer, right? Identify the people trading the security. The challenge is a DEX is decentralized, right? It's created with smart contracts. So how can a smart contract do KYC? The DGen wants into securities, but how can a DEX do KYC? So again, AI smart contracts can provide a solution. So actually, the image classification neural network that I demonstrated in that video on Twitter, that neural network has already been retrained to do face recognition. So you could create a smart contract that will interact with a user over video and verify that the person on the video matches an identity document that they provided. And this can be done entirely autonomously in a way that will integrate with a DEX. So the AI smart contract can do the KYC, issue a Web3 credential to a system like Internet Identity, which then allows the trader into the DEX. If you're interested, this is something that's just been built by a team in Shenzhen. Go to icdex.io. That thing runs entirely on the blockchain. Even the user experience is created by smart contracts, and it runs under the control of a DAO. So all the updates to the exchange's logic are transparent. Okay, last example, before I run out of time. Organizational intelligence. So here we imagine a large language model that is run by startups, companies, government departments, that kind of thing. And the purpose of this large language model is to improve the organizational efficiency by acting as a kind of glue and a nexus of information. So the idea is that this large language model would feed off sources of data like chat, email, calendar, and if it was a technical organization, things like GitHub and Jira. And individuals in the organization would interact with the AI, they'd give it information, and they'd say things like, my team is blocked by this, or I've got an idea, a great idea. And then, people like me could say, hey AI, has my CTO got a free meeting slot this afternoon? Who's running this team? Are they blocked by anything? Has anybody got any ideas for PR, that kind of thing? Now, the question we have to ask is, what would happen if this AI is running on traditional IT infrastructure and gets hacked? If somebody hacks the infrastructure running this AI, they're going to have access to all your most confidential information in one place. Traditional IT infrastructure isn't secure. Secondly, we have to ask the question, what if this AI stops? So in the future, we're going to come to depend on AI in much the same way we've come to depend on sat-nav to navigate cities. And traditional IT infrastructure is not resilient. So of course the solution is to run this organizational AI, this large language model acts as a glue that makes the organization more efficient, is to run that large language model as a smart contract. And in that way, we can leverage these incredible properties of smart contracts. AI smart contracts, just like any other smart contract, are tamper-proof. That means they're secure. They guarantee they'll always run the correct data against the correct code against the correct data. They're unstoppable. They don't crash. That means they're resilient, and they can be autonomous. It's intelligence that's decentralized, and today that's only possible on the internet computer. So I invite you to join us We have hubs, networks going up all over the world. There's a hubs organization here in Hong Kong. If you would like to contact us, please use these details, and that QR code will take you to the Internet Computer website. So thank you, everyone. Thanks. Just
A big round of applause for Dominic. Thank you so much. Brilliant presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for enlightening us on the topic AI smart contract. So ladies and gentlemen, next let's welcome Mr. Joseph H.L. Chen, JB Undersecretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Joseph H.L. Chen.
Chairman Dr. Xiaofeng, Honorable Duncan Chu, Honorable Robert Lee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure joining you today at this year's Hong Kong Web3 Festival. And first of all, of course, I have to thank Wansheng Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group for organizing this wonderful event where all the great innovators and futurists from around the globe discuss the megatrend of Web3 development. As a leading international financial center in Asia, Hong Kong is the ideal place for fintech startups and Web3 looking to establish or expand their presence. On traditional finance, we consistently lead on various league tables in the region. According to an industry report released last year, Hong Kong is the biggest cross-border wealth booking center in Asia by asset under management, AUM, and we are on track to take over the world's #1 position by next year. In capital markets, Hong Kong topped the league table of arranging the issuance of Asian international bond issuance in 2022, the 7th consecutive year that we ranked #1 in this category. In the realm of risk management, we stood first in Asia and second globally in insurance density according to an industry report released last year. Of course, we are also the biggest offshore renminbi hub in the world, possessing the largest offshore renminbi liquidity pool and also processing about 75% of global offshore renminbi payments. These are not just numbers. They are a testament to our robust financial ecosystem, which sets the stage for Hong Kong to continue as a leader in the realm of financial technology. As most financial institutions have set up their Asia's headquarters or Asia's biggest business presence in Hong Kong, fintech and Web3 companies can enjoy tremendous access to potential customers, potential investors, and potential business partners here in Hong Kong. Indeed, we now have a thriving fintech ecosystem with around 1,000 fintech companies, and such number just grew by about 25% last year. Innovations in areas like e-payment, RegTech, InsurTech, and WealthTech are keenly pursued by the fintech sector. And many of those fintech companies have gained a foothold in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, and the regional markets. As a leading international financial center in the region, Hong Kong is always ready to be a pioneer. We were among the first jurisdictions in the world that offered licenses to virtual banks and virtual insurers, and we now have 8 licensed virtual banks, 4 licensed virtual insurers in this city. The Hong Kong SAR government also issued our own NFT 2 years ago to demonstrate our openness and commitment to Web3. As mentioned by Deputy Financial Secretary earlier, back to 2 years ago, we issued the policy statement on development of virtual assets in Hong Kong, setting out the vision and policy direction. Since then, the government and our financial regulators have been establishing a facilitating environment with timely and necessary guardrails to mitigate actual and potential risks put in place in accordance with international standards. The licensing regime of virtual asset exchanges commenced in June last year. We just completed our public consultation on regulating stablecoins 2 months ago and rolled out a stablecoin sandbox last month. And we are now in the middle of public consultation on the regulatory regime for over-the-counter trading of virtual assets. When we come up with new regulations, we go through a vigorous process in terms of soft consultation with the industry, formal public consultation, and the legislative process at the Legislative Council involving panel discussion, first reading, Bills Committee, second reading, and third reading, so that the industry view is fully heard and reflected throughout the whole extensive process. Our philosophy is very clear. We firmly believe that encouraging financial innovation is only possible through providing a transparent, certain, and predictable regulatory environment. As a leading international financial center, Hong Kong is well positioned to link virtual assets to traditional financial instruments. Virtual asset futures ETFs have been listed and traded on Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and the Hong Kong SAR government was the first government in the world issued tokenized government green bond. Our regulators have been actively involved to enrich our perspective and refine our focus on the virtual asset development. The SFC HKMA joint guidance was further refined in December last year to clearly set out the latest requirement for intermediaries distributing SFC authorized investment products, including SFC authorized virtual asset spot ETFs. Together, we wish the SFC issued another circular to indicate its readiness to accept applications for the authorization of other funds with exposure to virtual assets, including virtual asset spot ETFs. And again, this made Hong Kong a pioneer in the Asian market. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, Hong Kong is home to more than 200 Web3 related companies from more than 20 economies across the mainland, Americas, Europe, and other parts of Asia. And many more have expressed their interest to come set up in Hong Kong in light of our transparent, certain, and predictable regulatory regimes. In the latest release of our budget 2024, we announced a whole suite of key measures reflecting our strong commitment and solid confidence to driving robust growth of the financial industry. To expediting the development of Web3 ecosystem, a series of measures are rolled out to promote the development of Hong Kong's virtual asset market, better integrate a capable government with an efficient market, and strengthen investor and customer protection. Looking ahead, we will continue to use a multi-pronged approach to facilitate the robust, sustainable, and responsible development of the virtual asset industry, making Hong Kong an ideal place for Web3 companies to start up and scale up. On this note, I would like to thank all of you, the leaders and experts in Web3, for your innovative ideas and valuable contributions that bolster the entire Web3 ecosystem and the financial services sector as a whole. I look forward to witnessing your forthcoming achievements that will transform our future. And I wish you all a great summer today. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Joseph. Thank you so much. Thank you for your great sharing. Please be seated. So today at our Web3 event, we have a gift redemption activity. And what you need to do is very simple. You can collect stamps by visiting the booths of the organizers, title sponsors, platinum sponsors, gold sponsors, primary, secondary, and tertiary exhibition sponsors. And when you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. But a gentle reminder for every one of you, the number of gifts are limited. They will be provided on a first-come, first-served basis. So do collect a gift by collecting stamps from different areas. So ladies and gentlemen, next we will have a panel discussion on the future of digital asset industry in Asia. And without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Duncan Chill, Legislative Council Member, Technology and Innovation Constituency. A big round of applause, please. Mr. Genki Ota, Chairman, Japan Virtual and Crypto Access Exchange Association. And next, may I invite Mr. David Lee, Chairman, Global FinTech Institute. Round of applause. Mr. Yang Jingyan, Secretary, Hong Kong Digital Asset Association. Welcome all our panelists on stage. And now, without further ado, I'll pass the floor to our gentleman on stage. Over to you now.
All right, thank you. We have now a batch of guests from different part of the world. So to welcome, we have Professor David Lee from Singapore, 代表新月大学的教授. And then we have Chairman of Japan Self-Regulatory Crypto Asset Exchange Organization, 日本虚拟资产协会会长 Mr. Janki Oda. And then we have representing Hong Kong, 香港数字资产协会秘书长杨耿彦，那个 Yanis. So to start, I think we heard perspective from Cafe this morning, and of course we have enough representative from the Hong Kong side, giving you a snapshot of actually what's happening in Hong Kong and how's the scene in actually Hong Kong. So now maybe we start with asking our foreign guests representative from Japan and Singapore first, to start with a view of actually how the virtual asset market and actually how the global field they take. So for Japan, we know that actually Japan is one of the earlier country to actually adopt Bitcoin, right? I think Japan accept Bitcoin as a legal tender. One of the earlier country to do that. And also I see in the latest news that Japan allowed VC investment funds to hold crypto. That was just last month. So they were having some government support in terms of how they view the crypto market is. So maybe we will let Mr. Oda-san to share us a view of actually what's the scene in Japan and how's Web3 moving forward over there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for introducing me. I'm Genki Oda, chairman of JVCA, a self-regulatory organization for crypto in Japan. Regarding crypto assets, in 2016, I founded a crypto asset exchange company in Japan called Bitpoint. Currently, I also serve as managing executive officer of SBI Holdings, Japanese financial conglomerate. And as Duncan mentioned, Japan is a very good place for crypto business, like Hong Kong. Yeah. And in 2017, Japan became the first country in the world to enact a law regarding crypto asset trading. However, there was a big-scale hacking incident in 2018, and the regulation became very stricter. At that time, JVCA was established and issued many self-regulatory regulations. For example, Japan Cryptocurrency Exchange currently manages 100% customer assets in cold wallets. This was established by self-regulations, not by law. At first, everyone thought this was impossible. But by improving our operational method, we were able to make it possible. And after that, there was no hacking from Japanese cryptocurrency since 2020. No hacking. It is a very big issue. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Oda-san. And let's go to Singapore. I know that David is representing the Singapore side from 新月大学. So Hong Kong, Singapore, I think we are in Asia, we are always, competing in terms of building the ecosystem, the Web3 nature, and definitely, I think Singapore were forerun in some of the legislation as well. We're talking about, let's say, stablecoin in Hong Kong. I think Singapore issued earlier the Singapore's legislation paper on the establishments of stablecoin, and also Singapore is working on Singapore dollar a lot. So maybe we get David to share with us a bit of the scene in Singapore.
Yes, thank you. Since I'm in Hong Kong, allow me to say a few sentences in Cantonese.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
首先，我想恭喜香港政府以至社區咧，將成個 Web 3嘅呢個環境咧，搞到今日咁好。所以恭喜香港。First of all, I don't see there is a competition between Hong Kong and Singapore or Japan or Dubai. I see that we are one. That's what I'm seeing, because I've been in conferences organized by Wan Xiang since 2015, and I've seen huge progress. First thing is the regulation become a lot clearer. And from the Singapore perspective, I don't speak for the government. I am just an academic and a participant in the ecosystem globally. I see Singapore playing the role as building the digital economy infrastructure, cross-technology, cross-country. So you can see that the focus in Singapore, this is on generative AI. Blockchain and Web3 has taken a backseat. The economy development in Singapore is to have a diversified development across technology, AI, blockchain, cloud computing, data analytics, quantum computing, and so on. But at the same time, I think the regulation is to promote enterprises in building digital infrastructure cross-border. So you can see that there are a lot of projects that in the Web3, and they're all cypherpunk projects, and they are being robbed into by MES, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, to build digital infrastructure using Web3 for Africa, for example, Ghana. And some of these companies, some of these projects, actually, they have offices everywhere, from China, Hong Kong, Dubai, Australia, Singapore. So that's the kind of approach in Singapore. But when they're building all this project, even though the Singapore government doesn't highlight the importance of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the other 200 traded cryptocurrency, the base layer technology is important because that's where the trust system is, which the government can never provide the kind of trust of an open blockchain. And it's the cheapest form of digital infrastructure. And that's where I think Hong Kong, Japan, Dubai comes in to provide the liquidity in the base layer. So if we look at some of the projects in Singapore, all our university certificates is on opencert.io, and the base layer technology is Ethereum. Our trade trust for all the trade documents onto I call it Web 2 or Web 2.5 system, the underlying technology is Ethereum. So somebody has to ensure that there's enough liquidity in the underlying technology, which I think different jurisdictions are playing different role. And I don't think any of this role can be ignored or be lacking. And I think there's a lot of complementary between Japan, where there are a lot of very good developers, Hong Kong, which have the best regulation for retail, stable coins, and then also Dubai and other countries. That's my own view.
Thank you. There's a good example of adoption from the government on blockchain technology with the Singapore cases. And going back to Hong Kong, Yannis, 那個我哋轉翻廣東話啦，轉翻廣東話啦。咁你點睇咧？你覺得而家最近香港嘅先頭先大家都講過新加坡啊、日本唔同嘅代表，你不如分享下？
咁我都係我直接使普通話啦，我係用普通話吧。
好，普通話。
對，是這樣。香港呢，也像剛才李教授這樣，就是特別感謝香港政府呢，在這一次牛市之前，把各方面的政策啊，基本整個監管的框架都已經鋪墊好了。然後呢，整個產業實際上像我以及為一個縮影吧，就是整個產業從中國大陸呢外移到了香港。實際上香港呢，現在幾乎把這個都有能力把它承接起來。這是一個很重要的行業現象了，這是第一個點。第二個呢，香港有它獨特的優勢，一個呢就是它普通法的傳統和整個金融監管和基礎設施的這上百年的沉澱，在這裡呢實際上是對於整個行業的發展是非常好的一個。第二個呢就是它的國際化的這種氛圍。第三個呢，對於整個行業的足夠的友好吧，包括從去年，其實我們能看到，香港大力的發展 Web3 之後，也出現過一些雜音，比如說JPEX 這樣的一些這個案件，但是整個香港的處理來說，實際上還是給了行業信心的。所以呢，整個來說是香港在這塊是有非常好的這種基礎條件。再比如說，在整個賽道來說。我們不說這個像投資啊，這些領域，我們單純說在交易所這個行業的領域，實際上香港呢沉澱了 大量的资金，另外呢有非常好的交易所的生态圈，所以我们看到香港实际上从去年到现在，交易所的这个领域实际上是吸引了全球的关注的，对。然后另外呢，我们也能看到，随着配套的，比方说 ETF 可能会通过然后呢，整个这个基金的这种就9号牌的这个发放，以及9号牌的这块的业务的发展，也都是非常的符合行业的期待吧。这是香港总的来说，我感觉它比较好的一个方面。但是香港会不会有面临着相关的挑战呢？我觉得是有，我看到有3个结构性的问题吧。第一个呢，就是整个银行业对于这个行业新兴行业的友好程度或开放程度，还是跟行业的期待是有差距的。我们对比起像新加坡来说，新加坡有几家主流的银行对于 crypto 是非常友好的。我们在平常的业务当中，新加坡银行的开户还有它走的资金量还有效率等等这些。总体来说，我们的感受是比香港的银行会好一些这是一个结构性的问题。第二个结构性问题呢，就是我们的金融监管或是相关监管政策虽然已经出台，而且呢整个结构是比较完善的，可是呢也有一些卡点，比如说我们的 KYT 的政策过于严苛，导致呢其实大量的开户的转化率是很低的，可能不到110%。第二个呢，就是说我们的流动性，其实整个赛道现在在牛市当中流动性是很重要的，但是呢，整个香港赛道的特别交易所的流动性是受到了这个政策的影响还是比较大的，对。这是第二个结构性的问题，就是我们监管政策可能跟行业的发展和互动还是需要有一些调整，才能够真正能够契合这个行业发展的期待。第三个呢，就是整个香港的产业发展的这种全面性吧，或者说我们说整个产业的聚集，在这块呢，恐怕还有很长远需要去优化的空间。比如说整个行业，我们对于整个行业的这种引进或者是它的落地是没有特别强的一个，就这个没有那么的重点突出的，这是一个。第二个呢，实际上对比起来说，跟泰国、跟马来西亚，甚至跟新加坡比，可能在成本方面，以及相关的这个移民政策等这方面的配套，也是需要有优化的空间的。我就主要讲一下，就3个结构性的问题，恐怕是需要我们要解决的，好不？
谢谢那个 Yannis 一个早上我们不能都是赞香港的好，我们都要说一下那个挑战在哪里。所以非常感谢那个 Yannis 代表大家，其实提出了很多业界都是我天天听到的问题，这些是I just translate in English. Yannis also raised some of the challenges that Hong Kong face. The few things that I actually quite agree. Definitely one thing is the banks or the financial institutions' attitude towards crypto and digital asset is still slow. And the second problem is actually part of the same first problem, opening account, right? So we heard about that. I think the Hong Kong MA has holds a few meetings with the financial institutions in Hong Kong. And earlier the year, I actually take part of 2 of those. I think Robert was also there. So we encourage the financial institutions to look at, now the legislation development, that a lot of the participants, if they are licensed, regulated, then they should provide the services and efficiency to the, let's say, bank account opening. So these are things definitely working on, because the whole legislation, as you can see, only happened in a very short time. It's only like 1+ years, right? So talking like 2 years ago, these are maybe not allowed activities in Hong Kong previously. So, for the bank to actually follow up to adopt, definitely take time. But we need more voices and, voice out that, with now the licensing regime, exchange has been there, and then they will have more stakeholders, crypto funds and stuff landing in Hong Kong. So definitely, I think the financial institutions adoption and also the bank account opening is definitely the same problem. Second is liquidity. I think liquidity will only come after, you know, there are enough products. So what we're doing is actually having the license exchange, and then with the license exchange, you know, there will be more participants, issuance, and we try different products in Hong Kong. So with products, then you have prime brokerage, we have wholesaler, and then we have all these, you know, stakeholders in the loophole to actually join the market, and then that will actually help with the liquidity, hopefully. So I would say that we stay positive and work towards that. I think the problem you address, totally agree. We also have to understand that, you know, with the speed of things happening in Hong Kong, we have to catch up. But yeah, please, I think these are great challenges you raise. And I mean, going back, let's say let's not just mention Hong Kong. I mean, going back to other countries, I think I met many delegates from Japan. Please.
Yes. So yeah, as Duncan-san says, it was very difficult too in Japan to banking, to open banking account and send money, for crypto asset business. It's very difficult, and it took 4 or 5 years to think. So many banks think so they can open bank account. It take very long time in Japan too, and I think maybe it's the same in Singapore too. Yeah.
So what going forward? That goes to my question to you. What going forward in Japan? What do you think the scene? Is it the government will be more open to speed up the whole process of digital assets and crypto, or what's your thought?
Now in Japan, so Japanese government and JFC is very positive for crypto and Web3. And now in 2 years ago, Japanese government decided crypto and Web3 as one of the government strategic growth. As crypto.
Is there any thought or discussion of, let's say, stablecoin, CBDC in Japan?
Yes, as of stablecoin, last June, the new regulation, new law, it was enacted in Japan for stablecoin, and from this year, in Japan, we are permitted to make new stablecoin, to issue new stablecoins and distribute in Japan.
That's what I heard. Because the passport, right, issued a passport to USDC. That's what I heard. So through the passport, there will be wholesaler for stablecoin in Japan.
Yes.
So it's more like an adoption role where USDC through wholesaler can be distributed in Japan.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And David, what about in Singapore?
Yeah, I think in Singapore we have been working in a few areas like stable coins, building digital infrastructure. But I look at the whole industry as one. I don't look at like Hong Kong, Singapore, and so on. And I think Hong Kong government and regulators, they have done a really good job. In the last 2 years, I've been watching very closely because retail participation in crypto is a very difficult area to regulate. And the regulators has done a great job. But I would like to call out for all regulators in Asia to reach out to not only intergovernment, but to reach out to the community in different countries. Because this is a global business. And Asia, according to research by Artichoke Capital, is that in Asia, we have the largest number of crypto users, 260 million. And the penetration rate is only about 6 to 7%. So there's a lot of huge potential in the mass adoption for crypto. But from the industry perspective, which is what Singapore is trying to do, is to ensure that we understand not only from the regulators' perspective, not only from the policy makers' perspective, but also from the community to understand what role each individual should do. So in Singapore, we will try to encourage a lot of crypto, especially the cypherpunk, to collaborate with the government, just like Cyberport and so on, so that some of these projects are being directed for mass adoption. We need to go beyond just exchanges and gaming. That is the very first stage. And we have seen the kind of development in AI, many winters and summers, and we have been through that. But I think we need to focus on the consumer market. And this is what I think Singapore is trying to do. First, build a cross-border payment system with the underlying technology as Web3, not a Web 2 or 2.5, but underlying technology as 2.5 to have security, to have privacy protection. And with that kind of use cases to demonstrate, it's much easier to let the policymakers support the kind of the community we are doing. So this is what Singapore is trying to do. And very interesting is that in Singapore, under MAS, there's a FTIG group, FinTech Innovation Group. They are the branding agency for crypto. So in other words, they will encourage you to do the crypto projects. They will bring you to different governments and showcase your cypherpunk technology for privacy protection, for data security, and also for a trust system, especially for, for identity and so on. So we really need to look at the use cases. Without mass adoption, without use cases, we can do as much as we want as a community. It's just among us buying and selling, among us playing the games. We cannot break through. We need to reach out to many developed economies, and that is only through government and community collaboration to make sure that these projects are branded correctly and brought to the world.
Thank you, David. Actually, I was in Singapore last year for the Token 24/9, and I spent a field trip over there. I think there's a lot we can learn from Singapore. I think the adoption side from the government in terms of the linking the SingPass and some of the government utility or foundation with blockchain, and there are some small startup team from Web3 that supply the technology to government. I think that's actually the adoption is great to help the incubate the ecosystem. So definitely there should be more collaboration between Hong Kong and Singapore. There's a big part of the audience today. I think they come also from Singapore for our event today. So I think there will be more collaborations. So talking about collaborations, others, do you think there are things that Hong Kong and Japan, any suggestions, anything we can do between the community and the stakeholders and all the governments?
Yes, I recommend so creating a self-regulatory organization in Hong Kong too, because like in Japan, I think so it took a long time to make new law, new regulation, and in Japan we create a new self-regulation. Yeah. So creating a self-regulatory organization is very important for crypto. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Safety regulation.
Yeah, self-regulatory organization.
Regulatory organization.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So between the organizations.
That's right.
Okay, okay, thank you. So go back to Yannis. 刚才你说了那些挑战，香港面对的挑战。那有没有什么建议？你是说，譬如说，目前我们刚才也提过了很多，香港在立法的路上很多不同的交易所啊，不同的稳定币等等的讨论，有什么你感觉还是欠缺的？有什么你建议我们必须做的，去充实这个ecosystem？
回顾起香港来说，我觉得过去在这里也诞生过非常伟大的 Web3 的公司。另外呢，香港的政策从17、18年开始有相关规则出来，到现在是一脉相承的，就几乎都没有太多的变化。这是它政策的稳定性，输出了非常稳定的预期。然后当前来说，我觉得香港在这块首先是个节奏的问题。就这个行业呢，因为它的周期性非常强，大概3到4年一个周期。实际上在牛市里面做事情呢，会比熊市里面做起来好做很多。比如说，实际上在香港现在的这个流动性之困，如果在牛市当中来做了，就好做很多。这是一个。第二个呢，就比如说稳定币，稳定币的核心呢，除了它的底层之外，核心很重要的2个点。第一个，稳定币呢是要有非常完备的应用生态，这个应用生态包括了应用场景，就是有用户要去用它。第二个呢，就是它的做市商或者说它的承销商，也就是说它的承兑，这个的生态是非常依赖的。然后呢，在牛市当中呢是很容易能突破的。 所以呢，我说这个时机是很重要的，节奏感是很重要的，包括整个行业的聚集也是这样的，就是在牛市当中去做行业的聚集，做相关的行业的布局的规划，是要比熊市当中要好很多。这是第一个我的整个体会吧。第二个的话就是整个银行的走向更加的友好。这个呢是取决于，但我们也看到 Hong Kong MA 也对于反洗钱这块，就是 Web3 的链上资产的反洗钱跟银行的反洗钱是分开的。但是整个银行对这个行业的脱敏可能还需要一定的过程，那恐怕是要有一些重点的或者说走的前面一点的银行是先要有一定的示范作用。所以对于这一类的，我觉得我们监管。对于这类加密友好的银行，可以给予更多的关注和支持，要慢慢带动起来，把这一块带动起来。然后第三个呢，就是关于说整个交易板块的，因为整个的这个行业的关键点实际上是交易所，就我们看到它是一个制高点，既是资产的聚集地，也是整个行业的汇聚地，所以交易板块先起来的话，会让香港能得到一个先机。那这块呢，我倒是建议我们的政策对这块可以互动多一点，因为之前已经制定了很完备的政策，而且很细致，但是恐怕有一些是需要微调的。那么跟行业要互动的更快一些，特别现在牛市，也要做一些调整，比方说 KYC 是不是有没有必要那么繁琐呀？再比如说。我们散户不能用 USDT 来交易，对吧？那实际上，那你可以禁止香港的本土居民用 USDT 来做这个 BTC 等等这样的交易。你可以允许他对于香港以外的这个散户可以用 USDT 这样 stable coin 来做交易。这样呢，先做一些重点的卡点的这个突破，那这样呢，整个行业通过一个牛市就能带起来了。这个是我的3个方面建议吧。
好，谢谢 Yanis， 都非常同意。所以这个里面就说，大家真的要有这种 conference 啊，或者说其实我们有更多的建议啊，或者说沟通的情况。其实刚才你提到的，我非常同意。眼前我感觉最重要，香港肯定是马上的稳定币哈，因为沙盒出来了。那沙盒出来到底像你刚才说的 use case 在哪里啊？能不能现在比较大的还是 DT 跟 DC？其实有什么场景？能够走出一些更重要的或者说相比类的稳定币，这个肯定是后面很重要的一点。那其实产品出了，我还是感觉那个 professional 的 services 就会跟上去，所以很重要是有没有成功的产品。所以这个同意，那个后面也希望大家更多的一些沟通，更多的这些意见给不同的政府单位去推动。So looking forward, I think things have happened in the last year, as I mentioned in my sharing. You know, last year comparing to this year is already a totally different scene. Bitcoin, layer 2, ordinals, you know, things like that has actually happened and actually pushed forward the whole industry development. So going forward, I mean, back to the technology. Going forward, what do you guys, you know, the community or technology-wise, what do you look forward? What is the expectation, you know, going forward?
As many people think, in this crypto market, there are many new words like real asset token, like that. But I think what is most important is create clear value for customer. Is
Create
most
value,
important,
yeah.
Create
Okay.
value for customer
Yeah.
is the most important thing, I think.
Okay, got it. David?
Yeah, I think going forward, we have to move to mass adoption. And one real area that I look at with the recent development in ordinals, MEM, and so on, is actually the tokenization of real assets. And there are many real assets that we can tokenize, including financial instruments, but that is not the major focus that I'm looking into. I'm a lot more bullish on DePIN, decentralized physical infrastructure network, because we got to think about 3 things. You know, in Mandarin, I would say 可看不可用. You can 可用不可看. You can actually use the data and yet you have no access to the data. Then I think the other one is that 可用无忧虑. you can use it, and yet at the same time, you have no concern about security, and that's something that we need to focus on. 可用无察觉. In other words, we use it and we don't even know that we are using it. So with that, I think the most important thing is that we got to think of Web3 application into everybody's pockets or into everybody's daily life. And to me, I want to say this in Mandarin. You allow me to say it. 其实今天我们在这里，其实今天整个市场能够全世界的加密市场能这么昌盛的话，主要还是因为中国，主要还是因为万象。因为从2015年到现在，我可以看得到，我们全部的精力都放在跟监管的这个交涉，跟监管的这个让他们了解我们在这个生态圈里面做什么。但是最重要一点的话，就是其实要有这个全球的应用，特别是 Web3，一定是从我的角度看 ，DeepIn， 而且 DeepIn 最重要的话，一定要符合每一个国家的战略。所以最重要的一点，其实就是电动汽车。你可以想象到，如果 Web3 全部进入了电动汽车，每一年现在是500万辆车出口在中国，如果将来是3000万、4000万出口的话，那我们 Web3 就直接打通了全世界。所以我认为，我呼吁大家应该从这个角度去看，从贸易、跨境贸易、数据交换，对吗？支付系统，从各方面通过我们 Web3 的技术，安全的、可靠的、合规的、合法的，把整个 Web3 从香港做底层的技术，新加坡做应用，迪拜有资金，日本有很多写代码的，从这方面把整个区域呢，在亚洲，这个是第一次亚洲有这个机会，把这整个技术呢发展到欧美去，跟中东啊。
谢谢 David， 非常同意啊。那个，我记得去年我们在 Web3 的时候提 RWA 啊 ，DeepIn， 特别是很多人还是不太理解到底是什么是 DeepIn 啊。经过1年，也是 HashKey 作为一个 leading 的 organization 一直在推动这个很多，大家也慢慢看见这个用途或者说为什么要做。所以 DeepIn 是其中一个肯定是对 bridging 那个 tokenization 跟 real asset 里面还有 use case 的一个很大的突破。那希望很快我理解也有些申请的路上，希望有更多的 DeepIn 的产品会在香港推出。这个也是我看明年我们在这里的时候，我感觉就会有一些很实在的场景可以跟大家再去分享。那个 go back to 那个 Yannis， 你对那个未来的期望，刚才提过了。那刚才你说对于 RWA 啊、DeepIn 这些产品，你的看法又怎么样？
我觉得区块链或是 Web3 的发展呢，应该有当前来说几个比较好的机会吧。一个呢就是围绕着财富效应的相关的应用和产业都会很好啊，这是第一个。第二个呢，我对 RWA 的信心没有那么足啊。第一个原因呢，是因为从资产的从这个那个 real asset 就是实物资产，甚至金融资产上到链上去，我们说这是一个叫资产上链的运动。这个资产上链的运动呢，会有2个很难跨越的地方。第一个就是实物资产跟链之间，就跟这个代币之间，如何让它不脱钩的问题，这是要有一系列的法律和财会制度一系列的这个，这是第一个要跨越的点，要有一系列的配套措施，否则做不起来的。第二个呢，就是它的流动性问题。就我们刚才说，其实这个行业主要的驱动力是过去15年了，到今年，它主要驱动力是财富效应。然后呢，在那个RWA 这个赛道呢，财富效应或者说它的流动性是有一定的困难的，因为在2019年美国已经有这样的 STO 出来了，但是呢，我们看到这几年都没有一个很棒的应用，所以这一点呢，我可能跟李教授的看法略有点不同啊，我们就商榷吧啊。第三个呢，就是关于 DeepIn 呢，我觉得是会有一次爆发 对，会有一次爆发，包括跟 AI 的结合啊等这一系列的。我们看到19年、2020年的时候，实际上跟手机的就是blockchain 跟手机的结合包括跟一系列的这个新型的矿机吧，对，这一系列的都已经有了很火的应用，对。所以呢 ，Deepin 呢，我觉得它应该是跟日常生活切入日常生活有应用，就是 Web3 有应用的一个很好的切口啊。这一点呢，我跟李教授的看法是一致的。
Okay, so go back to Otasang. We were actually having a discussion on RWA and Deepin. What are the views on Deepin and RWA? So what's your view on that?
Yeah. So also Deepin in Japan also Tokyo Denryoku, it is one of the biggest energy company in Japan. Started to the Deepin. Yeah, Deepin in business. Yeah, and also very big phone company called KDDI. Yeah, started the Deepin market. Yeah. And I think, of course, Deepin is one of the key message. Yeah.
What about real asset, RWA?
Yeah. So the other asset is also included like Deepin. Yeah.
Okay. I think to add my opinion, I think actually, definitely we need more trials for both. Definitely Deepin, we're going to see some use case related projects very soon. RWA, I think we have to give it more time. I mean, looking at it, one thing, you cannot compare the liquidity of any RWA product with cryptos, definitely. That's totally two different asset class. But looking at it, I mean, I personally looking at it, it solves a lot of problem. You know, for real assets, sometimes if you want to sell to a different country, to people in different country, tokenization, of course, we know fraction rise, making it easier for any particular asset class to be traded. Efficiency, cost reduction, we all know these. But when you bang it to a real life assets, the appreciation or depreciation will not be comparable to any other crypto class. But I mean, the ease of transaction can be actually leveraged. And when you say if I want to sell a property in Hong Kong to UK, the legal costs right now, the time differences, currency risks, if there's stablecoin involved and fractionalized assets, I think we might give more try to RWA. I think it might be some way of hard asset transactions in future by providing blockchain-related technology. So I think we might give it a try. So we got, I think, all 4 green light for Deepin, right? So they're looking forward to products on that. So RWA, give it more time. So anything, we have a few minutes, with 3 minutes left, so maybe 1 minute to wrap up for everyone.
Okay, as many people feel, so crypto winter was over, yeah, and maybe next month, Bitcoin ETN will be approved in London, and ETN, and also maybe Ethereum ETF will be approved in US.
Ethereum,
yeah. And I think so. This market will be very better and better. Yeah. So and let's build up a good market together. Yeah.
Okay. So looking forward to spot ETF of Ethereum.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
David?
I just want to say is that Web3 is the greatest opportunity for governments, entrepreneurs, and investors in Asia. There's a huge future because the talent doesn't have to leave Asia to be able to raise fund for a digital asset that has the same valuation where usually Asia asset is much lower. So this is once in a lifetime chance that I see from the financial angle that you can retain the talent, generate the tax revenue and also business revenue. You don't have to move anywhere else, and yet you get the same type of valuation anywhere in the world. So I just urge all the Asian government to work closely together with the community, not only among themselves, to get this industry growing and then expand it to Africa and and also to Europe and America.
Thank you. Yannis?
我期待说，在我们的共同努力吧，香港以及整个行业会越来越好。然后呢，我们组织了这个香港虚拟资产行业协会，也希望说能成为行业聚集和联络的一个中枢吧。所以呢，也希望能给行业做一些我们的一些力所能及的工作，也希望各位能关注我们的协会啊，加入我们协会，谢谢。
Okay, thank you. So this wraps up our panel. Thank you for your time and thank you for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause for our gentlemen on stage. Thank you so much once again. 感谢你们非常精彩的分享。Shall we remain on stage and take a group photo together? Fantastic. 1, 2, 3. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Once again, a big round of applause for our panelists on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us a great understanding and good insight on the topic, the future of virtual access in Asia, trends, innovations, and regulations. I'm sure you've all gained great insights from our topic just now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind all of you there's a gift redemption scheme for our event today. So if you collect enough stamps by visiting booths and organizer title sponsors, gold sponsors, primary, secondary, and tertiary exhibition sponsors, when you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. So make sure you collect the gift from our information desk. So up next, for the next panel discussion, the topic we're going to delve into is the crypto revolution inside Telegram ecosystem. And without further ado, may I invite our panelists on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Steve Yoon, President at TON Foundation, and Mr. John Hyman, Chief Investment Officer at Telegram. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause for our next panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, Asia. So today, as the president of TON Foundation and on behalf of TON community, I would like to explain to you how we plan to achieve mass adoption. There are critical challenges that crypto industry faces today. First, very complex user experience. Second, very ineffective viral onboarding and strategic onboarding processes. Absence of simple mechanics that people can enjoy and a lot of people can use. And no reliable distribution channel. At TON, by integrating TON-based wallet inside the Telegram Messenger, we remove the barrier to entry. For the first time, we put crypto in every pocket. No more than 2 clicks away from the main screen of Telegram, and in the settings menu, we put crypto in every pocket. Telegram mini apps platform provides Web2 sleek and intuitive user experience to crypto applications. No more going through clunky web interface when interacting with decentralized applications. Our Telegram mini apps and TON-based wallet can communicate seamlessly so that first-time users will be able to use decentralized applications without even realizing that they are interacting with blockchain. So I have my mother who uses YouTube, who uses Google Maps without even realizing how internet works or how to set up an internet cable. So this is how it should be for blockchain adoption as well. However, the wallet on Telegram and mini apps does not mean that we achieve mass adoption. We need a very strategic, simple, intuitive, sleek, fun, and engaging onboarding layer, a set of applications that achieve virality in order to transform Web 2 to Web 3 efficiently. These effective onboarding platforms require simple mechanism, social viral mechanisms, and community engagement mechanisms. This is a killer app that has appeared on Ton blockchain. Our infrastructure that we have built, the wallet, mini apps, Ton Connect that I've shown you, prepare the way for the emergence of these killer applications. It is a clicker. So it is a tap to earn, click to earn mechanism. Within the Telegram Messenger directly, people can open this mini app like WeChat mini programs and start playing this game without any friction that we usually see in interacting with Web3 products. So this mini app incorporated two main different mechanisms that engage the community. First, if you see over here, people can earn even more coins, called Notcoin, by inviting more friends. Second, they set up a community engagement mechanism where communities on Telegram are able to compete with each other to show off their social media presence and their influence on social media. What this allowed to do was, for the first time in crypto history, for this mini app to achieve such virality that 25 million monthly active users were playing this game and engaging with these applications within 3 months of launch. And most of all, 94% of the entire user base came by invitation from their friends. So these mechanics is exactly what enables the transformation of Web 2 to Web 3 by activating the social networks of people. Viral apps allows people to understand the Web 3 product. Until now, people have been playing games or using products for free. So the companies that grow because of the user interaction, the value of this increase in value was not shared with the users. So in Web 3, this value is shared among the community and among the people who increase the value of the company. So this is actually where the magic happens. So the virality is achieved, and what Notcoin has done is create a funnel where this massive amount of traffic can go into learning how to use crypto products. Within 3 months of launch, 90 million quests were completed on this platform to educate people about using Ton-based products from 150 different projects. So to sum up, at the very top of the funnel, the transformation funnel from Web 2 to Web 3, we have very simple mechanics, play to earn, different applications that engage a huge number of users. And these users now become accustomed to using Web3 products. And they start to understand how to, what value that Web3 products provide compared to Web 2. And they become part of the crypto user. So this is exactly how we plan to achieve mass adoption, and Ton community is fully focused on making this happen. So now, I would like to introduce to you the Chief Investment Officer of Telegram, John Hyman.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having us here. I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to ask the room, if possible. How many of you are active users of Telegram Messenger? Well, thank you for your use, and we certainly appreciate any feedback that you may have. And how many of you are premium customers of Telegram Messenger? Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for the support. So I'd like to give you a little bit of background today on Telegram and how we are enabling activity on Web3, and really how we see the development of the Web3 blockchain community as a critical part of our own development. So Telegram is just coming up for its 11th birthday, and we're currently homing in on 1 billion monthly active users, which is a number we're very proud of. This has been achieved through the excellence of the product and through word of mouth, and we continue to see very positive growth. Asia is our #1 market. We're very proud to tell you all, and we continue to see that the demographics in Asia are very positive to us. We have a goal of reaching 1.5 billion users in the next 2 to 3 years, and we started at around the same time as the blockchain community, and we definitely see that our relationship is very symbiotic. I think we offered the blockchain community something that was fast, efficient, secure, private, and enabled mass communication. And obviously the blockchain community came in and used us, and that we're very appreciative of. And we're now in the forefront of developing mini apps and our relationship with Toncoin that will really help develop mass adoption, as Steve outlined. So the first real project where that demonstrated to us the power of blockchain was the Fragment website that we were involved in creating almost 18 months ago. Here we conducted auctions of Telegram domain names and other collectibles, and by using the Ton blockchain, we were able to create worldwide competition, a worldwide auction, a lot of enthusiasm, and fantastic results. Since the inauguration of the platform, over $350 million of username sales have occurred, and there's been massive value for those people that have bought these domain names and other items. So, for example, the phone numbers anonymous phone numbers that we also had on the platform, they've appreciated by 33 times. So I think this project showed to us just how powerful the Ton blockchain could be, and as Steve mentioned, we've now been integrating the wallet. When we recently announced the next major initiative in our cooperation with Ton and the development of Web3, which was opening up Telegram's state-of-the-art ad platform to advertisers worldwide, exclusively using Toncoin. And Telegram ad platform is really unique. We have over 1 trillion of monthly page views, and obviously of particular relevance to this audience, over 300,000 crypto channels that are active on Telegram and growing rapidly. So how will this work? The ads will be paid for in Toncoin, which will obviously be very efficient. It will enable us to operate a platform globally, and I think even more unusually and creatively, 50% of the revenues from the ads will be shared with content creators who operate the channels. This will obviously have a very viral effect for Toncoin and the community, as we believe a significant part of that Toncoin will be spent on either additional adverts or potentially giveaways and other forms of mechanisms to create loyalty and use. So as I just mentioned, we have a giveaways platform on Toncoin, on Telegram, that has been very popular and widely adopted already. And this will be available to allow the content creators, channel owners, to further distribute the Toncoin they get from the adverts. Telegram has always made itself easily available to developers, and we have rapidly evolved into the leading platform for mini app developers. We currently have 360 million monthly active users using our mini apps and bots, and that's growing very fast. And we pride ourselves on making the platform very easy to use, very cheap, and very open. As I said, our goal is to continue to grow in tandem with blockchain and the blockchain community. We feel we're well on the way to our 1.5 billion user target. And again, I thank you all for your support and participation. And back to Steve to wrap things up.
The vision of Ton community is to transform 30% of Telegram users into Ton within the next 5 years. Today, we have 45 million users using Ton on-chain and people who are using Ton-specific mini apps. So we believe that achieving 500 million users into Ton-specific mini apps is the first step in transforming them to Ton on-chain users. So we are very happy to be in this place. We envisioned reaching out to a community in this region I personally did more than 5 years ago. I wanted to see people like this participating in Ton. So I know that there is a huge pool of talent in this region. So I would love to invite you to build the next $1 billion mini app on Telegram and Ton. Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause for John and Steve. Thank you so much for the informative sharing. Thank you. Please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the end of the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024. Once again, a big thank you to all our speakers for your excellent speeches and all our audience for your great participation. 各位观众，时间过得很快，2024香港 Web3 嘉年华的开幕仪式这就结束了。再次感谢各位嘉宾用精彩的分享和演讲为我们开启了2024香港 Web3 嘉年华的日程。So, ladies and gentlemen, there will be more exciting programs at the main stage and other 3 substages in the following event days. Please scan the QR code on the event catalog for more details of the agenda. 在接下来的时间，主会场以及其他3个分会场均有主题论坛活动同步进行。每个论坛探讨的话题各异。您可以通过扫描会看手册，或者是各个会场门口指示牌上的议程二维码，查看每个主题论坛的议程。Also, we have a gift redemption scheme. You can collect stamps by visiting the booths of the organizers, title sponsors, platinum sponsors, gold sponsors, primary, secondary, and tertiary exhibition sponsors. When you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. The number of gifts are limited. They will be provided on a first-come, first-served basis. 另外，在会看手册的赞助商、logo 页、主办方、title sponsor 及所有 co-organizer、白金、黄金、1级、2级和3级赞助商的 logo 下方均有一个盖章处。活动期间集齐任何一区所有展上的印章，即可以到资讯台领取礼品1份。每人每天限领1次，数量有限，现到现得。Once again, thank you so much for your great participation. Please stay tuned for more exciting agenda in this afternoon. Remember to come back at 2 p.m. See you all soon. 再次感谢大家，我们下午2点再见，感谢你们。 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A very warm welcome to Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024, co-hosted by Wang Xiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group and co-organized by W3Me. My name is Jasmine. It's my great honor to be the MC for today's event. Welcome everyone here. 尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位业界同仁，大家下午好。我是今天的主持人 Jasmine， 欢迎各位莅临由万象区块链实验室与 Hashkey Group 联合举办 W3Me 承办的 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024。Now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards our title sponsors of Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024. They are DWF Labs, Internet Computer, Meet 48, OKX Web3, TON, and ZA Bank. Also, a big thank you to Cyberport, Invest HK, HKTDC for their great support as strategic partners here today. The Web3 and digital asset industries have burgeoned since the release of virtual asset policy. And we are very honored to have experts from the digital asset industry to share great insights on hotly debated topics in this industry in our forum. Journey to build Hong Kong as a digital economic center. 自虚拟资产政策宣言发布以来，香港的 Web3 及虚拟资产行业蓬勃发展。在本次香港经济中心建设之路主题论坛中，我们有幸邀请到各位行业专家，将围绕虚拟资产行业的话题进行分享。Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Livio Wang, COO Hashkey Group and CEO Hashkey Exchange. 首先，我们有请 Hashkey Group 首席运营官兼 Hashkey Exchange 首席执行官温晓琪先生为我们带来分享，掌声欢迎。
Hello， 大家好。感谢这么多人来参加下午的这个场次啊。早上我们听到了很多非常 high level 的观点啊，那么相信大家意犹未尽啊。那么也相信很多的朋友呢，对香港过去1年究竟做得怎么样啊？到底有什么样的成绩，以及未来还会往哪个方向走？未来还有多大的空间啊？应该是抱有很多的期待啊跟想法啊。那么这次的大会呢，我也收到了很多朋友啊，从各方啊，从原来可能在新加坡，那么在美国啊，在迪拜都来到了香港。那么期待呢？香港现在的这个比较开放并且具有前瞻性的这个创业环境啊，以及各个同仁在过去1年中啊，已经在香港建设的一大批的基础设施的企业啊，那么相信能够在这个沃土上能够创造更大的一个未来啊，所以今天呢，我也很荣幸能够在下午场的这个开场啊，给大家来系统性的总结一下啊，过去1年香港发生的事情，以及未来啊，我们还有哪些期待？OK， 我的这个标题呢是加密交易所啊，合规交易所的大航海时代啊。那么从香港到全球，我们相信未来是一个巨大的一个跨越式的一个成长的机会啊，能够给更多人啊。那么我们看看现在我们所处的环境啊，这个加密世界呢，在去年我们开始讲到合规交易所或者持牌交易所的元年啊，那么今年是第2年。啊，我们看到了，从加密交易所持牌的开始，啊，那么到今年的一个进一步的发展，啊，它的一个很历史性的一个转折在什么地方呢？在于全球的监管都开始意识到，在旧的这个基础上呢，是无法产生出新的创新的，啊，那么大家都开始在干嘛呢？在做了一个合规的这个转向，啊，所以我们可以看到，从最早的日本、韩国，到这个最近大家可以看到的美国啊，美国实际上在极大程度的收缩特别是在来自于全球的这个数字货币交易所在美国的经营啊。那么我们看到非常 top 的几个交易所，目前都在美国要清理整顿的一个名单中啊。那么这个会对行业未来几年，我相信会发生根本性的一个变化啊。那么同时呢，大家对于这个熟悉中国大陆的这个监管环境的这个朋友，可能也深切的感受到啊，在过去的1年啊，包括一直到现在啊，中国大陆对于这个政治环境的这个采取的这个措施啊，应该来讲是不次于美国的啊。
同样是一个非常非常的严峻的一个历史环境啊。那同时我们看到香港啊，因为香港的这个历史的包袱相对比较小啊，但依然是在今年啊在去年啊发生了，特别是去年下半年开始发生了一系列的事情啊。从我们听过的像 JPEX 啊，包括这个好几个啊，我们可以从 SFC 的网站上啊看到一系列被点名的啊，需要这个公众关注风险的啊一系列的这个风险事件跟平台啊。那么过去啊，这个全球的对于加密数字货币行业的这个收紧啊，这个是一个主要发生在大国的一个现象啊。但是我们看到像尼日利亚啊，像这个印尼啊，包括像这个欧洲的一些国家啊，都加入到这个环境里面来。所以从大国到小国啊，这是一个彻底的转向啊，就是历史上的这个通过不合规的形式啊，通过这个采取监管套利啊，监管套利就是说 A 地方在管，那我就跑到 B 地方去做 A 的市场啊，这样的一个监管套利的一个现象呢，我认为在从接下来的1年到2年中啊，会加速的消亡啊。那么全新的世界啊，会全新的展开啊，这是为什么香港发布这个政策宣言以来，在全球受到这么大的一个影响的一个非常核心的原因啊。那么我们看到，除了香港啊，香港是在全球的主流的这个金融市场里面啊，最快的提出来啊 VATP 这么一个框架的一个 jurisdiction 啊。那么同时我们看到像全球最大的这个再保险离岸金融中心啊，像百慕大啊，它也在过去几年中非常活跃啊。那么尤其是在去年到今年啊，它陆续发了第4张跟第5张牌照啊。那么第4张给了 Coinbase 啊。那么它在全球啊开始以一个监管者的姿态来崭露头角啊。同时我们看到迪拜啊，在最近是非常非常活跃啊。那么以及这个其他几个区域，像这个欧洲的米卡啊，还有美国今年最大的事情啊，整个行业最大的事情，美国把现货 ETF 批过了啊。那么同时呢，它的执法正在加速。我不知道今天为什么这个 Slice 一直在放。它的这个执法在加速，那么同时正式的牌照已经进入了酝酿期啊，我们相信很快就会有这个美国市场啊，又会迎来一个翻天覆地的一个变化啊，这是我们可以值得期待的。那么我们从香港这个市场啊，它的合规进程上啊，来细力度的看待啊它的变化啊。那么香港市场呢，我们熟知的这个叫加密这个合规的3驾马车啊，交易所、现货 ETF。还有稳定币啊，我们可以看到，从22年10月份，港府发布了这个宣言啊，那么到6月份啊，23年的6月，能不能有人控制一下这个，就是不要让它一直在翻啊 ？OK， OK， 这是一个灵异事件啊，这个说明这个环境亟待监管。OK， 那么23年6月份啊，香港发布了这个一个全新的一个监管框架 VATP 啊，那么同时呢，这个提供了这个面向散户的这个牌照的 uplifting。那么8月份啊，正式发布了这个首个的这个零售的这个牌照啊，那么 HashKey 也是非常领先成为其中的之一啊。那么到24年的2月份呢，有24家公司啊递交了这个申请啊，同时呢，在今年6月份会。这个过渡期结束，那么申请的一部分的企业呢，可能会获得了 DIM license， 那一部分可能不符合规则啊，那么特别是没有申请的这些平台呢啊，会进行这个强制退市。那么我们看现货 ETF 啊，我们知道美国是第一个啊，这个非常具有影响力的这个 BTC 的现货 ETF 啊。那么在这个23年12月份啊，港府开放了这个现货 ETF 的申请。那么1月份的时候呢，美国现货 ETF 上市了。那么今年3月份，我们可以期待到，因为已经有多家香港的 ETF 啊，已经向这个证监会进行了递表啊。那么也很荣幸，我们是其中的一个重要的这个战略合作伙伴啊。我们为所有的这个 fund 来提供这个 exchange 部分跟 custody 部分啊。那么我们可以期待。在目前有消息呢，就是在最早可能在4月份到5月份，可能会有第一批的这个 fund 啊，来能够向公众去开放这个香港的这个现货 ETF 啊。同时呢，在这个我们知道美国它目前发行的是这个BTC 的 ETF， 那么香港会不会成为首个发行这个 ETH 的现货 ETF 的一个市场啊？这个是值得我们期待的啊。 那么同时稳定币啊，稳定币的这个监管的这个变化呢，也是23年12月份发布咨询文件，然后呢今年的3月份呢推出了这个沙盒啊，同时呢 HK 跟我们的合作伙伴这个 RD 啊，我们也联手发行了 HKDR 啊，那么我们可以期待24年、25年呢会有正式的这个文件正式来落地啊，那么这是一个可以值得我们期待的一个事情。OK， 那么在过去1年中呢，我们可以讲通过这些设置，尤其是在 exchange 部分啊，特别是通过我们以及我们行业同仁的共同的探索跟尝试啊，香港初步完成了1.0的探索啊。我们可以看到，这个在 HK Group 全面拥抱这个合规监管以来呢，啊，我们是相继获得了1479号牌啊，那么不同的业务也相继落地中了。那么在全球来看呢，这个我们的这个业务在整个牌照的一个全牌照的一个这个指导下呢，获得了很多的这个突破啊。那么 exchange 部分呢，我们累计完成了3700亿港元的交易啊，那么有17万的这个注册用户啊，累计托管了用户超过20亿港元的这个资产啊。那么同时在排名上呢，我们可以通过 CoinGecko 来看到，HK Exchange 目前稳居Top 20啊，那么是第1年啊交出的这么一个答卷。那么我们旗下的这个 HK Capital 呢，已经有超过10亿美元的管理规模啊，是全球知名的这个虚拟货币的这个投资基金啊，也是以太坊的早期的这个机构投资人啊。那么目前已投的有超过500个这个在投的项目啊。那么我们的 Cloud 啊，这个是这个在这个 staking 的这个领域里面啊，是一个领先的，并且非常具有创新能力的啊，非常这个很快的支持了超过80个这个公链啊。那么同时呢，在 Layer 2上，近期还会有大的这个movement 啊，大家可以期待一下。那么以及我们的 tokenization 啊，已经成为了香港非常具有代表性的一个 tokenization 服务。OK， 那么这些呢，首先是要基于我们香港的一个成功的一个经验啊，就是在交易所的部分啊，我们23年8月份呢 ，HK Exchange 正式上线啊。那么在这个23年的11月份啊，大家熟知的11月1号啊，我们香港第一个持牌的这个虚拟货币交易的 APP 正式上线啊。那么到这个我们仅仅几个月时间啊，在24年的这个4月份啊，我们的这个交易量就突破了3700亿，然后成为了香港最大的持牌的交易所。OK， 那目前我们有这个累计17万的这个注册用户，其中相当部分是 PI 啊。那么更重要的是，我们通过 HK Exchange 呢，让香港的一大批的传统资本啊进入到了香港市场啊。我们有一大批的这个港股上市公司啊，通过 HK 进入到这个 VA 的这个市场。那么其中呢，相当一部分啊已经喊出了口号，他们要做东方的 MicroStrategy。啊，其中也有部分呢是要做东方的这个 Grayscale 啊，东方的灰度啊，但灰度已经是上一个时代的产物了啊。接下来有新的这个更有创造力的这个 ETF 的基金啊，是值得这个市场的这个来产生变化啊。那同时呢，我们让一大批的这个券商机构啊进来这个场子里面啊。那么我们可以预计的是，今年下半年啊，会有一大批非常有影响的券商机构啊，会以一个全新的姿态进入到。跟我们一起合作啊，然后更大程度的打开香港的零售市场。OK， 那么前面的数据呢，包括过去1年的时间啊，我们其实沉淀出来了非常非常宝贵的经验啊。我们相信是在全球的这个新的一轮的这个持牌交易所的角逐中呢，啊，这会是一个非常非常宝贵的一套经验啊，就是我们所总结出来的这个香港模式啊。香港模式呢，从底层的啊，包括人类钱包的切换、托管啊，包括我们的资产保险啊，包括我们独立的审计啊，我们跟4大这个审计的机构呢都达成了合作啊。保险的这个合作呢，我们是跟 OneDegree 啊，今天这个我们 CEO 也在 ，OK。然后在应用层呢，我们不仅支持稳定币交易啊，就用稳定币来买比特币、买以太坊，我们还支持法币交易啊，甚至呢。我们还有个换汇功能啊，这个是绝大部分人对于传统的交易所可能觉得很惊讶的，就为什么你能提供这样的一个能力啊？以及今年通过 Omnibus， 包括通过 ETF 的我们独创的 ETF Engine 啊，我们会更大程度的欢迎传统资本的这个进场。OK， 那在入口层面上呢，我们有整个香港最好用的 APP 啊，以及功能最完善的这个移动端Web 端 啊，以及有现在非常多人觉得非常便利的银行通道啊，就可以直接用银行卡里的美元跟港币，可以直接来购买 crypto， 而避免掉了过去要先买 stable coin， 那可能会遇到冻卡，会遇到各种各样的这个非法侵害啊，避免掉了这样的一个有风险的环节。那么有完善的 AML， 有完善的 KYC、KYT 啊，所以这整套模式呢，是我们现在非常宝贵的财富啊。那么我们预计呢，在24年啊，会在23年从0到1的基础上呢，会把这套香港模式进行全球的输出啊。今年到接下来3年，我们预计会在全球有多个持牌站点啊来落地啊，那么来服务不同的这个jurisdiction 啊，不同的这个地区的不同的用户啊。那么马上会来的一个变化啊，在4月8号啊，这会是一个HashKey Group 历史上非常重要的一个历史节点啊，就是我们在4月8号啊会有一个全新的姿态啊，会有一套这个香港模式啊，会用另外一种方式来更好的服务全球的这个Web3的用户啊，我们相信这会是一个激动人心的时刻。那么也希望今天呢，我们先卖个关子啊，我们在4月8号正式的跟大家见面。OK， 在未来的5年中呢，我们希望通过香港模式在本地的探索的成功，以及全球化的复制跟输出呢，希望 HashKey Group 能够做到在全球可能是No.1的一个虚拟货币的持牌交易所的集群啊。那么这样的一个目标呢，其实离不开整个市场环境的一个变化跟支撑啊。那么我们可以看到，现在我们所立足的点呢。应该来讲还是这个牛市的上半段啊，还有很多的丰富的变化还没有落地啊，非常值得我们期待。现在我们可以看到场外的资本呢已经在大量的跑步进场啊，大家可以看到通过美国的现货 ETF 这个进场的这个增量资金呢最大的一天有1个 billion， 那么累计有16个 billion 的这个输入啊，还在不断的增加中啊。同时呢，一部分的机构它的这个资产配置已经达到了3%啊。那么，如果根据 BlackRock 的 CEO 对于行业同仁的建议呢，是要达到29%的啊。那么这依然有巨大的一个空间啊。那么让更多的资本进场啊，然后呢，以更大的这个配置的规模啊来参与这个市场啊。那么现在这个环境呢，很多人会非常的这个好奇，它到底会推动币价到什么程度啊？今天早上其实我们看到这个 Wood 已经给出了他的答案啊。那么我这里也给大家提供一个角度啊，就是我们可以去看待一下这个在黄金的现货 ETF 在03年获得批复之后啊，03年到11年啊，其实掀起了一个历史上黄金最大的一个涨幅啊，并且是相对连续的啊。那么一共累计有270%的涨幅啊，年化呢有19%的一个涨幅啊。那么我相信 Crypto 的带来的变化啊 ，BTC 带来的变化呢，只会更快更猛啊。那么后续呢，还有哪些市场观点啊是值得大家去看待或者去观察的呢？这里我给大家简单梳理了一下啊。一个呢是利空的啊，就是非合规的风险出清带来的这个市场压力啊，这个是一个非常绕口的一句话啊，但是我给大家简单解析一下。这里面包含了2部分啊，一部分呢是有很多历史上出现过问题的平台都会密集的在今年上半年可能会要处置掉它的资产，并且赔付给它的用户啊，从早期的 Mt. Gox 到 FTX 还有就是其他的几个这个出现问题的那么这个会可能给市场带来一个集中的抛压其实我们看到在这个月以来有连续的这个市场的这个横盘跟这些变化都有很大的关系那么另外一个呢是第2个点呢是美元的加息我们可以看到加息这个预期在不断的吊市场的口味从一开始的因为通胀的原因，那么加息的预期提前了，那么最近又放后了它在不断的挑动市场的神经那么很多的这个短期的这个波动呢都跟这个有关系，但是呢整体上因为今年是个选举年所以我们个人看法呢是在加息这个点位上还是会实行的只不过力度还有这个最后的这个节奏这个可能是值得大家去这个看待的那么第3个呢是比特币的减半这个减半呢大部分人共识是长期来看会给市场带来一个很大的一个利好因为 减半也就意味着短期的供需结构发生了重大变化，就是每天在市场上抛售的币啊，刚性要抛售的币呢减半掉了，也就意味着约等于同等的，假设这个每天要抛2000个，那么减半之后只有1000个啊，那么1000乘以这个目前这个接近7万的币价，约等于这么多钱每天在市场上买比特币，并且不卖啊，所以它积累一段时间之后是很恐怖的啊。但是呢，短期带来的影响是什么呢？是有一大批的矿工啊，因为这个老的机型要淘汰掉，所以他要停机，要购买新的机型啊。如果不购买新的机型的话，并且等待币价回升到一个幅度的话，那他开不了机，他会亏钱啊。所以短期内呢，有一大批的矿工要把手上的比特币卖掉，然后去购置新的矿机啊，这个会带来一个连续的一个抛盘啊。我们看到最近的一个变化跟我通过行业的各个这个参与者的这个沟通啊，我认为其中相当一部分都跟这些有关系啊。那么第4个呢是美国的这个现货 ETF 已经落地了，资金在不断往中间去涌。那么香港如果在4月份啊或者5月份啊能够把这个现货 ETF 这个落地啊，那么一大批的港资，包括亚洲的这个传统资本进场，我们相信这也是一个不容小觑的一个现象啊，会带来一个现象级的一个行情变化啊。那么同时呢，值得大家玩味的或者观察的一个点呢是ETH 啊，我们知道美国在对 ETH 的这个Spot ETF 到底是不是批复过啊，其实是有很多的不同的力量在博弈的啊。但在香港呢，香港会不会有第一个这个全球第一个 ETH 的这个 Spot ETF 批复过啊，来自于一个主要的一个金融中心呢？啊，这个我觉得是今年上半年香港最值得期待的一个事情啊。那么同时呢，就是我们知道，在过去啊，这个随着像这个 ETH 的 Layer 2啊，就是这一轮坎昆升级的这个落地啊，那么 Layer 2的性能啊 ，TPS 啊，包括我们看到 Solana 的链啊，包括其他的这个正在活跃的公链啊，它们会带来一些基础设施层面的重大的变化啊，包括像 DeepIn，包括一些 AI 的概念啊，可能会催生出来一批的这个创新的爆款的 DApp 啊，那么会带来一轮新的 mass adoption 啊，这个呢可能会在这一轮的牛市的偏后期发生。那么一旦发生呢，就会让市场加速的进入到一个消耗期啊，这个消耗期呢又会让像 ETH 这样的这个最大共识的公链啊，它的价格可能获得一个很大的一个变化啊。OK， 所以不同人对于市场有不同的看法。那么有些人认为这是一轮长牛啊，可能会持续到最 aggressive 的观点是持续到2030年啊。那么但至少啊，就是我们立足当下来讲啊，至少24到25年啊这一轮这个牛市啊是一个非常非常值得期待，并且具有相对的确定性的一个环节啊。那么我们相信香港在这一轮牛市中啊能够扮演一个非常重要的一个角色啊。那么同时呢 HashKey 也在尽我们最大的努力啊。其实我们也通过大会，包括通过 HashKey Exchange 的运行啊，我们去激励了一大批的这个优秀的行业从业者来到香港创业，来到这片沃土，来一起耕耘它，帮它做得更好，同时让自己做得更好啊。我们也相信，通过这个我们跟大家的力量啊，香港的 Web3啊会有一个非常好的明天啊。谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢温先生的精彩分享，请就座。Thank you, Livio, for your great presentation. Please be seated. Thank you so much. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Mr. Eugene founding partner DWF Labs. 下面我们有请 DWF Labs 创始合伙人 Eugene 先生进行分享，掌声有请。Please join me welcoming Mr. Eugene with a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. First and foremost, thank you to my distinguished organizers, HashKey, One Sound Group, the Hong Kong government and its authorities, for bringing great minds, builders, investors, entrepreneurs together at this event. I'm very proud to say that this is our second year in sponsoring the event, and I think this year has been possibly a very successful one. I've noticed many international patrons coming to this Web3 festival event, and that's a testimony to the success of the organizers. So I thank you again for inviting us to share my views and my thoughts about the markets. So I'm the co-founder of DWF Labs. We are a high-frequency trading company. It was built in 2018. 2022, we launched a market-making and venture business. Today, we work with 600 companies across Web3. And we're trying to position ourselves as the next generation, more than a partner, more than a market maker, but truly a partner in good times and bad times. And I guess the other interesting thing about me is that I've also co-founded a real-world asset protocol called Open Eden, which we try to tokenize US Treasury bills. Without going into the details of price action, I think we're all here, very interested, obviously, how, what to invest, what's going to rally and what's interesting. But I think beyond the price action, we have to look at the fundamental, the breakthroughs in innovation. And here I am today trying to share with you the latest trends and narratives that I think could be interesting from an innovation standpoint. I think the first thing, and this is something that's very personal for me. I got into crypto in 2009, actually, when I first started my banking career in Barclays as a fixed income trader. At that point in time, I was very disappointed. The US government was printing relentlessly on a program called quantitative easing. And at that point in time, I felt like there was never ever going to be a solution to this quantitative easing, And so I turned to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin was, to me, a store of value, a digital gold, and it represents value. A value that nobody can take that away. It's censorship resistant. And I think one of the biggest trends that I've seen this year is the rise of Bitcoin ecosystem. I'm sure, we have heard of Ordinals. For the very first time, Ordinals, and for most who may not necessarily understand what Ordinals are, it's NFT on Bitcoin. And for the very first time, there is a use case on Bitcoin. And that gives rise to the necessity to transfer Bitcoin, Ordinals, from one person to another. And that gives rise to the Bitcoin layer 2 solutions, the scaling technologies. And for the very first time, we can use Bitcoin. And I think this is a big phenomenon. Like if you buy physical gold, are you able to use and have fun with it? No, you can't. You store at home and you vault, and that's it. And so for me, I think one of the biggest trends as somebody who's watching on the sidelines, it's the Bitcoin ecosystem. There's so much. With halvening, with inscription, ordinals, and the different layer 2 solutions, I think this is a space that we should look closely. The next space that is really interesting for me personally is the institutionalization of crypto as an asset class. We must understand, as the earlier speaker has mentioned, with the world's first Bitcoin ETF launch a couple of months ago, and more importantly, we have the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock, with $10 trillion, selling and distributing and endorsing. And mind you, Larry Fink, right? He does not only invest for banks, he invests for more than 50 countries, for sovereigns, for pension funds. He speaks with prime ministers, with government officials. And in my opinion, that's an endorsement, on crypto as an asset class. It's important that we've, for the very first time, is taken seriously as an asset class. And I think with that, we're going to see increasingly more ETFs, more institutional products, and obviously more regulated exchanges like Hashkey building and growing. And I welcome that. I think that's, for the very first time, the Internet of Value, Web 3.0, is able to fulfill its ambition. The third narrative that is really, in my opinion, interesting and something I think is debatable, it's controversial at times even, is meme coins. People may say, meme coins are speculative. Meme coins, does not have any fundamental value anchoring. But look, for the very first time, we're able to tokenize culture. We're able to transfer value of culture from one person to another. Does that make sense? Maybe yes, maybe no, but look, we have some of the biggest meme coins who have survived multiple cycles, from Dogecoin to SHIB to Floki, and culture for the very first time can be tokenized. And in my opinion, this is why I got into crypto. Everything should be tokenized. Everything off-chain should be on-chain. Online should be analogous to on-chain. And that's the reason why I personally believe that meme coin, while 95% of them could be garbage, but truly they represent a frontier way of tokenizing culture. The third thing I would like to share, and I think this is also very interesting, may not necessarily reach its critical mass or its technologies, but it's really AI. AI as a vertical in crypto is really interesting. We have seen interesting protocols from WorldCoin to Randall, and I think that's really a very good intersection between crypto, decentralized web, and AI. AI as an asset class represents only 1% of the entire crypto market cap. In my opinion, as an investor, that represents a massive opportunity. How is AI only 1% of the entire crypto market cap today? And number two, in Web2 AI, there's so much investments being made, from OpenAI to the next big AI company. And so for the very fact you want to be positioned in very good early stage AI companies in crypto, because there will be a correlation to Web2 AI. The third thing is, like it or not, AI is here to stay, and I think the intersection between AI and Web3 will reach its critical mass in the years or months to come. And for me, that's something, a very exciting space to watch. Obviously, the next trend, and I think this is really interesting, is real-world assets. I think, hand on my heart, possibly one of the biggest use cases in crypto has been stablecoins. Stablecoins have given, in my opinion, payments 2.0. It has allowed people to transfer value and instant settlement from peer-to-peer, never achieved possibly before without a SWIFT. And in my opinion, stablecoin has shown that it's a use case in RWA. For the very first time, outside the US, you can freely transfer US dollars in the form of stablecoins without a lot of restrictions. And so with real assets, I believe, beyond stablecoins, there might be an evolution to other assets, whether is it US Treasury bills, to real estate, to private equity. While it's really early to say, to find a standard, and the challenge with RWA, it's really the intersection between legal, compliance, jurisdictional differences, technology, and all of that is really complicated. Being in the RW space, having built in this space for the last 2 years, it's challenging. But I do think in the years to come, RWA will be, here to stay. The other thing is DePIN. I think DePIN is an intersection between hardware and decentralized network. We already seen some really good use cases in Filecoin, storage. I do continue to be interested in this space. I do think that there's a lot of opportunities in this space. I do think that there could be some breakthrough in DePIN, especially when hardware can be really expensive. And the next really is layer 1 and layer 2. Like, today I look at DeFi Llama. DeFi Llama is a website where you can track the different protocols. And there are more than 100 layer 1s and layer 2s in the market today. So to me, a layer 1 and layer 2 is a operating system. It's like using Windows. It's like using Mac. Do we exactly need hundreds of layer 1s and layer 2s? Like today, we have Ethereum, and I'm not sure if how many of you guys use Ethereum, but it's really expensive in the last few weeks. It cost me $40 just to send $20. And sometimes, obviously, I hope the guys who are Solana Maxi here, which it doesn't work sometimes, you know. I do have my Solana, but, you know, it doesn't work all the time. So every layer 1 and layer 2 hasn't really reached, in my opinion, scalability, the tenets of decentralization. So there is still a lot to develop, a lot to be seen. But the bottom line is, do we need so many layer 1s and layer 2s? I think that's really the question. And for me, I'm really interested in seeing optimal skill, you know, optimization in these layer 1s and layer 2s, and to really see, you know, mass adoption and you know, scaling across the current, you know, cycle. The last trend that I'm really interested, and it's a young, you know, 20 years ago when I was a young boy, or 30 years ago when I was a young boy, you know, I was a gamer. I was an addict. I used to play games 10 hours a day without even visiting the washroom at one point, you know. And I used to start gaming when, you know, I'm not sure if most of you guys started gaming with modem. So whenever my mom called me, my game will stall. I drop out of the game. I get very frustrated, you know. And I think gaming, as you know, being a young boy 20 years ago, you know, it's going to be the easiest front end to onboard the next billion users. It's not going to be DeFi, it's not going to be NFTs, but it's going to be gaming. Gaming is one of the biggest sector, I think, that's going to change the way we view the third world, in my opinion. It's the intersection between digital world. It's going to be interoperable, and it's going to increase and allow assets in-game to be valuable, to transfer value. And games, it's an easy way to onboard young teenagers into crypto. It's possibly the first great platform on vertical to bring billions of users. And games have a very intuitive way of onboarding. You're not selling a MetaMask, you're not selling a cold wallet, you're not selling the secret, you know, PIN and the passcode, the seed words, seed phrases. And all those things are complicated, all those things are daunting. But games will remove the friction to onboard the next billion users. And that's the reason why I think we should really look into this space, you know, more closely. We should start looking into the depths, the applications being built, and not necessarily always the infrastructure, the operating systems that supports Web3. And in my opinion, we should continue to look to builders, to invest in them, to support them. And building a game is incredibly challenging. I spoke to a team, you know, who came from Tencent. You know, last night we had dinner, and it takes hundreds of people, millions of man hours to build a game, right? So in my opinion, as an industry, we should welcome, we should encourage, we should invest in good games, good builders, and support. And lastly, you know, everybody who meets me, you know, like to ask me, you know, what's your view on Bitcoin? Is this the bull market? Is this the bear market? You know, what price levels, you know, price targets? I keep telling people, you know, crypto for the very first time, you know, it doesn't matter which cycle you are in. It can be a bull market today, it can be the bear market today. As long as you're investing in long-term fundamentals that will change the world tomorrow, you're in luck. Like a lot of protocols that you have invested in the bull market, in the last bull market, you know, in the last cycle, you're still up. And I think that's really, to my point, you know, ignore the noise, ignore the FOMO, invest either with a clear vision and conviction, ignore the cycles, and invest with a very long-term horizon. And we're in crypto together. We want to build a decentralized, you know, world tomorrow. And more importantly, you know, we should not necessarily be focused on the price, but really focus on builders, breakthrough innovations, and fundamental truths. And so with this, I thank you again for, you know, attending my talk. Thank you, distinguished guests and organizers, for inviting me. And once again, I thank you, and I'd love to catch up with you after the talk. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Eugene. Thank you so much for your insightful sharing. Please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we're going to delve into the topic, responsible innovation where technology and regulation meet. So without further ado, let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Hong, President of OKX, who will join us online. 下面我们有请 OKX 总裁 Hong， 他将线上连线进行演讲。掌声有请 Hong。
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be invited back to Hong Kong Web3 Festival, co-hosted by Wanxiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group. It's a great opportunity for all of us to gather together and discuss how to build a sustainable and healthy Web3 ecosystem. My topic today is about responsible innovation. But before getting into that topic, I want to talk about two sets of data. This set of data shows us a very interesting story. In 2004, when the first gold-backed spot ETF was launched, it took more than 2 years for this ETF to reach 10 billion assets under management. Fast forward, the first Bitcoin spot ETF that was approved in US by SEC in 2024, early 2024, quickly amassed 10 billion assets under management within mere 7 weeks. That is a very interesting contrast. And for all of us who have been in capital markets for a long time, we all know that there are all kinds of signals in the capital markets. Some are noises, and some actually signal significant secular trend. The second piece of data that is showing here shows us that the number of on-chain transactions that have been happening since 2019 have been steadily going up regardless of bear markets or bull market. And if I have extrapolated the data back further into the history, it will show a very similar trend over the last 10 plus years, which is the on-chain transaction, the number of on-chain transaction that is happening on either Bitcoin network, Ethereum network, or other layer 1 chains have been steadily going up, regardless of bear market or bull market from a capital markets perspective. So these two sets of data shows us that there are, again, noises in the market that we should ignore, but there are also price signals that indicate what is actually happening as a secular trend. And I believe, and we believe, that there is a secular trend going on, which is technology that is bringing more and more activities on-chain is actually being valued by people. The fact that Bitcoin ETF, the first Bitcoin ETF, amassed the same amount of assets under management within a shorter period of time than a gold ETF shows that people are valuing the fact that Bitcoin as a very unique global digital money network gives maximum transparency and control and access to people, because technology enhances these value to people in a way that otherwise have been available. So coming to the topic that I'm like to address today, what do our industry stand for in crypto, in Web3? Since the inception of Bitcoin, I believe that the real ethos of our industry has always been around transparency, accountability, and access. How do we provide more transparency, more accountability, and more access with the enablement of technology, of product and solutions? This is what we are here for. But with the new developments over the last 2 years, we also believe at OKX that in addition to the best practices that we can bring to the table as innovators, entrepreneurs, and builders, we can also take best practices from a regulated industry to enhance transparency, accountability, and access by drawing the best practices from those industries. And I'll talk about how and where we are going toward. First of all, through technology, how do we increase transparency and accountability? Starting from November 2022, at OKX, we have been pioneering our proof of reserve program and build it into an automated technology solution that is run every month. So since its inception in November 2022, we have been doing our monthly proof of reserve report for consecutive 17 months. And it's not just a simple repetition. We actually made a point of iterating, taking feedback and iterating our programs and updating our tech stack for this program to make it better. We expanded the coverage of 3 assets into 22 assets. We published more than 450,000 addresses that we own on-chain and made it public for people to verify its ownership. We also were the first major platforms that utilized ZK Stark technology in our program to ensure program integrity with math, cryptography, and technology so that people can feel comfortable with the program without a third-party intermediary involved. We believe that this is an important step for our industry to do more self-regulation, to use technology to bring more transparency, and supplement and augment the traditional audited financials that people would generally expect from a central platform. We have also been investing very heavily in Web3 technology, putting out our self-custody wallet, OKX wallet, building it into a powerful portal to our customers for them to access everything Web3. We believe that having a self-custody wallet where the customers actually own their own asset keys is a most important way for us to reduce the risk of a platform being evil. We also make a point to make sure that our Web3 wallet can give access to the most number of chains, dApps, NFT platforms, and DEX aggregators as much as possible to our customers so that we do the hard work, we do the heavy lifting of integrating with those optionalities out there, and our customers have the freedom of choosing for themselves. Like many other innovations, technology innovations, they're generally higher barrier to entry in early days to new customers who are not as tech savvy as the early adopters. And we believe as a platform that when we work on the technology solutions, it's important to make it easier for a wider population to use and enjoy the benefit that such technology can bring. So we're very happy and proud to continue to invest in features like MPC, in abstract account, as well as social recovery, so that more and more customers can actually use self-custody wallet without the hassle of remembering and managing seed phrases. And there is possibility for them to continue to own and control their own key while having an optionality of recovering their key through a social connection of their own choice. The account abstraction technology, one of which that we have implemented again as a leading platform in the industry, will help our customers to be able to transact and move between different chains with a simpler UX and higher speed and less cost. So everything that we are doing on that front is based on the belief that as we provide more access in a simpler way, in a more secure way to our customers, the customers will be more empowered to make more informed decisions. And what's more, we also believe that even for the self-custody wallet, that is a pure technology solution, it's also important to ensure transparency because more transparency brings more accountability. We have multiple open source and audited modules in our self-custody wallet so that anyone who have access to those information in GitHub, if they're interested in audit and giving us feedback on those modules, they're more than welcome to do so. Those modules include account generation, transaction creation, transaction signing, and NPS algorithm, to just name a few. We feel very strong and proud about having these modules open source, and we will continue to invest in putting more modules in the open source community and welcome community feedback. We believe that as a software and technology-driven platform, having more transparency means more accountability, which will bring more value to the customers and communities that we serve. In addition to the technology best practices that we try to build as a technology platform, we are also aware that as a centralized platform that touches customer assets, we have huge responsibility. As a result of that, we believe that having proper check and balance in place is important. We have been pursuing licenses in many key jurisdictions, strategic jurisdictions, not only because it is important for our global operation and business, but also because we believe that such license process is an important part of building our internal checks and balances in place. Over the last 12 months, we have received conditional approval and license from VARA in Dubai and approval in principle in Singapore. These are important milestones that we feel proud of, but these are not the end point of our journey. These are acknowledgement of our investment to date, and we feel comfortable that we are working toward the right direction. But more importantly, as an organization, we believe that investing in governance, investing in sound operation, working with key stakeholders and law enforcement to implement the right infrastructure and tools to fight financial crimes are a major responsibility that we have as a centralized platform. And we continue to adopt those best practices and ensure that we have transparency and access with all our key stakeholders, customers, partners, and regulators, and hold ourselves accountable, hold our platform accountable, and hold all our internal teams accountable. One of our key global strategy in making sure that we are transparent, we are accountable, and we provide access to our customers and stakeholders is to make sure that we build locally. And Hong Kong is an important strategic jurisdiction for us. We are proud to be part of this ecosystem. We are proud to have the opportunity to build alongside many partners, stakeholders, and regulators in this jurisdiction. We are committed to staying local and contribute to the ecosystem to the extent that we can, stay compliant, and invest long-term as an important player in the industry. We are very happy to be part of the industry, and I feel a lot of optimism as we continue to work in the direction of building a healthy, a sustainable, and constructive ecosystem in Web3 to create value, to bring more transparency and accountability, and empower customers as we continue to use technology and build it for a better future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Hong, for an informative sharing. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, there's a gentle reminder for all our audience here today. There's a gift redemption for this event. To redeem the gift, you have to collect stamps by visiting the booths of the organizers, title sponsors, platinum sponsors, gold sponsors, primary, secondary, and tertiary exhibition sponsors. And when you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. The number of gifts are limited. They will be provided on a first-come, first-served basis. So do make sure that you collect enough stamps to collect the gift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we will have a panel discussion. And the topic of the panel discussion is Asian stablecoin. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the panel moderator, Mr. Charlie Chan, Vice President, Asia Pacific Arch Block. Round of applause, please. Also, a big hand for our panelists. They are Ms. Rita Liu, Chief Executive Officer, Audi Technologies. Round of applause. Mr. Wagulan Pathy, Vice President, Asia Pacific Circle. Welcome. Mr. Paul Kremsky, Global Head of Business Development, Cumberland. And last but not least, Mr. Jordan Dunn, Head of DeFi, Ton Wallet and Telegram. Welcome, everyone. So now I'll pass the floor to our moderator, Charlie. Over to you now.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending and great to see everyone here. Now, over the past few keynotes, I've heard stablecoins being referenced so many times. So let's talk about it. And we've got a great lineup of panelists today, experts in issuance and great critical partners in this ecosystem. So without further ado, let's get straight into the nitty-gritty. The first question I'd love to ask of Rita, I'd love to understand more about what you and your team at RD are working on the stablecoin front. Who are the customers you're looking to target? And also, what are some use cases that you're excited about?
Okay. Straight into questions.
Straight into questions. Well, 40 minutes is going to go very quick.
Yeah, very happy to be here and be sharing the stage with pretty much everyone here is our partner, is RD's partner actually. So RD's, we were actually looking to bridge Web 2 and 3 and with our, one is the stablecoin, another one is the RD wallet, which is the SVF licensed fiat wallet for businesses as well. So our stablecoin HKDR is a fiat pegged stablecoin 101 to Hong Kong dollar. We have been working with Hong Kong AMA on getting into this regulatory sandbox. In terms of use cases, besides obviously servicing the investors and users in this region, which basically has a lot of very active and affluent institutions and individuals, that's an obvious use case. We're also very big on cross-border payment and RWA, which are the use cases, what I call make the cake bigger, right? So we always talk about the current stablecoin market cap is 150 billion. Wow, so big. But actually compared to any traditional financial market, FX market, payment market, it's still very small. So we want to make the cake bigger by bringing stablecoin, really bridging Web 2 into Web 3. And to do that, compliance is very important because we are talking to lots of Web 2 companies, payment companies, traditional asset managers. They're standing on the fence because they don't know about what's going on the regulator side, right? So Hong Kong is standing at the forefront of stablecoin regulation. So we are riding on that wave to provide a trusted, transparent, and compliant stablecoin. We're working with tons of partners, including different chains, different market makers, including Cumberland, and different exchanges around the world. So we're very excited to bring this into the market.
That's helpful. There is so much to unpack there, and I'll do that one at a time. We've got for 37 minutes to do so. Let's talk about, focusing on use cases first. On home turf, we talked about HKDR, which is very exciting. And Ragulan, Circle, hopefully, and USDC doesn't need too much of an introduction. But given your role in the region and all that, has any of the use cases Rita shared resonated with you, or anything else that you'd like to add to use cases you're seeing with USDC, aside from trading and on-ramp and off-ramps?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ragulan Pathy from Circle, obviously very well known for USDC, second largest stablecoin, US dollar stablecoin. So I think, everyone knows the use case for trading in crypto markets with stablecoins. But what we're seeing also now is roughly around 30 to 40% of stablecoins, especially US dollar stablecoins, are held for non-trading purposes, right? So by volume, you'll see it mostly in trading. But if you look basically throughout the whole of Latin America, to the whole of Africa, even certain parts of Asia, they almost don't have functioning currencies anymore, right? And so people are looking for a stable way to hold money. And a crypto wallet and a stablecoin is effectively a US dollar bank account. It's a replacement for a US dollar bank account. The other thing also is that banking has made it harder and harder for those who want to bank to do it effectively. And I mean that through many means. First, actually opening the account itself is proving to be difficult. If you're not, it comes with so many restrictions. Secondly, I won't name the bank, but I sent some money to my personal lawyer in the Cayman Islands, and I had 5 calls from my bank to ask me why did I send not a significant sum, like $25,000, to my lawyer. And I was wondering, why am I having all these questions? Why is banking so permissioned that it's my money, I'm sending it to a legitimate law firm. Like, why am I getting so many questions on it, right? And so I think this is really where crypto is providing an alternative and stablecoins are providing an alternative, because people are realizing that once you on-ramp into stablecoins, and traditionally it's been a little bit difficult to, but it's getting a lot easier. Once you're into stablecoins, you start questioning, why would I come out of stablecoins? You're also seeing other things such as the increasing use of, for example, credit cards through which you can spend your stablecoins as well. So people are not having to like off-ramp it back into cash and use it. If they get paid in stable, like a lot of startups that I speak to, especially like Web3 native startups, but honestly even like remote first startups around the world, they're basically saying, you know, we're not going to have bank accounts, we're going to have employees all over the world, and we're going to pay them all in stablecoins. And then they're looking for applications through which they can spend those stablecoins. So you're seeing this happen, and you know, this is just proliferating. And the one thing I would say about stablecoins is that stablecoins are a network effects business, right? So initially that network effect started with trading. Now it's come into holding stablecoins as a replacement for your bank account or US dollar bank account in particular. But the more and more people that have crypto wallets with stablecoins in them. So it's roughly around 20, 30 million people natively having a crypto wallet. If you include exchanges, it's 1 to 200 million. We're about to see a huge hockey stick in the use of wallets and people in crypto with this bear market, this bull market, I should say. It's going to go to more than 1 billion people. And when it does go to 1 billion people, and a lot of those people are holding stablecoins, you're basically going to send stablecoins to people and they're going to keep it. Like, I keep my stablecoins. I use it for trading, but I also use it to pay people and move money around, right? And so that's why I think you're about to see this moment where stablecoins are about to take absolute liftoff. We're at 150 billion now. I think we're going to go to $1 trillion plus in the next few years.
Just one thing to add to that, very interesting data that over 20 million addresses that hold stablecoin nowadays, they are already only holding less than $100. So that means lots of, actually stable-coin users are not using it for speculative purposes. They're actually using it for low-value, high-frequency transactions because it's a no-brainer, right? If you send money from Hong Kong to Brazil using traditional DTT, probably $20 you'll be using to pay the fees. So it's a no-brainer. So I think there's a huge potential for stablecoin to play a bigger role in cross-border payment, in payment in general.
Yeah, agreed.
No, I love it. This is great. I think this is all talking about the real-life applications of our other application of stable coins, which is very exciting. And let's actually unpack a little bit about that. So cross-border payments is something with stable coins, something we've talked about for actually a couple of years now. And yet today, someone in the audience or anyone, for them to do that, maybe a non-USD version from Hong Kong to Japan or Hong Kong to Australia, it's still a bit challenging to do that. What's just for anyone in the audience, and maybe even Paul as well, in terms of your, I want to show the report you referenced last year, authored last year, the growth potential of non-USD stablecoins. What is, I guess, what's stopping this from happening? Cross-border payments may become a reality.
I would actually say cross-border payments are already happening to a really large extent through stablecoins. I would say that that's probably one of the main reasons that people are using USDC, USDT, and PYUSD. It's to move value from one country to another seamlessly. Now, I think the question you're asking me is why is that not happening in non-dollar currency? And we can definitely tackle that. But I think it's really important to note that if I want, as Rags is saying, if I want to move dollars from Hong Kong over to Singapore, just staying in dollars, that's going to take 48 hours. And my bank might call me up and ask a lot of annoying questions. And the correspondent banks might, just bounce the transaction. And by the way, if I'm actually changing currencies, I'm probably going to get a 1.5% charge on the FX trade. So that's a terrible process, and stablecoins just absolutely fix it. There are many, many companies that we work with at Cumberland who I would not call Web3 companies. I would call them Web2 companies that are just using stablecoins to make their life a lot easier, right? We have companies that are basically taking funds from Hong Kong and using it to pay factories in Mexico, right? And they're just moving dollars across borders. And in the past, they would have done it with the banks, and it would have been a real pain. And now they're using stablecoins to do it, and their life is a lot easier. And they can do it many more times, and they can move money more, not just more quickly, but also more frequently, because you get to get more cycles in. Now, to your question, and we talked about this in a report, which I'm going to reshill here. It's called the Market Potential for Non-Dollar Stablecoins. It came out last June. And in this paper, we explored, okay, 99% of all stablecoins are US dollar. Rags and I have a little disagreement. He thinks it will stay that way. And there are certainly reasons why you would see the dollar being the dominant currency in the stablecoin market. For one thing, it's the dominant currency in markets in general. 60% of M1 money supply is in the US dollar. So I would actually, just coming from a very naive point of view, I would expect 60% of stablecoin issuance to be in dollar, and obviously, we're very, very far from there right now. The other thing that I think Regs was alluding to is a lot of the product here with stablecoins is the stuff that we like to talk about. You can move it seamlessly cross-border, you can have interoperability, very cheap transactions, but a lot of the time, the product is the dollar itself. When you look at how much stablecoins are used in Latin America, in Turkey, in Northern Africa, there's a lot of stablecoin usage there. And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's on Ethereum or Solana or Avalanche. The product is the dollar itself. It's dollared for unbanked people, and that is the product. So that 60% number that we see in M1 money supply, I tend to think it'll be a higher number in stablecoins because it's opening up the dollar to more folks. With that said, I still think there's a lot of room here, right? Something that you touched on is the need to do FX transactions, right? If let's say we wrap this panel up, we all go out for beers, and Charlie picks up the bill. And Charlie lives in Australia, I live in Singapore, and I say, okay, cool, I'll pay you tomorrow. I'll send you $100. Maybe the drinks will be more expensive. We'll see how the panel goes.
We're going to have a few, right? A few drinks.
Few drinks. Okay, I'll send you $200. So now I am sitting in Singapore. I have a bank account in Singapore dollars because I get my salary in Singapore dollars. And I want to send to Australia. I want to send to AUD. Circle's not going to help me much here, right? I can go through USDC, but it's going to lead to a lot of transactions. Now, if instead I can take my Singapore dollars, use that to mint a Singapore dollar stablecoin, convert that, whether it's with an OTC desk, I can do it on Bitstamp or Kraken, maybe I can do it on Uniswap or a separate DEX that hopefully Cumberland Labs will build to do exactly this. Now I can swap it into AUDD, an Australian dollar stablecoin, and then Charlie can redeem that. And that whole thing can take place in 5 minutes. And the bid-ask spread I'm going to pay on the FX is going to be, not 1.5%, but 5 basis points. Like, this is a killer use case. This really opens things up. So I do expect to see this develop because it's a good product. Now, why it hasn't developed so far, I'm sorry, I'll stop talking in a minute. But why it hasn't happened so far, it's mostly from the regulatory standpoint. Stablecoins are supposed to be boring. There's not supposed to be a lot of guesswork. You're supposed to say, okay, here is the regulator that has signed off on this and is okay with this, and now I feel safe going into it. Over the past 5 years, we haven't really had that in a lot of jurisdictions. Even in the US, it's still a little bit up in the air. What we see now is we see regulators starting to come to terms with what stablecoins are, and more importantly, how stablecoins help them from a monetary standpoint. So here in Hong Kong, there is a regulatory sandbox that basically says, okay, you want to launch a stablecoin here in Hong Kong? Here's what you have to do. Here's what you have to build, and here's what you have to prove. We see this happening in Europe, where MiCA has said, if you want to be a stablecoin, this is the license you have to have. And we've started seeing exchanges take this seriously. We've seen some of the largest exchanges announce that they're going to delist some stablecoins, some of the largest stablecoins, because they don't have this license, right? Well, guess what? The only ones who have this license are European stablecoin issuers. And so I expect to see European stablecoin really grow as a result of this regulatory catalyst. So I think this will be a big year for it. The regulators are coming on board. The exchanges are starting to realize how important it is. So you're going to start to see a lot of listings. And we're ready for it. We've been ready for it. We're excited about it.
Yeah, so just about to jump in. Sorry, John. Just one thing to add there. We've been saying that it hasn't happened yet. I think one big reason is this region hasn't really joined in yet, and this region runs one of the biggest payment market in the world. Why? Because this market feels the biggest export market in the world, as we all know, right? So there are tons of payment companies here processing payment internationally for merchants who are selling from this region to the world. So there's lots of payment volume flowing through this region, flowing through Hong Kong and Singapore. And lots of Web2 companies, they cannot, they don't feel comfortable joining into this space yet because of the regulatory clarity issue. So I think Hong Kong is standing at a very historical point to really bringing these volume into Web3 and make payment or stablecoin mass adoption use case for payment. Yeah.
That's really exciting. And the elephant in the room is regulation. But before I go into that, I need to ask Jordan a question.
I really want to hear about Ton. So.
Yeah, as do I, yeah. So look, Jordan, with stablecoin transactions that we're talking about, the blockchain, the protocol is extremely important, and no exception to Ton. Please share with us, what is Ton for those that don't know, and what are your thoughts on application of stablecoins on your ecosystem?
Sure, certainly a lot to think about after hearing answers earlier. But so Ton is the open network. It's a blockchain that focuses on, through a lot of partnerships with Telegram, offering financial services and offering access to crypto to a lot of people who have Telegram and have their network on Telegram, but don't yet use crypto in a large fashion. So for some of us, we have a lot of our network already on Telegram, and it's a really easy thing to go, hey, like I'll use these different services and while on Telegram to be able to manage my Ton. I think that one of the interesting things about stablecoins from the product builder perspective is it is oftentimes one of the most familiar assets for someone who doesn't know anything about crypto. It's like, hey, I kind of know about this fiat, I know about the US dollar or my local currency, and the ability to go and make the leap not from like fiat that I own to some crypto that I don't know how to value, but make just one step, saying, okay, great, this is a different way that I can interact with money that I know the value of. I think one of the interesting things we've brought up has been cross-border payments. And man, it's a hard problem. How do I go and pay someone in a different country? But the really neat thing here when we talk about stablecoins is if we have more and more people or companies going and transacting in stablecoins to solve their cross-border problems, then it becomes a lot more familiar when you have to go and pay someone in your own country. Why am I doing this on fiat rails, right? And so I think a lot of the headroom that we're talking about and growth in stablecoins can be from us kind of starting with this cross-border payment and starting with this holding wealth or having a US dollar bank account and being able to expand the pie to other transactions I might do in my local banking system. At Wallet on Telegram, we're really focused on this, bringing people who have not used crypto before into the fold, and stablecoins are a really familiar way for us to accomplish that. And so obviously for a blockchain, it's great having a asset that you can denominate different dexes or different assets in. It makes it really easy if we're splitting drinks or otherwise paying each other to go and manage stablecoins instead of other crypto. And finally, it's just really nice in the case of working on Telegram that you already have all the people you need to pay. Like hopefully you can talk to your lawyer on Telegram. So there's a lot of other options that you have combining the stablecoin and the kind of crypto infrastructure that Ton brings with the network effect that we already see on Telegram. So that's why I'm kind of excited about this in the next couple bits.
That's helpful. Thanks for sharing. We've unpacked a lot about use cases. I'm sure we can go on for hours about this. So that's the first elephant in the room, about use cases beyond trading. Let's talk about the second elephant in the room, which is regulation, which already been alluded to. Going back to home turf here in Hong Kong, a lot of, activity from Hong Kong Monetary Authority, SFC, consultation papers, frameworks, and sandboxes. Reed, I'd love to ask you again, what's been your experience dealing with the regulators here? Just maybe share about your perspective on the regulatory environment here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not the regulator, so I cannot represent them. But as a player, we've been working with the regulator here a lot. I think like in terms of regulation, we will always think it's not fast enough, right? But I think in Hong Kong, it's actually developing pretty fast. Since last year, there has been lots of regulation coming out to all kinds of different sectors in crypto. Stablecoin, last year we had discussion paper and then consultation paper. Now, 2 weeks ago, MA just announced the start of the regulatory sandbox. We're just about to we are working with them on that. I think in terms of fast or slow, going back to the point Reg just mentioned, stablecoin is a network effect business. So to build a network, it's not going to be easy. Right, so it's something that's going to take years of hard work, and I think it's similar to in terms of working with regulator. There will be lots of push and pull in the process. We need to interact with them about what's happening in the market. They are very keen. The regulators in Hong Kong are very keen to understand what's happening in the market. So we need to work with them very closely. But it's going to be a push and pull process, and it's going to take time. But luckily, to build this network, I think with Web3, because I have both payment and crypto experience coming from the space of Web2. What's good about Web3 of building a network is its openness, right? It doesn't have walled garden. So in the Web2 world, if I use PayPal, I cannot send PayPal's money to Alipay's wallet, right? It doesn't talk to each other. But in Web3, it's open, right? As long as we're on the same chain, even we're not on the same chain, we can transfer value. So with that openness, it's actually easier to build this network. So I think it's going to take years of hard work to build this network, and together with the regulator. But I think it definitely has this innate power of openness to for us to drive the shaping this network together. So I think that's my 2 cents about regulation. It's going to take time.
Yeah, I mean, USDC, we're regulated in many markets around the world, and we're constantly looking to get licenses in more and more countries. I guess the one thing I would say about regulation is that we see the different rules amongst the different countries, and it can be a little bit tricky because if you're an incumbent financial powerhouse like Hong Kong or Singapore or New York, you have to service your current regulated customers, your banks primarily, and they will have certain requirements that you've put on them. And at the same time, what we're trying to do is bring the technologies of crypto and the openness to essentially break down a lot of these barriers and these layers that have happened so that money can move a lot faster, right? And so what you see is this friction between the crypto way and the banking way. And it's a very fine edge that the regulators have to balance. They have to balance this, which side do we want to be on? I feel for them because it's difficult. If you're in a market with no banking industry really, I would almost argue a place like Dubai, for example, doesn't have a huge financial services industry of note. They're much freer to make rules. Actually, frankly, they haven't moved that fast anyway, but they're much freer to make rules compared to somewhere like Hong Kong or Singapore who have rules for the banks already. So it's tricky, and it's unfortunate because sometimes you see them trying to have the same rules like capital requirements and other things which don't make sense for the stablecoin business. Or, for example, in the UK, they're proposing that you can't earn interest off it, which is ridiculous because, how are they going to make money, frankly? It doesn't make it a viable business, right? In the EU, they propose limits on the size of stablecoins, So these sort of rules are not good. The one thing I would say about Hong Kong in particular is that Hong Kong is this unique center that has always bridged Asia and the US in particular. It has very unique banking rails that connect US dollar offshore banking to back all the way back to New York, right? You can move money US dollars same day, right? And for stablecoins, what most people don't understand is that you need a way to get in and out of those stablecoins. And so what licenses of regulation do first and foremost is it allows stablecoin companies to have banking. And when you have banking and people can move money very quickly, especially around the world, they can get in and out of those stablecoins quickly. That's a fundamental piece of the infrastructure. So, my comments really are just like, I hope that regulators stay pragmatic and start thinking about, okay, like what the end goal is, which is making money move faster and simpler and cheaper. So they don't put the same old banking rules on us and take a common sense approach. And the second thing is, I think the regulator, and I think HKMA has done a good job of this, has to go hand in hand with the banks. Because even if you get all the regulation in the world, and I've seen this in other places, if you don't get banking, it really doesn't take you forward. So you need both the banking as well as the regulation, as well as the stablecoin companies working together. And when you do that, and I think Hong Kong has a unique opportunity to take control of this, right? Because no one, frankly, in the world has done this perfectly. But if they get it right, it could become the center of banking for stablecoins, not just in this region, but globally. That is absolutely up for the taking if Hong Kong wants to take it. So time will tell, like we'll see. They're making very, very good steps. We've got banking here. We're working with the regulator here. But time will tell whether they take full advantage of the opportunity presented.
That's helpful. A lot of good insights. And I think just to clarify, I think we've skipped the stablecoin 101 in terms of what different categories of stablecoins there are. Obviously, in the scope of this conversation, it's all around fiat-backed or fiat-referenced stablecoins in the terminology of the HKMA. So I just wanted to frame that in that context. Now to the ecosystem partners and stakeholders. In terms of how do you decide what stablecoins you work with, to both you, Paul, and Jordan as well? How does this regulation play an influence in your decision making, or what are some of the criteria that you will look at for partners in stablecoin ecosystem?
Yeah, there's two sides of this, right? There's what is the opportunity and can we do it? From the opportunity standpoint, what we don't like to see is an issuer saying, hey, Circle made a lot of money issuing a stablecoin. We should do that too, right? That's not a good start. What we like to see is, here's a use case. Here's something that we want people in our area to be able to do, and stablecoin solves the problem. If you've got a solution in search of a problem, like it's not going anywhere, and we've seen that too many times. But instead, who is going to be using your stablecoin? Is it going to be for cross-border remittance? Is it going to be so that I can open up my Telegram app and I can scan a QR code and I can pay for some chicken rice? Is it going to be so I can trade crypto? Is it going to be whatever it is? You need to have that use case and you have to start there. And we see a lot when we speak to issuers who want to work with us, a lot of times they don't have that. And like that doesn't excite us, that doesn't get us going. The next thing is like, can we work with you, right? The last thing we want, the thing that frankly kills our business, is to work with a stablecoin that depegs, or more accurately, that unpegs, right? That stops trading at $1 and never trades at $1 again. That's the worst case scenario. And so we, over the course of the last year, developed a very onerous due diligence questionnaire that Rita's team, and I think Justin filled it out over there, filled out, and we ask about 35 different questions about the stablecoin. Who do you bank with? Where are you holding your reserve assets? What type of reserve assets are you holding? What happens if you go bankrupt, right? Am I still going to be able to redeem my stablecoins in that scenario? What blockchains are you on? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We ask about 45 different questions. It usually takes teams at least a week to get back to us on this. But at the end of the day, we want our stablecoin partners to be as boring as possible, right? I don't want these really cool mechanisms with these really novel approaches that should work and should generate something awesome. No, I just want boring. I want to know that if I want to buy the thing, I can buy it for $1, and if I want to sell the thing, I can sell it for $1. Because then as a liquidity provider, that enables us to go into the markets, and when someone asks us for a bid, we say one bid. Someone asks us for an offer, we say one offer. We don't even need to think twice. When it starts floating around and doing funky things, like that's kind of where we get a little bit nervous. And frankly, especially if you're thinking about enterprise use cases, these institutions, they're going to get nervous too, right? So these questions that we're asking, these are the same questions that the guys who are bigger than us are going to ask 10 times as many times.
So Paul, you mean we're just a bunch of boring people working together? Yeah, that.
It's a boring business. You're not boring people.
Yeah. So I totally agree. I think, like going back to my point, like it takes, if we compare this to the existing networks, right? It took the existing continent network almost 100 years to build the network today. So we're just a few decades, not even, right, into this. So we're early. I think one thing I always say, in this industry, that's a double-edged sword. It's probably a barrier, but it's something good too, is that there's too much money, right? So people want quick money. But, this, in terms of stablecoin, I think, if we want to make it really big, reaching some of the target that's where the estimations, some of the reports estimated like $3 trillion in 5 years, it's a boring business. We're gonna need to build the network, build the use case, build the adoption. So I totally agree, Paul.
For the record, I don't think you're boring.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
One of the hard things we've noticed in scaling to like millions of people in different jurisdictions is stablecoins and assets that are widely accepted and that are trusted are the ones that win. And I think it's really interesting. We had this whole conversation about having a US dollar denominated bank account. And for a lot of the world, that is the product, right? It's like, oh, great, I can now buy a US denominated stablecoin. I think that there's a lot of work that we can do to have stablecoins that are trusted and we know where the reserves are, we know what they are, and again, they might be boring, but they're very well accepted. And for a lot of these countries, honestly, payments is a local problem in all cases. Someone needs to go and get money on chain. And so the more options and the more variety we have and the more regulators working on providing frameworks and providing kind of a way forward for these is only going to make it easier for people like me and like Wallet trying to build products, because there will just be more options for someone trying to go and become a user. And I think that's what's really exciting is we got to solve this for a lot of people, and seeing the variability and seeing the different ways people are tackling it is really promising from the kind of product perspective.
I'm personally really looking forward to the cross-border use cases. We've been talking about for a while, and I'm going to keep working out. I'd love to one day be able to send Aussie dollars on chain to Singapore to pay for the beers. There was a conversation earlier on that was, I think we heard, Paul, your perspective of why you think we're going to see a future where it's not going to be 99% USD denominated stablecoins. Ragulan, question's going to come to you on this one. Love to hear the other side of the discussion on this one. And
might go to 98%, maybe.
On 150 billion, that's quite a bit.
I mean, like, there's a simple reason. We should separate the activity with stablecoins from the amount held. And so what happens is that, like, you can ask most people in this region, like, if you had a choice of currencies in stablecoins which are in your wallet, relatively free of government permission, like, which currency would you choose, right? And the reason is that everyone knows what a US dollar is. Like, you go to any country in the world, you ask a person, what's your rate compared to the US dollar? They know. They don't know it against any other currency, but almost guarantee they know against the US dollar. It's not to say that there's no purpose for local stablecoins, but ultimately I think they're the end bridge that bridges between the fiat system in that country into that local stablecoin, and then into US dollars for either sending it to another part of the world, for trading assets online, whether that's crypto assets or tokenized real-world assets or other things as well, right? But for that reason, I don't think you're going to see it replicated what you see online. Also, if you look online, like, the majority of just goods are bought in US dollars or priced in US dollars anyway, right? And much like if you use a Visa card, it might have your local currency, even if you're buying in US dollars. You could use that same analogy for stablecoins in US dollars versus a local stablecoin. Your local stablecoin is the settlement currency, eventually, like, as there's more and more of them, that'll be the end settlement currency for a lot of people, but the pricing and the movement of money will happen in US dollars. Also, what's important is liquidity, and so one of the hardest things that local stablecoins have had is just getting liquidity and getting from that 0 to 1 because there's not that much use for them. So if you look globally, I'm struggling to think of any other non-US dollar one with more than 200 million or so, maybe 300 million maximum. And, like US dollar stablecoins are 150 billion, right? So I think they may get to 98% if you're lucky, Paul, like I said. But they'll be a very, very good settlement currency. And I think I'm seeing that in Aussie dollars. I'm seeing it in Singapore and lots of currencies. We're seeing local stablecoins for that end settlement. But people aren't necessarily holding it in that currency or sending it to somewhere else. They're converting it into US dollar stablecoins.
I think I can definitely agree with Rags on one thing. It's really important for these non-dollar stablecoin issuers to find a good liquidity partner. Get that liquidity from 0 to 1. That is extremely important.
Yeah, and just I guess it's not really disagreeing or whatever. It's just a different angle to look at this. I think definitely agree. Local stablecoin is providing that bridge between the fiat in that region to stablecoin, right? But at the same time, I think the status quo is there's no other compliant, reputable, transparent alternative to customers around the world. So right now we're talking about the status quo. We only have US dollar choices, right? So I think in terms of Hong Kong dollar, there's a strategic, advantage of Hong Kong dollar, which is it's pegged to US dollars. It's a peg of it, peg. Yeah, so it's pegged to US dollar, but it's not US dollar. So in terms of the stability of the currency value, it's stable, like US dollar, but it's not US dollar. So for certain corridors and certain segment of the market, it's another very good alternative. In Hong Kong specifically, which we all know there's lots of affluent institutions and individuals here. In the about, I think, 20 trillion deposit here, in the past decades, it has always been half and half. Half in US dollar, half in Hong Kong dollar. Why? Because people want some diversification. So I think that's something specific to Hong Kong dollar I want to mention here.
Yeah, I think the thing that also I should mention that really makes it hard for Hong Kong dollar or Singapore dollar or Aussie dollar stablecoin is you have good banking. A precursor to really good stablecoin usage is shit banking.
Absolutely.
If you have really bad banking, people want to use stablecoins because they ultimately are looking desperately for anything else. But in a lot of Europe and very modern economies like Singapore and Hong Kong, you have instant payments. So it makes the reason to get into a stablecoin less because you can move money in large amounts instantaneously within the country. Even offshore sometimes is pretty good. And so there's less, But if you go to somewhere like, even within this region, like in Indonesia or some large economies, India and others, banking's hard. You have to go and fill out paperwork for 3 weeks to move money overseas sometimes, right? And you have to have a pile of documents. If you want to open an account, it's not black and white. Who will open that account? You have to sometimes go through illicit means to try to figure out how to get an account open with a bank, with normal documentation. And these are perfect circumstances for stablecoins because people are just fed up of banks. And they're like, okay, I need to find an alternate where I have full control and it's much faster. So actually, conversely, really good banking economies actually hamstringed by their own success of how good their banking is for the stablecoin market.
40 minutes goes by very quickly, so I know we can go for hours on these topics. Just to wrap up this conversation, and I'll start with Jordan this time, just one thing you're looking forward to in the next 18, 24 months on stablecoins, and if anyone wants to get in touch with yourself or your organization, what's the best way to do so? And I'll ask the same question across the panel.
Sure. I'm really looking forward to the ability to use stablecoins to onboard a lot of users in the most familiar way possible. I think that in some cases the best product is the most transparent product. So the less we spend thinking about what it is we have and the more we spend using it, the better we'll be. You can find either us at the TON booth in the conference, or you can go to wallet.tg if you'd like to talk to Wallet on Telegram. Thanks for having me today.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the crypto exchanges that we've worked with for many, many years to trade Bitcoin and ETH and all the other great stuff. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of them embrace this new role and saying, oh, we can be an FX venue as well. And so I think we're going to start to see the listings of some of these non-dollar stablecoins, and this brings a totally new angle of trading to these exchanges, and that's something I'm just really, really excited about. And I think we're going to see that in the next 2 or 3 months. I think that'll start very soon.
For me, there's no bear market for stablecoins. You would have seen in the previous bull market, it reached a point, and Bitcoin may have fell 75, 80%, but stablecoins only came down like 10%. And so I think the best thing is this huge bull market that's going to happen is going to see stablecoins go from 150 billion to maybe 300, 400, 500 billion dollars. And then when the bear market comes, and even if crypto prices fall 80%, people will stay in stablecoins and they'll just use them for other things. And then when the next bull market comes, it will go from 500 billion to $1 trillion, and it will just continue upwards, right? And so for us, bull markets are exciting because it puts stablecoins in the hands of so many more people. And once you get it, like there's no going back. Like it's just that simple.
For me, I'm really looking forward to the launch of the one of the first stablecoin that's really approved and recognized by regulator in Hong Kong, and working with partners such as Cumberland, Tong to make the cake bigger, to make the stablecoin cake bigger, and bringing this to the mass adoption, and also working towards the goal of 40% of market share for non-US dollar stablecoin. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that. I guess the next 18 months will be just the start of that long journey.
Action-packed 40 minutes. I'm sure we can go for hours. Please put your hands together for an esteemed panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you very much. Please be seated. And would our guests take a picture together first? Fantastic. Thank you again. A big round of applause for them. Fascinating discussion on the topic of stablecoins in Asia. Thank you, guys. Please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who have just joined us at the main stage this afternoon, let me give you an overview of Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024. So for the 4-day event, it will feature an amazing lineup of industry guests from around the globe, bringing together the world's brightest minds, top Web3 projects, and leading venture capitals, presenting content-rich discussions and topics centered around Web3. You will find exciting programs at the main stage and at the 3 sub-stages in the following event days. Do scan the QR code on the event catalog for more details of the agenda. So without further ado, moving on to the next session, we have Mr. Sergey Nazarov, co-founder at Chainlink, to share with us on the topic, Connecting Global Capital Markets on Chain. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sergey Nazarov. Round of applause, please.
Great. Hello. Yep. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Ni hao. Great to be back here in Hong Kong. I'm going to be talking about what I'm seeing in the capital markets and how that's going to heavily impact Web3 and DeFi in the immediate term, and so in the next few months and in the next few years. The 3 big trends that are basically emerging now are that data is now becoming directly connected to value. This is what real-world asset tokenization is. So real-world asset tokenization is the connection of data about an asset to the value of an asset in a single unified golden record. And this is very different from how the world works in the traditional systems now, where the transmission of value and the transmission of data happen in separate systems, completely separate systems, and those completely separate systems then need to be reconciled. So this is one of the very big advancements. The second very big advancement is that in the traditional current markets, you have the payment system and you have the asset transfer security system. And the payment system and the asset transfer security system are once again two separate worlds and two separate set of systems that completely operate independently of each other. And what we're doing now in the blockchain industry and what's slowly now starting to happen in the capital markets is that the transfer of data being connected to value and the transfer of payments and assets is now happening in a single system. So payments and assets will now exist in a single system. The third big trend that is driving a lot of the adoption by banks, asset managers, and capital markets that will now go on to heavily influence DeFi is what we call the global Internet of Contracts. So this is the interconnection of all the different blockchains into a web of interconnected chains that can all transact with each other on the topic of assets and payments. So you're basically getting to a single global Internet of Contracts. All of these three trends are basically taking place right now within the real-world asset tokenization boom. The real-world asset tokenization boom is basically the creation of a unified golden record. So it's the creation of an on-chain contract that's injected with data that is able to prove things about the asset to anyone who has the contract. So in the existing world, the asset ownership doesn't actually convey any understanding about what happens with the asset. But in the new world that we're all building together, you're able to see what the status of the asset is directly by owning it. So for example, gold coins. If you have a gold coin and it's properly connected to data, that gold coin should be getting updated about the status of the gold holdings that back the coin. And this is a fundamentally superior type of asset. This requires an on-chain state and an on-chain model of ownership and a ledger, and it requires data to be placed into the on-chain asset, into the unified golden record. And this unified golden record is basically what we help create. After you create the unified golden record with all of the critical information inside of it to make it a better asset, you need to move it. You need to connect it to a lot of other chains in order for people to transact around the golden record. You need people to be able to buy the asset, and they will need to buy it from various chains. They won't be buying it within your chain. There will be thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands of chains, and all of these chains need to be connected so they can transact across each other about assets. And then those assets that are moving across those chains need to have connection to data even as they move across chains. So you've generated a unified golden record. It's a superior asset. You've moved that asset to the chain that wanted to purchase it, and it sent you a stable coin in return. And now the asset exists somewhere else. And data needs to continue to reach the asset in order for it to remain a valuable unified golden record. So all three of these problems are solved by the combination of blockchains and oracles. Chainlink is the leading system for oracles and oracle networks, solving these problems of injecting data into assets, moving assets across chains, and keeping the assets updated as they move and reside across chains. The suite of Chainlink capabilities has greatly expanded beyond market data to include proof of reserves, identity, various computations, and the ability to connect various chains together. Basically, to make more advanced contracts, you need the inclusion of data, you need various computations, and you need cross-chain connectivity. These are kind of the tools and services that are basically required to make more advanced smart contracts. Chainlink is already being used across the capital markets and across DeFi to do transactions across multiple chains. This is an example of a transaction that ANZ, the second largest bank in Australia with over $1 trillion in assets under management, is working on, where they're using CCIP to move value across chains and exchange it for a carbon credit. And they're doing that by using CCIP to send a stable coin and then to exchange the stablecoin for a carbon credit, and that carbon credit is enriched with data proving that the carbon credit is valid. So you need to create highly reliable, data-enriched assets. You need to connect them to other chains for them to transact with each other. And then you need to manage those transactions through various pieces of data and computations. One of the two main things that needs to happen for all of this to move forward is you need a way for blockchains to connect with each other in a compliant, reliable way. So you basically need a reliable, secure connection between chains to move the assets across chains. And you need that connection to reach a certain level of compliance with laws and regulations in order for the world's banks, asset managers, large financial players to participate in the market. As they participate in the market, everyone benefits because there's more value in the system. This is one of the main things that Chainlink provides. It provides the ability to have a cross-chain connection not only for Web3 and DeFi, but also for the bank and asset management world where the vast majority of value resides. And in order for that connection to work, it needs to meet various legal, security, and identity requirements. So solving those legal, security, compliance, and identity requirements for how value moves across chains is one of the key factors that's going to decide if banks and asset managers do or do not participate. And the ability for banks and asset managers to connect between their chains and the ability for banks and asset managers to connect to public chains is one of the main, really I would say the main driving force that's going to provide the new value into our industry. The other key dynamic that needs to take place for the world's banks, asset managers, financial market infrastructures to take part in the blockchain world, once again feeding their value into the private chain world and to the public chain world, is the ability for them to easily integrate. Generally speaking, the current financial system is a large collection of players, some of which have a technical budget, some of which do not have a technical budget. It's a big spectrum of people, anywhere from big banks to brokers. And across this spectrum, some of them are willing to invest to integrate, and some of them are unwilling to invest. So the only way to get the entire financial system onto the blockchain is actually to give them a very easy way to integrate with blockchains, which is another big part of what Chainlink and CCIP provides. It's the ability for things like Swift messages, fixed messages to interface with Chainlink CCIP and therefore provide a single interface for all blockchains. This ability to provide a single interface is a very common dynamic in computer science and banking infrastructure, where you basically have an abstraction layer that simplifies a problem. That's basically how a lot of computer science works, and it's also how a lot of banking infrastructure works. So CCIP initially, for banks and asset managers, is a layer that allows them to connect to all chains. And then this layer also allows them to connect across chains. It allows them to invoke an event that can happen across chains. So what are we really doing? We're providing all the data that's necessary for advanced transactions like real-world assets. We're providing the connection between chains for the liquidity from all the different chains to flow into the asset, to purchase the asset. We're allowing people to create markets because they're able to connect all of the chains and all of the liquidity in the chains. And then we're accelerating the speed at which everyone is onboarding into the blockchain universe, because we're letting them connect to the blockchain universe using their existing systems, their existing infrastructure, which is what they all want to do. And while we do all this, the providing of all this data and providing all this connectivity, we're enabling them to do transactions in a way that's compliant. And compliance is the critical missing factor for all of these banks, asset managers, brokers, all the big entities that control all the wealth in the world to onboard into the blockchain ecosystem and industry, which will then grow the blockchain ecosystem and industry past a few $1 trillion to tens of trillions of dollars. So this is the big body of work we're involved in addition to powering the vast majority of DeFi. The world we really want to arrive at is a world of interconnected public and private chains, where private-to-private chain transactions can happen in a compliant way, and value can flow from private chains onto public chains to use DeFi protocols, which Chainlink powers the majority of through data and other systems and services. So the next stage of the evolution of our industry is definitely more DeFi, more advanced DeFi applications, but it's also the ability for huge amounts of value to migrate from the existing system into the blockchain infrastructure and into the blockchain format. And that is where you're not going to see just a few $1 trillion more. That's where you're going to find tens to hundreds of trillions dollars more in value flowing into the blockchain industry, initially through private chains, and then eventually through private chains that connect to public chains. Right now, these worlds are pretty separate, with Chainlink powering the majority of DeFi and many of the top applications in Web3 across many chains for data, identity, and other key characteristics. And now Chainlink is becoming a global standard from a data and connectivity point of view for TradFi. So we are operating in both worlds. We are creating a single standard that is meant to operate in both the Web3 world and the TradFi capital markets world. Because when people want to transact, they need a price. They need a settlement price. Once they settle and once they've decided their transaction, they need to send the payment and send the assets. So they need connectivity. This is a shared problem across the Web3 world and the TradFi capital markets world. It's basically the same problem. And right now, these two worlds are developing separately because they have a big barrier in between them, a legal barrier. That legal barrier in places like Hong Kong and others, due to the thoughtful approach of the regulators and the government here, is being dismantled. So the legal barrier between Web3 and TradFi and capital markets is being reduced, which means that the likelihood and the amount of interactions between Web3 and TradFi is increasing massively. Stablecoins are a good example of that. Other assets that are going to be more regulated are an example of that. So the challenge then is not only how do you make a standard for data and connectivity in Web3, and how do you make a standard for data and connectivity in TradFi, but how do you actually connect Web3 and TradFi into a single web of interconnected chains and transactions that is powered by data around price, data around identity, data around compliance, because without that data, you're not going to get transactions done. You need that data for transactions to happen. And then you need the connection, right? So you've provided the data for the transaction to happen, you've provided a settlement price, you've provided identity, you've provided whatever other data is needed for the transaction to happen. Now your problem is a connection so that the transaction can actually happen, so that the value can be sent and the asset can be given in exchange. This is really the world that we're going towards, a world where there are thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands of individual chains. All those individual chains require large amounts of data. All those individual chains require connections. And as those chains get woven into a single big global internet of contracts, that's when we're going to start to see the entire world convert into a blockchain-based format for value. And this is really the big project we're involved in. It's not just building the next generation of Web3 and powering the majority of it. It's also building the TradFi implementations and then connecting those two worlds into a single global internet of contracts. So if you find this interesting, we're hiring. If you're at a capital markets or a bank, we're definitely working with a lot of your counterparties to connect you. And if you're in DeFi, we've helped build DeFi for many years, and we're very excited to work with you. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
Big round of applause for Sergey. Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Please
you.
be seated.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you more details about the gift redemption. As we've just mentioned, you can collect stamps to win a gift. So what you can do is you can redeem a t-shirt at the information desk once a day by collecting all stamps on any one of the 4 areas. And also there are 800 t-shirts of 6 different colors available, which are given out on first come, first served basis. Also, do follow Web3 Festival at festival_Web3, in which you can Twitter post on X with Hong Kong hashtag Web3 Festival 2024. And do show your post to our staff at Information Desk. And then you will win a fridge magnet. So make sure you collect enough stamps, and then you can win a gift at the Information Desk. So for our next session, we will have a panel discussion on the topic, Unlocking Real-World Access, Navigating Opportunities, Risk, and Collaborations in the Blockchain. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I now invite our panelists on stage. Let's welcome Ms. Alice Liu, Research Lead, CoinMarketCap. Big round of applause for our moderator. Also, our panelist, Mr. Devin Sin, Alternate Chief Executive ZA Bank. Big hand for him. And Mr. Frank Zhang, Executive Director, OKX Hong Kong. Mr. Paolo Chan, Chief Strategy Officer, VDX Darshan Co-Founder, Credora. Welcome, our panelists and our moderator. And now we'll have a panel discussion on the topic. I'll now pass the floor to our panelists and moderator on stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are having a great day here at the conference. And it's been a lot of fascinating discussions this afternoon about RWA. I think I'm learning a lot here. So today, I'm very honored to have our guests with us today. And we are going to discuss further opportunities and challenges on RWA. And if I could invite everyone to do a bit of a self-intro.
Hi, hello guys. This is Devin from CA Bank. Actually, CA Bank is one of the 8 virtual banks in Hong Kong. And we started actually 4 years ago. And in last year, Web3 Festival, we talked about banking for Web3. So the bank is actually very supportive on supporting the Web3 ecosystem. And actually from the last year, we actually onboard a lot of different kind of Web3 companies. Right now, it's over 100. And also we work closely with the governments, with the regulators to support different kind of the, regulated and licensed players like the VATPs and the coming stablecoin, or maybe in the coming future, we talk about like OTCs and custodian. Thanks for having me today.
Hello, my name is Frank. I'm one of the executive director of OKX Hong Kong. And my main responsibility includes managing the operations and the automated trading system together with the other executive directors. And part of the job is related to the, like you guys already know, building those features to fulfill the regulatory requirements. And then obviously OKX Hong Kong as one of the biggest player in the crypto market, right? We actually very focused on the customer experience. We focus on the compliance related. We also focus on building the ecosystem, especially in Hong Kong. We pay a lot of effort, resources, and try to build the system together, like ZA Bank and like the others. So good to be here.
Excellent.
Hi, this is Paolo Chen. I used to work in venture capital as an investor for around 10 years in USD venture fund. And now I'm the CSO of VDX. VDX aims to be a compliant Hong Kong virtual asset exchange, and we are applying for the VATP license. And we have a unique B2B2C business model, meaning that we are mainly working with brokerage within the traditional financial industry, like security firms and banks. Besides, we also work very closely with one of our shareholder, Victory Security, which is a Hong Kong-listed company with over 50 years history. And Victory Security is also the first security firm that obtained the Type 1, 4, and 9 VA uplift license in Hong Kong. And we are also the first one to begin the brokerage business for the retail investors in Hong Kong. And also we are actively working to participate in the first batch of ETF, spot ETF in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Darshan. I am the CEO and co-founder of Credora. Credora is basically a credit ratings provider for Web3 debt issuances, private credit issuances. And our main value prop is using real-time data that is usually private, but we use privacy-preserving computations to do more dynamic credit assessments on businesses looking to tap into this new source of capital. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Excellent. I'm excited for all of our panelists bringing different backgrounds into this discussion. So to start with, I want to get a bit of your thoughts on the current trends and narratives in RWA. How is this different from the traditional finance, and also different asset classes and sectors you think might benefit the most out of this? I would like to hear it from everyone at the panel.
Maybe I will start first, right? Before we go deep into the details, I actually, if you guys just attend whatever we have learned in the morning session, right? Especially like the one Chen Ling, Sergey just mentioned about the data. I just want to anchor this concept. It is very important in RWA. Just before we talk about the details, right? Let's review the history of the currency of human being. Long ago, our human being tried to swap goods or products with each other, right? And then later on, we use shells or stones to represent the value of goods. And then we build metal coins, we build paper money. Is better for transformation or carry and swap. So what's the big deal under it, right? The core values of this iteration of currency is more about efficiency, about cost saving, about security, and about trust. By utilizing the crypto technology, right, we can actually build a lot of benefits on top of it. Like the traditional finance has their own edge, right? But what's the problem RWA trying to solve? I guess by utilizing the blockchain technology, we can actually benefit a lot. Not just on the utilizing the traditional finance extensive customer relationship, but also with those like regulation expertise, we can utilize it, and also enjoy the benefits of using the blockchain, such as the efficiency, the innovation, and the security underneath. So, and we all know that the traditional modern financial system has over 600 years. And throughout these 600 years, a lot of technology actually built on top of it, and also a lot of wisdom, control, risk, like all this kind of stuff built on it. It is extremely unfair and challenging for RWA to catch up within just a few years. But I believe, truly believe, we will eventually get there, and utilizing the technology, that could be the key. I wouldn't call out a specific sector that will be success in the next sector or next generation, but I also want to encourage ourselves, instead of like limiting ourselves to the traditional assets class, like oil, like real estate or whatever, right? Like this is at the time of technology singularity, there will be a lot of innovation that can even break through beyond our imagination. So why not like tokenizing our mind, tokenizing our time, or whatever, right? This could be a lot.
One step at a time. Okay. Anyone else would like to comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think, touching on some of the same points, I guess it depends on the why for an RWA. And I'd say there's two broad buckets. One is efficiency, and the other is access. So for RWAs that improve access, it's usually access to things like T-bills or various corporate bonds that certain jurisdictions don't have easy access to, or there aren't enough fiat rails from the right currency into those particular assets. And so I'd say that's a smaller long-term segment, whereas actually it probably introduces more intermediaries than reduces them. Whereas on the efficiency side, I'd say more private credit, credit funds, any fundraising efforts really where you're reducing the number of intermediaries, you're reducing the cost of issuance, you're reducing the marginal cost for raising every new dollar so you can have basically no minimum ticket size. You're making it automated in terms of the settlement so you don't need as many admins to manage a particular transaction. So I see that as the largest opportunity in the space where there is an efficiency gain, not just an access gain.
Yeah, I actually want to echo to Darshan's comment about the accessibility. It's actually very important for the RWA. It's actually previously a lot of the asset classes are actually just for institution or private clients, and they are not granular enough. But with the tokenization technologies, besides the efficiencies we can gain from it, it's more about accessibility of the mass public. Because as the bank, we actually also serve mass client. But we see a lot of the asset classes that the mass client can actually accessible to it is quite limited. And it's still traditional stock markets, funds, whatever it is. But when some tokenization of RWA actually happens, it can provide more different kinds of asset class solutions. So it can actually balance their portfolio. Instead of just all on the stocks or on T-bills, they can just something covering some real estate that they cannot, or is the hurdles is too high for them to get in. So that is something for the bank perspective. We see in order for us to provide more choices for our customers, tokenization takes the way.
Such a good point.
Yeah, so as for me, I mean, all the speakers talk about the merits and advantage of RWA. So for us, because we are building in Hong Kong with the regulators, I want to talk more a little bit about the STO, the security token. So I think all the audience can ask yourself a question. So every cycle there's RWA and STO emerging. So what's the difference this time compared with maybe several years ago? I think the biggest difference is that it's the first time that it goes through a legal process and it was regulated now. And it makes the unstandardized assets and security to become standardized. And more importantly, it helped the standardized and the legal assets work into the mass financial distribution channels. It can go into the security firms, it can go into the banks, and it opens up the traffic limit. So that's the main difference, I think, we are having in this cycle. So besides, apart from STO, I think RWA is a much broader concept. Through RWA, we all know that we can leverage the advantage of the blockchain ledger to make it we can reduce the transaction costs, and we can make it more transparent through the white box, and we can make it more accessible to the global market and the liquidity. And also, I think through RWA, we can have more innovation on the interoperability and make it more, have more DeFi innovations and more innovative financial products.
Yes, and I think we are already seeing that with BlackRock tokenizing some of their funds and tokenizing some of the assets on Ethereum. So that's fascinating. But also, everything comes with a risk. And Darshan, I want to hear from you on this because volatility, cross-border liquidity, right? How do you tap into certain markets? Regulation challenges. Different areas have their own regulatory requirements. How do RWA platforms can address some of these challenges?
Yeah, I'd say I'd split the risks into two main components. One is operational, and the other is asset-based risk. So on an operational side, there's the regulatory aspect that you mentioned. You have to check that issuers are in jurisdictions where the legal contracts are going to be based in a sound jurisdiction. From a lender's perspective, you need to have KYC, AML. Like the whole purpose is to reduce cost, but if it's going to increase compliance risk for any large issuer, they're just not going to come and do it on chain. So there needs to be a compliance forward approach, but in a way that doesn't prohibit or make it more friction than basically the traditional way. So it's kind of like threading the needle there. And then from an asset-based perspective, there has to be strong underwriting that's extremely transparent so that the asset can be liquidly traded and priced correctly. And then there has to be monitoring of that risk. So obviously, Credora does some stuff in that department, but broadly, there are many different ways to monitor the risk of an RWA asset. And so that has to be an important component of when you just issue an RWA asset on chain. That's not the end of the transaction. You have to follow it through till the end, and you need to be able to trade it. And then I'd say the final part is recourse. Like that has to be built into the process at the start. I think a lot of the RWA efforts that were early were all built for the happy scenario, but there wasn't a ton of known paths for when things went wrong. And it's private credit, it's general markets, there is going to be defaults. So there needs to be a process that's super transparent where lenders feel like they have proper recourse in the event of a bad scenario. And so, I think those are the main risks that need to be considered when issuing anything on chain.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary in terms of the opportunities out there on RWA. And for the second section, I actually want us to focus on the Hong Kong market because Hong Kong is known for having a robust infrastructure system when it comes to financial industry. So I wanted to ask in terms of the infrastructure and also RWA opportunities here in Hong Kong, do you see the regulatory framework, the demand from client side, and also technological advancements? Any comments on that? Maybe Devin, if you want.
Yeah, like particularly in Hong Kong market, of course we talk about a lot of the good side about how RWA can provide accessibilities, choices to our customers, either like institution or mass customers. And I do think the next step to us is more about how we can choose the asset class that is actually on chain. Because we all know tokenization is a way to get access to the asset class. Even though today you can still, as I just mentioned, even though today those asset classes are still there, but for the bank's agenda, or even though to the investors or the end customers' agenda, as the banks or any other players in this ecosystem, we have to protect our customers so that we know that what is actually the asset at the back. Like Darshan just mentioned, there's some risk there. So we have to understand, do a very proper due diligence on what kind of asset is actually in the behind. Like tokenization, we talk about is a technology to make it more accessible, more easily to access, more fast, more efficient. But the most important point is still the asset at the back. So as long as the asset at the back is well regulated and it's very transparent about the control of it, the liquidity of it, how it is evolved, how it is connected to the end customer's benefit, I do think that it's going to be a next real big difference in kind of asset class trading for the retail customers, especially. And the other point I want to mention is more about the education, because today many people say RWA, they don't have any idea because this is quite a general terms, but we have to let them know that when they invest their own money, every penny of it, what kind of asset are they actually subscribing to, and they are holding that is. I do think that is very critical to make it more adaptive in the market in order to have a very sustainable market development in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I just want to double down what Devin and Dash mentioned, right? The RWA is not a black magic, right? Underlying assets itself is the core of the investment, right? The transparency, immutability, traceability. All these are the good stuff of the blockchain solutions. How we can utilize that for the platform and actually analyze and validate those underlying assets and present to the end users, that become the key. We can't just manipulate some data and then show to the investor, hey, this asset is good to invest, but in reality, that's not. So I just want to encore, like Devon mentioned, right? As a platform, OKX, we are strive for the excellence, for full transparency. We have the POR, we have everything to show those kind of reserve, to tell our client, this underlying assets is trustable. You can just, based on your trade appetite, to choose the assets to trade. But behind the scene, we have done a lot of due diligence to validate it.
That's true. And also, it's interesting to hear it from this aspect because around the world, there are quite a few important financial markets, right? We have the US, Hong Kong is a big stop as well, and then there's Europe. So I'm curious to understand a bit better on what role does Hong Kong play in this global adoption of RWA. Would you guys say we are quite advanced among all of the European guys or the US guys? How do you see where this is going? And if any specific opportunities that are unique to Hong Kong you think would be a leading factor into the global world?
Yeah, sure. I think Hong Kong is a very interesting stage that the regulations and the innovation dance together. Compared to other developed markets, especially compared to Singapore, I think Hong Kong has a very unique advantage that it has backed by a lot of abundant, very high quality assets from China. So it gives Hong Kong a unique start point to doing the RWA business from a different angle and also have a different, I think, strategic vision and purpose of doing this as a new financial infrastructure platform. We all know that throughout the history, Hong Kong stands for a very unique position to attract the foreign capitals to fund for the Chinese development. And also, under this situation, we face a lot of different challenges from the traditional financial limits. So I think Hong Kong and all the regulators have the power or have the motivation to do the innovation that we can help to smooth the global fundraising process and help our good assets and good projects to embrace the global liquidity and global capital. So I think that's the most important points that Hong Kong differs from Singapore or different from other main capital areas.
Interesting. Anyone else have any comments on this?
Yeah, I think Hong Kong is facing both the opportunities and challenge. Hong Kong being the gateway for Asia and beyond, and also have traditional one of the major financial hub, right? We have excellent connectivity. We have rich resources. We have excellent investors. We have, look at here, right? We have all the talents here, right? So how to utilize or find the right battle for RWA, for wider adoption, it will become critical. Hong Kong, like Paolo mentioned, right? Hong Kong being the strategic location in Asia, being the gateway for Asia and beyond. So how can we play the role for RWA to tap into diversified user types, become the critical. Well, let's talk about the challenge, right? The Hong Kong is definitely may encounter different challenges like the regulatory requirements, compliance, the investor protection, the fraud, everything related, right? But I believe by navigating all these challenges and leverage the Hong Kong advantage, Hong Kong can take a critical lead role in the RWA global adoption.
Definitely, I think you touched upon a really good point in terms of balancing innovation versus protecting investors. I think a lot of both the regulatory parties, startups, institutions are on this trend and trying to do better and set the example for the rest of the world. So that's fascinating. And for the final section, I actually want us to discuss the future of RWA because there are so many opportunities in this space. I want to ask if, and as we are saying, if RWA continues to evolve, what tech advancements do you think we can anticipate in this space? And also any sort of significant impacts on the future of RWA? I don't know, Frank or
Yeah, sure.
Venture.
I can imagine there are a few areas or aspects which can attract a lot of interest or play critical roles. For example, we talk about standardization protocol. How can streamline the data process from the assets itself all the way back to the investor, right? How can we ensure utilizing the blockchain solution to present all this data or maintain all this data without manipulated by anyone? I think that could be one of the protocol that can help to seamless integration for traditional finance and blockchain solutions. The second one that I can imagine will be like maybe using the AI or using the analytic stuff that can help to validate all this data to ensure that the data itself is actually correct, and such that we can remove a lot of hurdle or boost up the investor trust, and also address the regulatory concerns if this asset is really something that suitable for clients. I think these kind of areas is going to continue to grow in this industry.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on a lot of the benefits or the technological benefits of the tokenization piece. I think it being on-chain lends itself well to other things being imbibed in it. You mentioned AI, but I think real-time data is something that I'm biased towards, where the pricing of debt or generally RWAs in traditional markets is not always real-time, especially things like private credit. There are static assessments of bonds, of private credit issuances, and they don't update after the issuance, or very infrequently do they update. And that's usually just because the data that's coming to them is coming at a quarterly or monthly cadence. Whereas there is a whole world of real-time data that's out there for every single company in the world. But it's private. So how do you unlock that? And obviously, there's a ton of technologies just in this conference that help you unlock private data. So I think that's one of the things that can really make, I guess, RWA markets more liquid and more transparent. And then I think there's a bunch of innovations that have already come about, but identity on-chain, when you talk about access, I think having KYC and various other attestations natively in your wallet, tying an identity to your on-chain presence, I think can make investment opportunities remain compliant but still accessible to the masses. So I think that those two innovations, I'm like, I guess, leaning towards having a big impact in the RWA space.
I agree. I think all of this have to be working together. We need to make sure the DeFi aspect is working in order to tokenizing the real world assets. And we also need to make sure the decentralized identity side is working. And which once we build it on, right? A lot of those, and also together with the service providers, having a solid bank, have a good banking solutions there as well. All of this have to work together in order for us to have a good RWA outcome in this space. I'm curious because I want to ask Paulo about this. Demand from clients. How much demand are you seeing from the clients on RWA? What kind of solutions are they looking for, and what kind of things are you guys building?
Yeah, sure. I For us, it's a little bit different. So as we are both VDS Exchange and the Victory Securities are working as regulated and compliance institutions in Hong Kong. So we are mainly focusing on the STO parts, I think, which is a subset of RWA, the security tokens for the real world assets. So we actually get a lot of interest from the traditional, both the financial institutions like the big banks and security firms, and also some big internet and fintech platforms, as well as some traditional traditional assets, for example, like commodity assets and others issuers. I think we all see that the RWA and STO has some innovation on the asset issuance, and it's the trend in the future. So I think players and the clients want to capture the dividends of the first movers, and also to build up the platform, the market, the side. Sorry, the network effect. Sorry, I seldom do presentation in English. Yeah, because it's a very strong network effect from both sides, the asset side and the capital sides. Yeah, and I think through the evolvement process, it has to come through a gradual stage. I think at the beginning, a lot of clients are more interested in more stable and mature fixed income products like T-bills, like corporate bonds. Moreover, I think as time evolves, a lot of tests and innovation on the equity side, either the public traded stock or probably the equity on the private markets. And I think in the future, more and more derivatives, for example, perhaps the CFD, like contract for difference, this kind of derivatives may appear. And we are also discussing with the regulators to see what we can explore. Yeah, so I think we are very optimistic about the future, and we see a lot of innovation and demand in this field, and the first movers can capture the market dividends of the new asset issuance paradigm.
Yeah, that would be a future I think I would very much want to see, because if we started from stablecoins and then going to some like vanilla credit, and then we're going to equity markets, real estate, and gradually derivatives. I think there's a lot, and even potentially in the future, as what Frank mentioned, at the beginning, tokenizing your mentality, a lot of those things. Many things can happen. I think definitely building a solid foundation right now is important. So I also want to ask Devin, because you guys work a lot with institutional clients, and I wanted to ask about, in terms of banking solutions, what are you providing to the clients, and how are you guys adding value to the clients on the RWA side?
Like from the institution clients that we serve or encounter, like maybe today, some of them are talking about on-off ramp for sure. So like for on-off ramp, we talk about like how they can open a bank accounts with us, that they can support their on-ramp and off-ramp to the exchanges and to other kind of players in the ecosystem. This is one thing. And within some agenda talk about related to the RWA, is of course talking about how they can provide that kind of the tokenized RWA to our customers. So like, for example, just Frank and Paulo mentioned, after the exchanges can provide this, maybe the exchanges, they can provide this kind of the tokenization of this kind of asset. It's all talking about the accessibilities to the clients. So in this regime, we think about the next critical or the future about it is about the customer experience and how it is handled easily, about how it can connect to the like the asset, the due diligence one, to make sure it's all in a very transparent way so that the customers at the back end, even though it's an institutional client, they know what they are actually investing. This is one of the very critical points. And also we will see another very critical one that also the bank is actually exploring is about the stablecoin for sure. Because like even though for the stablecoin, we cannot just thinking about, they are just talking about like BTC pairs, ETH pairs, but this is also a very critical component or players in order to develop for the RWA tokenization, because some of our clients may mention that, oh, they are interested in doing some like stablecoin issuing, but they are not just focusing on like pairing up with exchanges on some trading pairs, but they would like to support their own ecosystem about the RWA tokenization and the trading within their RWA ecosystem. So in this case, the banks has to think about what our client needs. In this case, so that's why we talk about, oh, we are supportive about some tokenized, I mean like stablecoin projects, because like those, we believe that after the VAT piece, the next one for the ecosystem, in order to be executable, it's gonna be the stablecoin. And of course, after the stablecoin one, we surely believe like the STO and the RWA would be coming next.
Right, that's really good insight actually. Also, I think one last thing I wanted to maybe ask Frank, because we all know regulatory clarity is very important. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on how we can help and work together as an industry to help regulators progress this forward.
Cool. I think Devin bring out a very good point, right? This industry is not just for one single player that can work it out, right? It has to be like brokers, like exchanges, like bank, technology, regulator. We all have to work on the same page in order to make Hong Kong great. How to make Hong Kong great is talking about we have to form some of like association. Maybe we can sit down and talk about what's the future, what's the market demand, what do we actually need, right? We can iron out all those hurdles by streamlining like a lot of process. I think that's the key to unlock the future. While we have a lot of competition globally, compared with like Dubai, Singapore, right, or the other regions. So what we can do, what we actually need to do is really identify what's the real demand of our end users. Is it like a specific assets class, or is it like a particular regulation framework, or is it like what kind of technology we are talking about? I think this is definitely a good timing for all of us to sit down and discuss further.
Yeah, definitely. And also myself coming from a European TradFi background and saying, I know Switzerland is very big on RWA. And in the US, right, we've seen BlackRock, etc., doing tokenization of ETFs and funds. And given how much potential Hong Kong has as a financial hub for Asia, I think, honestly, I wholeheartedly agree, and I want to see some amazing development out of Hong Kong on RWA, and I think we should be able to drive this forward. Want to thank you all for the panelists, and also maybe a final comment on any opportunities you're seeing in the market, anything you want our audiences to remember.
Sure, I can go first. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like everyone here, really excited about the potential of leveraging blockchains for RWA issuances. I think what Credora specifically is trying to be in that place is making the risk, as we were discussing, more transparent and making it more real time. And so, yeah, if you'd like to learn more about us, we're on credora.io, or I'm going to be here for the next few days. But yeah, really appreciate you having me on, and excited to see the space grow, especially here in Hong Kong.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the main goal for us is to be the bridge for the Web2 and Web3 world, also the bridge between the traditional, the asset sides and the capital sides. So I think when we are talking RWA, we are talking about bringing the assets from Web2 or the traditional assets into the Web3 world. In the reverse direction, we are also building ETF, which seems to be like a reverse RWA that we bring in the Web3 assets to the Web2 world. So I think they are all useful during different stage of the liquidity cycle. When it comes to bull market, maybe the return rates on the Web3 sites will become higher. But in other times, we always need the stable and more mature return from the traditional strong assets. So as for us, we are aim to building this bridge with the regulated business running. So we help to connect both the asset sides and the capital side. Thank you.
Cool. OKX has been a famous brand globally because of a few reasons, right? The first one is we are innovative by using technology to solve a lot of problems, like the proof of reserve, those kind of thingy. We introduce those ideas. We also like a customer focus. We know we are trying to understand what are real demand for our customers, that we can build the right products for the investors. Like Paulo mentioned, right? So what kind of assets do we want to go listed? We'll do our due diligence because we are customer first platform. So if you have some good ideas, you have some partnership that you want to work with OKX, we are more than happy and we are actually very eager. And that's why one of the reasons why we are here today. We want to build Hong Kong great. We want to work with all of you guys to make this RWA and platform even better.
In CA, in last year Web3 Festival, we're talking about banking for Web3. And after a year, we see that we actually support a lot of the Web3 company to do some very fundamental banking service. And as I just heard from the last panel about the stablecoin, they talk about, it's quite difficult to get a banking relationship. And no worry, if you guys have a good business case about the stablecoin, just feel free to come to us. I do think it's not only our banks to support you guys, but we want to make you guys believe that the bank is actually working with the ecosystem players to support you guys about a lot of kind of innovations, a lot of new system, a lot of the new thinking to support the Web3 ecosystem to make it stronger. So that's the belief of the CA Bank.
Excellent. Amazing insights from our panels today. Thank you so much, Darshan, Paulo, Frank, and Devon for sharing your insights. And thank you everyone for staying on. I hope you enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Please remain on stage and take a group picture together. Fantastic. Thank you. Amazing discussions. And thank you so much for enlightening us on the topic, unlocking real-world assets. Thank you. Guys, please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of our audience here. This forum provides simultaneous interpretation service, and you can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance of each venue or the conference brochure, and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're also recommended to bring your headphones to the venue in advance. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session. Let's welcome our next speaker, Ms. Anna Liu, GM Hashkey Group Tokenization. She's going to share with us on the topic, Tokenization in Hong Kong Progress and Prospects. 接下来我们有请 Hashkey Group Tokenization 总经理刘江女士带来演讲，掌声欢迎。
Thanks. So where's the PPT moderator? Sorry, I can't find it. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Hashkey tokenization, I'm glad to share our insight and future prospects of tokenization in Hong Kong. When we look back at Internet's evolution, we remember how it shifted from complex system development to user-friendly platforms in late 1990s. 15 years later, in about 2010, the rise of smartphones transformed the mobile internet, sparking a surge in mass acceptance. And today, another 15 years later, we predict a similar revolution for Web3. The stage is set with a robust blockchain infrastructure ready to support large-scale applications. Ethereum led the way, and now we're witnessing the emergence of other powerful Layer 1 chains and innovative roll-up solutions, building a stronger foundation for the growth of Web3. Looking forward, we think the next decade holds immense promise for blockchain innovation. We are on the verge of an exciting era. The massive adoption of Web3 is just around the corner. The outlook for the Web3 industry is vibrant both globally and in Hong Kong. In recent times, we have witnessed remarkable events that signal a strong market environment for the Web3 industry worldwide. The approval of BTC Spot ETF by the SEC, the MiCA regulation will take into force, and traditional financial institutions' exploration in RWA, these all point towards that 2024 will be a turning point for the industry. Exciting developments in Hong Kong further prove its crucial position in the Web3 industry. Back in October 2022, the FSTB issued policy statement on the development of virtual asset in Hong Kong, paving the way for progress and innovation in the virtual asset space. Subsequently, in February 2023, the Hong Kong government made a significant move by issuing its first batch of tokenized green bonds, highlighting its commitment to sustainable finance. In line with this trend, the HKMA announced the launch of a new wholesale CBDC program called Assemble to support the development of the tokenization market in Hong Kong. We believe Hong Kong's virtual asset legislation is a game changer for the industry growth. On November the 2nd last year, the SFC issued two important circulars highlighting their recognition of tokenization's significance and potential in finance. By providing detailed regulations addressing technical and ownership risks, the SFC has established a robust framework that safeguards market integrity while promoting technological advancement and financial inclusion. We are encouraged by the SFC's progressive approach to virtual assets and their willingness to cooperate with industry stakeholders on innovative tokenization solutions. As a pioneer team of tokenization, we are dedicated to maintaining open communication with the regulators and working closely to develop cutting-edge initiatives that benefit both project owners and investors. Last November, on the stage of Hong Kong FinTech Week 2023, as one of the key showcases introduced by the Investor Hong Kong, I presented Project Arcring, demonstrating how Web3 can add value to the economy, improve lives of Hong Kong residents, and bring global impact. Today, I'd like to take the opportunity to further present an overview of our exciting and innovative project in the pipeline. One of our key focuses is tokenizing private equity interest in companies for listing on virtual asset trading platforms. We believe that equity compared to other non-standardized products, is a more suitable asset class for secondary trading. The implementation of STO for Web3 companies presents many benefits. One of the key advantages lies in its inherent transparency, with all operational and financial data recorded on the blockchain for easy access and verification. This level of disclosure not only instills trust and confidence in investors, but also enhances corporate governance through on-chain voting mechanisms. By tokenizing equity, companies can streamline their fundraising efforts and provide investors with a transparent and secure investment vehicle. Of course, we understand and will prioritize the compliance, and we are committed to advancing the feasibility of private equity tokenization within the existing regulatory framework. Our expertise also extends to tokenizing a diverse range of funds, including mutual funds and ETFs. Benefits include fast settlement and reduced operational cost. With automation, transactions become quicker and more accurate, saving significant costs for fund managers. Fund tokenization also creates tamper-proof ownership records on the blockchain, ensuring securing and transparent right. Additionally, our team is also well-versed in a range of innovative STO projects, including future income-based tokens and, for example, tokens already listed on foreign regulated exchange and then seeking for secondary listing in Hong Kong. We aim to tailor our services to meet the unique needs of diverse projects and ventures. Our capacity is not limited to STO alone. We are also delighted to share our diverse portfolio of projects where tokenization has been the driving force behind the groundbreaking initiatives. First, let's delve into our innovative project in artificial general intelligence. We are working with our partner and client on an open source ecosystem which aims to revolutionize the current AGI landscape by tackling prevalent challenges like computational power scarcity, data quality, and customer retention. Our vision extends beyond just advancement in technology. We aspire to attract AGI talents, projects, and eventually contribute to Hong Kong's ambition to becoming a prominent AGI hub. Moving on our next endeavor, the decentralized physical infrastructure network, i.e. DeepIn project. Here, we are introducing a novel model that combines application chain and DeepIn. Through the native token of the DeepIn network, we incentivize widespread device connectivity within the ecosystem, fostering the growth of projects and innovations. Last but not least, we have helped our partner build up a vibrant Web3 startup accelerator powered by distributed ledger technology. This accelerator transcends geographical boundaries, market constraints, and application limitations, empowering entrepreneurs to access global market, connect with a broader audience, and secure vital resources for their business initiatives. Our commitment goes beyond more projects. We are dedicated to driven positive impact on the Web3 landscape and the real-world economy. Our initiatives are designed to fuel innovation, spur growth, and pave the way for a dynamic and evolving industry. We offer comprehensive tokenization services covering every stage of the tokenization progress, from pre-issuance to post-issuance. At each step, we focus on 4 key aspects, i.e. handling token issuance matters, designing tokenomics, providing compliance support, and other advisory matters. This structured approach allows us to deliver tailored solutions that meet our clients' goal and regulatory requirement. Moreover, we recognize the importance of building strong relationship with key stakeholders and investors to secure funding and support for our clients' projects. Our extensive network and establishment connections with major investors in the Web3 industry will help with this. And besides, don't forget that we are a Type 1 and Type 4 license holder issued by the SFC, so we are okay to do the distribution of STOs as well. By combining our strengths, we strive to be the trusted partners that empowers our client to navigate the complexity of the digital asset landscape with confidence. We think that an international virtual asset center will be characterized by 3 essential steps. The first step is to establish a mature governance structure in the secondary market. Building upon this, we envision that the second stage will be a robust primary market. This progression will further set the third stage, which is the emergence of Web3 industry collectors. Tokenization will serve a crucial function in helping Hong Kong progress from step 1 to step 2 and act as the connector and the router between Web3 and the real world. By embracing innovative financing channels within the regulatory framework of Hong Kong, we ensure that our initiatives will not just be groundbreaking, but also compliant. Through tokenization, we navigate the complex landscape of financial markets while being fully cautious about financial market stability and the interest of investors. I understand time is limited today, and probably I will conclude my speech here. But before we wrap up, I'd like to do a small advertising for our upcoming event. So in the afternoon of April 9th, the final day of the Web3 Festival, and right here on the same main stage, we will have a special session hosted by Hashkey Tokenization. In that session, we will invite founders of the above-mentioned project to share their visions on the exciting possibilities that emerge from combining different business initiatives with Web3. I believe it will be an inspiring experience for all the entrepreneurs. So your presence at that session will be much appreciated. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabulous presentation. Thank you for sharing great insights on the topic, tokenization in Hong Kong. Thank you once again, Anna. Please be seated. So coming up next, we're going to delve into the topic, 2024 Web3 regulatory trend in the US and Asia. And without further ado, let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Ms. Emily Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause for our next speaker, Emily.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I'm here to talk about what I see as some of the main crypto regulatory trends in the US and Asia. Quickly, by way of background, I live in the United States. I spend most of my time in the United States, but I also spend a lot of time here in Asia, particularly in China and Japan. And over the past few years, I've spent a lot of time comparing the regulatory structures in these two regions. Okay, so what does this mean? Crypto-friendly is not crypto-easy. This is what I think is a relevant framework for understanding the different regulatory approaches in the United States and Asia. So in Asia, for example, we often hear about crypto-friendly places. For example, Hong Kong. Everyone's talking about how Hong Kong is crypto-friendly. Or Singapore, crypto-friendly. Japan, crypto-friendly. But I think this term can actually be a little bit misleading, because when you hear crypto-friendly, you might think, okay, I can go and do whatever I want. That's actually totally not true. Crypto-friendly does not mean crypto easy. And what I mean by that is that some of the so-called crypto-friendly countries have some of the toughest rules and requirements in the world. So I'm going to get to some of these countries. The ones I want to highlight today are Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and Korea, and the United States, which is very different from all of these. Okay, let's just start with the United States for a moment. We're talking about crypto regulatory trends. This is probably the most important thing to have happened in the United States this year. The US has finally approved 11 spot Bitcoin ETF applications. As many of you know, the crypto industry was waiting for this for many, many years. Many ETF applications were rejected. And after its approval, we have seen a surge in the price of Bitcoin. We saw a surge in the price of Bitcoin leading up to the approvals. This definitely was a show of some kind of regulatory, I don't know, I guess regulatory agreement from the United States that crypto is here to stay, but it came with some resistance. The SEC was very resistant to approving these ETFs because they thought that the market, the Bitcoin market, was subject to fraud and manipulation. So now we are talking about Ether ETF, spot Ether ETF approvals. That seems very uncertain. We don't know if that's going to happen. Some applications are in. We probably won't know at least until May if there's any chance for these at all. I do want to highlight, though, another trend that I think is kind of important, which is that for people who are sort of pure crypto advocates, there's a little bit of a contradiction with the idea of Bitcoin ETFs. Because if you look at the original Bitcoin white paper, which I just put a sentence from there on the screen, the whole idea of Bitcoin is that it's supposed to be independent of financial institutions and independent of third parties. It's basically everything that an ETF is not. So I think this is a little bit of a mixed trend. On the one hand, it shows that, yes, there is regulatory, institutional, Wall Street approval for Bitcoin. On the other hand, ETFs are intermediated by a third party. It is not holding your Bitcoin. So I think there's a little bit of two different trends happening here. Okay, so back to the United States. Like I said, the ETF was a positive development, but this is just some of the SEC enforcement cases from the past couple of years. This is not all of them. This is just some of the more well-known ones that I chose for this slide. And this is why the SEC is widely criticized in the crypto industry for something that's called regulation by enforcement. Now, I'm not going to comment on all of these cases if they're right or wrong. The point is that what many people in the crypto industry say is that the US does not have clear regulation from the beginning. You only really know their position on crypto with these enforcement actions. But I want to highlight another really important data point from this slide, which is that if you look at this slide, quite a few of these entities are not in the United States. And that means that even if you're outside of the United States, you are in the reach of US law. This is very important. Now, we saw this with Binance that just got in trouble with the US Department of Justice. We saw this with FTX. It does not matter if you're registered in the United States at all. And so this whole idea of like borderless crypto companies is kind of a myth. Crypto can be borderless, but crypto companies, they have to play by the rules of different countries, and US prosecutors have shown that they are very creative and very aggressive in going after anybody that they think is harming US investors, even if they're outside of the United States. So that's just an important takeaway from this. All right, I'm just going to move on to Asia, going very quickly throughout the world. I'm going to talk in depth about Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and Korea, but I just quickly want to say, and I know there's probably many people here from mainland China, that mainland China is still really, really important. I'm sure many of you already know that. You don't need me to tell you that. But it's very important. It is not out of the game. China is important in Web3. The fact that Hong Kong is showing friendliness to digital assets, that is related to the Chinese market. And I think we are going to start seeing more and more mainland Chinese talent coming here to Hong Kong. Okay, Hong Kong. Again, I'm sure many of you know some of this, so I'm just going to go over it briefly. One of Hong Kong's greatest strengths, which has been talked a lot about at this event, is that it has comprehensive virtual asset regulation. That means that the rules, they're clear, you know what they are, you know what you can do, you know what you can't do. However, those rules are very, very strict. Now, Hong Kong used to have licensing for exchanges for professional investors. They've moved it to retail investors. But still, very few exchanges actually have a license. HashKey, as we know, is one of them. But it is really hard to get an exchange license in Hong Kong. And the compliance costs are high, the legal costs are high, insurance costs are high. So this is, again, goes back to my earlier point, which is crypto friendly, not crypto easy. Hong Kong might be friendly to crypto, but if you come here and you try to open an exchange, it is not going to be easy at all. Hong Kong has a bunch of other really strict requirements, such as 98% cold storage. That's one of the highest in the world. Strict rules on custody. You basically have to establish, exchanges have to establish a legal entity inside of Hong Kong. And you know, Hong Kong is also doing exciting things like a new sandbox for stablecoin issuers, and also now there's excitement about this idea of spot Bitcoin ETFs in Hong Kong, and some of those applications are already here. Okay, Singapore. So let's talk about Singapore for a second. It's really interesting because people are always like, oh, Singapore is crypto friendly. Singapore is not really crypto friendly. Let's just be clear about that. Singapore is friendly towards tokenization, it's friendly towards digital asset innovation, but it's not accurate to say Singapore is crypto friendly. That's an inaccurate term. Look at some of the statements from MAS. Yes to digital asset innovation, no to cryptocurrency speculation. That's from MAS. In the last year at the Singapore FinTech Festival, Ravi Menon of MAS said, cryptocurrencies have failed the test of digital money. That is not crypto friendly. That is not a friendly attitude towards crypto. But why do we think of Singapore as crypto friendly? Because Singapore has for a long time had very clear regulation. They have a consultative approach with the industry. And again, they're very friendly to digital asset innovation and tokenization. They're doing some interesting things like Project Guardian. That's like they're working with a lot of different traditional finance institutions, different blockchains, and working on global digital asset tokenization. But I think it's important to just understand what Singapore is and what Singapore is not. For example, very strict rules there. Crypto service providers are restricted from advertising in public places. Like Singapore wants to cut down on retail speculation. So I just think it's important to understand that difference. Okay, Japan is another really interesting case. Japan, I think, is a little more neutral. Like, Japan hasn't made negative statements about crypto per se. Japan was one of like the first important players in cryptocurrency because, as many of you know, Mt. Gox was in Japan. That's like one of the first exchanges. Japan also had a lot of really bad things happen really early. So like Mt. Gox was hacked, and then a few years later, Coincheck was hacked in early 2018. At the time, that was the largest crypto hack in crypto history. It was a really big deal. Japanese regulators got really worried about it, and they put some very strict regulations in place. For example, segregation of assets. This is for exchanges. It basically means that corporate assets and customer assets have to be separated. Now, a bunch of different jurisdictions have that, but Japan was early in having that. This was super important when FTX collapsed, because when FTX collapsed, Japanese FTX users were able to get their money back because of this, because of the separation of assets. So this was like a really big victory for Japanese regulation. Japan also has very high percentage of cold storage requirement, which they learned from the hacks. So, you know, another thing about Japan that many people don't know is that it's one of the first major economies in the world to have comprehensive stablecoin regulation. they are way ahead of the United States. The United States has no stablecoin regulation. There have been all these bills going through Congress. Nothing's gotten passed. I really don't think anything big is going to happen before the election. Japan has it. It has it. So that's a really big deal. But again, it's really hard to issue a stablecoin in Japan. It's limited. You have to be a bank or a trust company or like a fund transfer service. And then there's a lot of rules about like what you can do with those assets. For trusts, 100% of the assets backing the stablecoins have to be inside Japan. That's really, really strict. And also for yen-based stablecoins, you have to be very strict about where you invest those assets. So it's basically limited to bank deposits, which have very low interest. So it's like, how do you make money? So it's challenging to do a stablecoin in Japan, but they get a lot of credit for having at least trying a regulation framework. They're also doing really cool things like working to clarify the legal status of DAOs. But given that Japan is doing all this cool stuff, I spend a lot of time in Tokyo. I get this question a lot. It's like, well, why are there not more startups going to Japan? Why are they all going to Singapore or Dubai and Hong Kong? I think probably one simple reason is just taxes. Japan is really going to have a hard time competing with like Singapore with taxes because crypto gains can be taxed as income. That can be as high as 50%. That's just like a really big barrier. So Japan recently revised another tax regulation, but it's still pretty high, and I think that's a pretty big obstacle. Again, competing with Singapore and Hong Kong. Yeah. Okay, Korea. Korea's interesting. Korea's really complicated. Korea is a majorly important retail market. It's pretty much only retail. But here's the thing about Korea. Korean investors, Korean traders can drive the global price of altcoins. So like if you're a project and you can get listed on a Korean exchange, it's actually pretty important. And if you want more information about this, Dspread did a really good report about altcoins in Korea, but just suffice to say, there's a lot of altcoin demand in Korea. And there's been times, for example, where like I've been in the United States and I've seen a certain coin just surge, and I don't know why because there's no news. Like maybe one time it happened with XRP, and then you look and you see it's all the Korean market. So like Korean traders can move the price of a coin worldwide. They're very, very powerful. They have an interesting layout. Upbit is the dominant exchange by far. It's kind of one exchange dominating, the market. Korea, I think, would have been a much more open to crypto. It would be more open to crypto if Terra Luna had not crashed. As you all know, this was the algorithmic stablecoin project. Do Kwon is Korean national. There were a lot of really big losses in Korea. And that had a really big effect on the crypto regulation. I think it really set things back a lot, and it had a very big chilling effect. But I think now Korea is starting to move on from that. And like for example, this year, there will be new regulations taking hold this summer. They're mostly focused on investor protection, but it's still kind of showing that they are acknowledging the crypto industry. Some Korean crypto industry players will complain that Korea is too focused on investor protection and not focused enough on like promotion of the industry. But again, that could change. The other criticism I sometimes hear about Korea is that there's still these areas of shadow regulation. Shadow regulation basically means that like people know you can't do something, but it's not in the law. It's still a little bit gray. So I guess Korea in that sense is a little closer to the United States in having these gray areas. Okay, I'm almost out of time. I just went through a lot of countries in a very short period of time. I have to say that there's a lot of other things happening in Asia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam. I just don't have time to discuss every country in Asia, but this is just some of the jurisdictions I chose to highlight. If you have any questions, come find me. I'm always happy to talk about this in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for impressive sharing. Thank you very much. And please be seated. Once again, thank you to Emily for giving us an overview on the topic 2024 Web3 regulatory trend in US and Asia, giving us a better understanding on different cryptocurrencies in different areas. So ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you, there is a gift redemption for this event. To redeem the gift, you can collect stamps by visiting the booths of the organizers, title sponsors, platinum sponsors, gold sponsors, primary, secondary, and tertiary exhibition sponsors. And when you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. So you can redeem a t-shirt at the information desk once a day by collecting all stamps on any one of the 4 areas. Also, do follow Web3 Festival at festival_Web3. And also, tweet a post with Hong Kong hashtag Web3 Festival 2024. Do remember to show your post to our staff at the information desk and redeem a fridge magnet. So make sure you collect enough stamps. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, we have the latest panel of today, the last panel of today. So the topic we're going to delve into is unleashing the power of crypto ETFs. And without further ado, we now invite our moderator of this panel, Mr. Jupiter Zheng, partner Hashkey Capital. Round of applause, please. And also, may I invite our panelists on stage. They are Ms. Deborah Fur, Managing Partner, Founder, Owner, ETFGI. Mr. Giovanni Vizioso, Global Head of Cryptocurrency Products, CME Group. Ms. Giselle Lai, Associate Investment Director, Digital Assets, FIL Investment Management Hong Kong Limited. Mr. Sean Masnett-Sands, Senior Vice President, Head of Exchange Traded Products, Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. Last but not least, Mr. Derek Wang, Managing Director, Head of Sales and Client Services for Sarah Asset Management International Corporation Limited. And now I'll pass the floor to our moderator. Over to you now.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to our panel, Unleashing the Power of Crypto ETFs, Riding the Innovation Wave in Hong Kong. So I'm your moderator of this session, Jupiter Zheng, partner Hashkey Capital. So the introduction of US spot Bitcoin ETF marks a significant milestone in mainstream adoption of cryptocurrencies. So by offering investors a regulated and accessible vehicle to gain exposure to Bitcoin, these ETFs provide a bridge between traditional finance market and digital asset space. So investors can enjoy the benefits of direct ownership of Bitcoin without complexity of managing private keys. So this development of not only enhanced the liquidity, but also the transparency, also paves the way for wider acceptance and integration of cryptocurrencies into the investment landscape. So I'm delighted to be joined by 5 leading experts in this field. The first up, we have Deborah Fur, joining from online. She's a manager, partner, founder, and owner of ETFGI.
Hello.
Hello. Next up is Giovanni Deborah from Global Head of Cryptocurrency Products, CME Group. Next up is Giselle Lai, Associate Investment Director, Digital Asset, Field Investment Management Limited. And also next up have Sean Francis, Senior Vice President, Head of Exchange Traded Products, Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing Limited. Also, finally but not least, Derek Wang, Managing Director, Head of Sales and Client Services for Sarah Asset Management Co. Limited. Welcome to all, and thank you for joining us. We've got a lot to fit into 40 minutes. Let's kick off with setting the scene. So my first question to the panelists is, how will the advent of crypto ETFs reshape the future of investing? How are these trends between institutional and the retail investors' interests affecting the crypto ETF market? So the question may come to Jill. You can take the question. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jupiter, and thank you all for the invitation to join you today. So I'd say, much like with the introduction of CME's regulated and cash-settled futures contract in December of 2017, which really helped to pave the path for the eventual launch of Bitcoin ETFs, what the approval and launch of the spot Bitcoin ETFs in the U.S. Does is really further legitimizes the space, right? What we're seeing now with these products, right, is like investors that sat on the sidelines, for example, that perhaps had fears of not understanding what Bitcoin was, perhaps didn't feel comfortable with opening up an account at some of the nascent, unregulated platforms. Now they have a familiar wrapper that trades just like any other ETF, trades like a stock, trades on a traditional brokerage firm, right? These firms don't need to now open up an account at a nascent crypto firm. They don't need to worry about opening up a wallet. They don't have the fear of say, having to memorize a phrase, forgetting those keys, losing their Bitcoin, and all that is essentially removed with the ETF. What the ETFs do is it really simplifies the process of getting the exposure to the price of Bitcoin in really a viable and trusted manner. Additionally, I think what we're seeing now, new participants come into the marketplace. So as these new participants come to the marketplace, we should anticipate further, say, price action, perhaps, say, further volume, right? And additional trading opportunities. In the States now, you've got 10 new ETFs, 11, I guess, if you also consider the grayscale product. But this presents a lot more arbitrage and trading opportunities to the community as well.
Thank you, Jill. Deborah, what's your opinion regarding the question? Thank you.
Yeah, so I would just add to what was said. I think the big change with the products coming to market recently in the US is we have now household names like BlackRock and Fidelity offering ETFs that provide exposure to Bitcoin, which clearly that changes the familiarity people have with the issuers. So I think that is very important. And when we look at where the new money has gone, those two firms out of the 11 have captured the majority of the net inflows. But we've also seen that the thought leaders in the crypto space who also do ETFs, like Kathy Wood, who spoke earlier, and also Matt Huggin, who is at Bitwise, their firms have also captured net inflows because they've been out there investing in these products themselves in terms of cryptocurrencies, but also sharing a lot of insights and understanding. So we really have seen that there's been really 4 firms that have captured the majority of the assets that have moved into the space. Grayscale has really had net outflows. So I think it's the familiarity of the issuers and the people behind the issuers, as well as the ETF wrapper. And what we see is, for many advisors, they're using model portfolios that inside of the models will be making allocations to different types of exposures. And I think that's going to be one of the drivers going forward as we see investors using crypto. I think many will be using it within models to help them think about how much money should they have invested in equities, fixed income, commodities. And I'm just adding to what was said earlier because I agree with everything that my colleague just said.
Thank you, Deborah. So, Jisoo, how do you see the question?
Sure, yeah, I pretty much echo with what all those speakers said. Is actually further solidify digital assets in the financial system. And the approval in the US Bitcoin ETF also serves as a reference point for the global regulators, where we see more recently some regulators, they start allowing Bitcoin assets for professional investors. And for Fidelity, we have a very unique journey in digital assets. Fidelity Investment in the US actually start into this space development and mining Bitcoin about 10 years ago. And they further incubate Fidelity Digital Assets, who start including or providing institutional grade custody in this space. So building on this foundation, Fidelity International, we also start supporting our clients in this space and building capabilities and launch our Bitcoin spot strategy in Europe about 2 years ago. So overall, we think there's a very positive momentum here. And from a distribution perspective, we actually also see some pickup in client inquiry from both APAC and European side. So for APAC, it's more from high net worth institutions, family office, and the European is more from the distributors, especially from the digital platform who target younger investors.
Thank you. So, Sean, what's your opinion?
I actually agree with what Deborah said around the ETF wrapper. I think the ETF itself has contributed significantly to the recent success of Bitcoin ETFs in the US. If we think of ETFs, it provides liquidity. You're able to trade on a recognized venue. It's something that, investors are very familiar with around the world. The second part is around access. You can access, not only Bitcoin, but a number of equities, commodities, and sometimes asset classes, which can be quite challenging to access for an average retail investor around the world. So I think the ETF itself has significantly contributed to the success of Bitcoin ETFs in the US. And the final one is specifically for crypto ETFs. I think it's just going to be another tool for investors to have more perhaps diversification in their portfolio. We talked about equities, fixed income, commodities. Well, now they can also incorporate cryptocurrencies or virtual assets, as we call them in Hong Kong.
Thank you. And so my second question is, can we anticipate a surge in Bitcoin ETF volumes as more financial institutions strive to provide their clients crypto exposures? So this question goes to Derek from Becerra.
Yes. From a traditional asset manager's perspective, actually we just categorize cryptocurrency or crypto asset as a kind of alternative investment asset class. And if we look at the past performance of crypto asset, it do has a very less correlation with our traditional asset class, such as fixed income and equity. And it do have a very positive contribution to our clients' multi-asset portfolio, especially if you look at its diversification effect. And secondly, given the recent global macro complexity, and especially we can see geopolitical intentions, heightened volatility, higher inflation, and higher interest rate, we think cryptocurrency do help our client to hedge against different kinds of risk, like geopolitical risk and other kinds of inflation risks. So from this perspective, we do think this will have a very positive impact on traditional asset clients' portfolio. And the second note is about how we look at this kind of asset class. If we just think that for the spot ETF or something like something similar, we can see from the U.S. perspective, once the U.S. regulation just approved the ETF this January, we do see a very consistent inflow to this market. And because of now, we have the spot ETF, it do give the access, we can see a very safe access to the traditional investment managers. And now we can speak in the same language and help this client to make investment and help them make the investment decisions, especially for a lot of our existing institutional clients, like large financial institutions and large corporate institutions. Maybe they have authorization to invest into the ETF, but they didn't have any authorization to invest into the crypto. So once the spot ETF come out, we can say there will be a very good way to help them to make allocation to virtual asset. So finally, after this note, we would say it is definitely yes. It can help us to increase, we would expect an increasing inflow to this asset class, especially from the traditional asset managers and the traditional financial institutions.
Thank you. Jisoo, what's your perspective?
Yeah, I think the increased regulatory clarity we've seen in Europe, in Hong Kong, and more recently in the US in related to Bitcoin products will further kind of foster the trust in the industry, and that will potentially drive greater adoptions from institutional investors. But I think whether we see an overnight spike, I'm not sure, but I see it more as a snowball process. For those investors who want to tap into the market a few years ago, they are unlikely to wait until the approval of spot ETFs. But for those who start paying attention to this space, they're likely to look for trust partners they can partner with. They're likely to look for education resources we can get through. So Fidelity, what we are committed is to want to offer the tools that we can support their choice and provide security access to them.
Thank you. Deborah, what's your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the wrapper of the ETF is really very compelling. If you think about it, we have $12.25 trillion invested in ETFs, and we've had 58 months of consecutive net inflows into ETFs. So it's almost 5 years. There's no other product that can say that. And when you think about the users, half of the users are institutions, including sovereign wealth funds, asset managers, pension funds, hedge funds. There are also financial advisors that use it and retail. So the wrapper is used and it's very democratic. And so I think the wrapper is really important. And I go back to, JF will know this quite well, when the first ETF was listed in Hong Kong, providing exposure to the A-share market, 2823, that most people know, for many investors, they were concerned about being able to invest directly in those securities. But buying the ETF was being used by investors all over the world. It just made things easier. They understood the ETF wrapper. They knew that they could get in and they could get out. They knew how to do it. And so I think for the experience here with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, what we're seeing is very similar. And we have ETFs, as you heard from Giselle, there's ETFs listed in Canada, they're physical. We also have them listed across Latin America. We have them in Europe. So they are expanding, but I do think the US is always an important kind of metric where people look at what's happening there, because you do see a greater use by retail investors in the US where they don't have to pay commission when they buy and sell securities or ETFs, and they are very familiar with using ETFs. 80% of retail investors that use ETFs say it's their preferred wrapper, and I think that's why wrapping cryptocurrencies into an ETF is actually an important step forward, although, as we heard in the prior kind of keynote, for many it seems counterintuitive.
That's sharing. Jill, what's your perspective to see the surge of volume?
Yeah, I'd say 100% surge of volume, and I think that the market is already seeing that. It's hard to predict what happens in the future, but if we just look at March volumes across the new spot ETFs in the U.S. exceeded a little bit over 110 billion. Right, that was more than 3 times the volume that those products saw the month before. Now, does that pace continue? It's really hard to tell. But what it's leading to is also, say, increased volumes on the derivative side, right? If we look at the volumes at CME's Bitcoin futures suite, in March we traded a little bit over 130 billion, right? So that's about 20% more or so than the ETFs, right? If we look at volumes on a daily basis, we're averaging about $6 billion per day on Bitcoin futures. Last year, we averaged 1.6 billion. So we're really seeing a huge increase in volume as a result of these new products coming to market, and now liquidity providers finding trusted, reliable, liquid futures products to hedge some of that activity. Additionally, 6 of the new ETFs are benchmarked to the CME and Crypto Facilities Bitcoin reference rate New York. That is a reference rate that publishes at 4 p.m. New York time. And now what we're seeing in that window between 3 to 4 p.m. New York is we're seeing a really big increase in volume in that hour alone, where now about 20% of a day's volume is transacted in that hour. And the reason for that is market participants now, or liquidity providers, using our products to hedge some of that activity around providing liquidity to the ETFs that publish their net asset value at 4 p.m. New York. Additionally, we're seeing a growth on our micro contract. We have a 1/10 of a Bitcoin contract. And what's interesting there is that as the price of Bitcoin has risen, and now our large contract is almost a 300,000 notional size contract, the micro contract is much smaller. So liquidity providers that are hedging the ETFs, when you look at the average ETF trade size, it's about 20,000 US. So a liquidity provider could easily use our micro contracts to hedge that by trading 2 to 3 different micro contracts. So really what we're seeing, as the ETFs grow, so too will a derivatives market, and it's really very much a symbiotic relationship.
Thank you for sharing the product and hedge the risk for ETFs. So my third question is to compare the ETFs and direct holdings. So are spot crypto ETFs are more secure investment options compared to holding Bitcoin in crypto wallets, or do they come with a similar risk? So also the question goes to Derek.
Yeah. Well, basically I would say a direct ownership to the Bitcoin maybe have a lot of trade-off and a lot of some potential risk, like how you hold it. What if you lose your private digital wallet or something like that? But for the crypto ETF, especially for a spot ETF, actually it created an ecosystem that can be linkage from the whole crypto asset to the traditional financial market, which means that we can share the same language within an ecosystem, from the whole investment management process, from the traditional custodian investment management, risk management, and other like reporting system. So within this whole traditional ecosystem, people from the traditional investment management space can freely understand this asset and can invest into this asset class with some protection from the regulators. More specifically, we can see for this kind of ETF, especially in Hong Kong, we have a lot of insurance to cover different stages. So making this investment more institutionalized, which is very important for a lot of institutional investors who need to tick their box when they make the investment decisions. So once this come out, I would say like it will be more secure, especially for some people that they have never touched these sectors before. Not only to the institutional investors, but also for the retail investors and the mass market in the Asia Pacific as well. For example, we have a lot of distributors who always want to find a way to participate into this market, but they have very limited access because they have their own internal risk management system, and they can only understand this asset class when it has a wrapper, what our guest just mentioned. And once we have this kind of wrapper, it will provide a more secure way and a more secure environment to help the end mass market and end retail investors to participate into this market.
Thank you. Gio, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think while the ETF simplifies access, I think you have to remember that the underlying is still Bitcoin, right? So it's still going to be subject to the same volatility. It's still going to be subject, say, to the same event news, right? So at CME Group, we're providing products really to help market participants mitigate some of that risk, right? But I think top of mind for all crypto investors really should be reliability, transparency and liquidity should be top of mind for anybody that's looking to invest in this space. And we're seeing, say, more and more participants come to the space as a result of these newly launched products, and I think that it's a trend that's just going to continue.
Thank you. Deborah, can I hear your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe just adding to, I agree with everything my colleagues have said. I think the important thing to think about is it took the products in the US, the first time they tried to file to launch products was in 2013. So the ecosystem, all of the firms supporting it, as well as the regulations, have been analyzed for many years. And so you're putting crypto, which I agree with what Giovanni just said about the underlying is still going to be volatile and move around, but you're putting it into a wrapper and within an ecosystem where you have custodians, you have trading firms, you have exchanges, you have pricing sources. And so I think that adds an extra level of comfort to many investors. So I would say that the same is true when you look at Canada. It took them many years to convince the regulator that putting crypto products into an ETF wrapper would be better than leaving it the way it was. And so I think the educational process of regulators to get crypto products to market, even in Europe, I remember Amoon, which is now 21 shares, it took them probably close to 4 years to get the Swiss regulator happy, and then it moved across Europe. So I think educating regulators, which is probably one of the more challenging things to do, has taken a long time. And so that means that the way the products have been developed is very robust. I mean, you should go and check the products to make sure you're happy with all the firms and what they're doing and who they're working with. But I would say that that's one of the huge benefits of putting this inside of ETFs.
Thanks for sharing, Deborah. And also the question goes to Jessel.
Yeah, I think both methods come with their own features and trade-offs. So for holding a spot ETF, for example, it's a convenient, easy access way with third-party custodian to help to secure your assets. While the limitation is you can only trade during the stock exchange hours. But for the direct holdings, you can trade 24/7 around the clock. but the trade-off could be for institutional investors, they may need to set up their own infrastructure, which come with additional costs, and they also need to learn about the nuances in terms of the crypto cyber security and management, for example. And I think I also want to dive deeper because I think in these questions we tend to just bucket Bitcoin ETFs in one go. But I think investors is important for them to understand or study the difference among these features, as Deborah kind of lightly touched on earlier. For example, what are the product features in these issuers? How is the track record to be? And custodian is arguably a very critical component when it comes to Bitcoin ETFs. How the crypto is secure, whether it's regulated, and how the client assets are securely stored. So these are some common questions that investors may need to do a little bit more study. Another area will be around the cost. So there are various types of crypto ETF in the market. It can go below like 30 basis points in terms of management cost up to 2.5%. So again, investors need to do their own study to find a more cost-efficient way to gain this access to this asset class. And beyond the product features, trading location is another way to consider, given now the crypto ETFs have domicile in multiple countries in the US, in Canada, and in Europe, for example. So what are the trading hours that could influence some of the investor decision making? And finally, taxation could be another areas to look into. A very complicated topic, yet an important topic for investors to navigate what are the most efficient way for them to access to this asset class.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of things you need to consider. So let's talk about Hong Kong. We all know that Hong Kong will have a crypto ETF scheme, and also SEC has a circular to address that scheme. So my first question is, following the launch of the first crypto spot ETF in Hong Kong, what can we anticipate as the next development? So GF, I think you are the right person to address that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So maybe before looking forward, we can look back, right? Deborah mentioned the launch of the first ETF, actually almost 25 years ago. So this year we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the first ETF in Hong Kong. And since then, there has been a number of innovations in Hong Kong and in the Hong Kong ETF market. In the first 10 years, ETFs were a great tool to access China A before the introduction of Stock Connect. More recently, we had the introduction of leverage and inverse product, thematic ETFs, commodity ETFs, and even crypto, right? We were talking about futures. Hong Kong has crypto futures-based ETFs since 2022. So we have had this product for more than 1 year. They have been growing. We have seen increased adoption from different segments. So I think already looking back, there is a great journey of innovation in the Hong Kong ETF market, and looking forward, obviously, pending approval from the regulator, we look forward to welcoming the first spot VA ETFs in Hong Kong, and I very hope that it will also be in Asia.
Thank you. Hong Kong is a very promising land to launch innovative products, I think. Okay, Derek, can you address well?
Yeah, I would say it will be just the start of the beginning for the whole crypto asset management in Hong Kong, because we can see like Hong Kong already provided a very supportive and proactive environment for the development of crypto asset management in the whole industry. And basically, I would say like going forward, maybe we would expect a lot of things on top of the only crypto spot ETF. For example, now we can see like maybe it is a single cryptocurrency ETF only for now, but going forward on the ETF space, maybe we can see a lot of like different in the ETF like can track a basket of crypto ETF. And then further going forward, maybe we can see under different SFC types license, like type 4 and 9, we can see a lot of other different strategies related to the crypto asset. For example, maybe we can see a lot of thematic fund and active managed fund and something like that. And going forward, once we expect the spot ETF launched in Hong Kong, if the liquidity and the trading volume is really very good, maybe we can see a other side market on top of the derivative of the spot ETF in the OTC market. This is also what we can expect going forward. And secondly, I would say like along with this kind of different things, we can see like on top of the passive ETF, also we can see some active management strategy going forward as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing different ways to access ETFs. Okay, so let's come to maybe the last question. How to access crypto ETFs products in Hong Kong or the world? Deborah, I think you're a top expert in ETFs. Can you share a little bit on that? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So there are ETFs listed on many exchanges around the world. And what you heard from Derek, I mean, if you look at what's available in Europe today, we have exposures to Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cardano, Maker, Avalanche, Binance, Polkadot. We have actively managed strategies. We have index-based strategies. So I think the big challenge is, I'm sure people in the room know a lot of these different cryptocurrencies, and there's a longer list than what I've even said. But I think the challenge is, for many, you have to make sure that you understand what are you gaining exposure to. So just because something's out there, make sure you understand what is the exposure that you're getting, how is it being made available, what is the annual cost, as Giselle said, who is the custodian and ecosystem around it, and then they just trade and settle like any other security. So I think that the wrapper and the exposure and getting access is pretty easy, but I do think you need to think about why are you investing, how much are you investing, and making sure you understand what is the product doing, because we do know that investing in cryptocurrencies is typically more volatile in performance than what you would see in, say, an S&P 500 exposure. But otherwise, it's very simple to gain access.
Well, thank you. GF, what's your idea?
I agree with what Deborah said. While access is relatively simple, and we have seen that in Hong Kong, again, we launched the first VA futures ETFs at the end of 2022. Looking at the most recent stats in March, they were trading on average per day 50 million, which is 5 times more than last year. So we have seen more usage, more traction for the exposure. Now, back to understanding the product, it's critical to look, especially, when and if spot VA ETFs get approved and get listed in Hong Kong, it will be important for investors to look at the products, what's inside the product, how am I getting, the performance of the underlying asset class. I think that will be really important more than actually access, because again, I know that there are many platforms and brokers in Hong Kong that will work very hard to, fulfill regulatory requirements in order to be able to offer these products to their client base.
Thank you. Thank you. I kind of ran out my questions, and we're a little bit ahead of time. So I think the last part, so let us graciously conclude this discussion by inviting each panelist to share their final remarks. Let's start with Deborah. Thank you.
Sorry. So I guess everyone's going to be watching what the SEC does in terms of allowing for their products to come to market. I think the view is it's not likely that we'll see any new products come to market, partially because of the upcoming election, but I think also because I think the SEC got pushed a bit to launch or allow the launch of the Bitcoin products because of the court case. So I think they're going to move slowly. I think likely we'll see new products in December. We're continuing, though, to see innovation happening across Europe in terms of new products, new ways that the products are being used. We saw just 2 weeks ago that the FCA is finally going to allow crypto products to be listed in London, only though for professional investors. So I think educating regulators and getting regulators comfortable with crypto is still something that all of us need to work on, such that products can be made available in the right wrappers and that there is education for everyone to make sure they understand these products.
Thank you. Jason, what's your last remark? Jason? Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's overall is a very exciting time, but overall it's still just a beginning for this asset class. And for Fidelity, our long-term vision is to be a gateway for digital assets investing for our clients by providing a very secure assets as a credible and trust partner, relying on kind of the all-rounded Fidelity ecosystem from bringing in solutions, bringing custody and research expertise that more clients are looking for these days.
Thank you. GF, what's your last remark?
I'm probably going to repeat myself, but ETFs are a great tool for liquidity, access, diversification purposes. So again, hoping for the best, hoping that we do get some of these spot VA ETFs approved by the regulators, and so that we can welcome them and hopefully become the first exchange in Asia to welcome these products.
Thank you. Turns to Jill.
Sure. Look, markets are uncertain, right? And we certainly have seen that the crypto markets have demonstrated historically boom and bust cycles, right? So it's difficult to determine what's going to happen in the future. But one thing that I am certain about is that CME's suite of regulated, reliable, accessible, and highly liquid suite of Bitcoin and Ether futures and options can help both institutional and individual investors really manage that risk, gain exposure, or even opportunistically trade.
Thank you. Derek?
Okay. So basically, I just would like to say we are very bullish in to the Hong Kong market, especially its development in the crypto asset management. And as one of the largest Chinese asset managers, we are also always committed to develop and provide a lot of most frontier solutions to our global investors and China investors as well. So going forward, we are thinking within this market, we would offer a lot of solutions, not only limited to crypto spot ETF, but also the like ETH, maybe I would say it will be the first one in the world in Hong Kong that will have spot ETF, and also other kinds of crypto-related solutions. So basically, I would say it is just the start of the beginning. And going forward, not only to the North American or European market, but also starting from Hong Kong, we would say the Asia-Pacific market will have more and more solutions that can satisfy the client's need and demand. So within this trend, what we would do is to do the most efficient and risk-controlled product and offered to all of our clients.
Thank you. So we'll wrap up here, and thank you so much for our distinguished guests, our panelists joining us, sharing their expert and knowledge with ETFs products with our audience here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Let's give it up for our panelists and our moderator. And with our speakers on stage, please remain on stage, and let's take a group picture together. Fantastic. Let's look at the camera in the front, in the middle. 1, 2, 3, big smile. Lovely. A big round of applause again for all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for your brilliant ideas and insights on the topic of unleashing the power of crypto ETFs. Thank you so much, guys. Please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say today's event is definitely a wonderful occasion for all of us here, gathering guests from all walks of life, including experts, investors, innovators, enthusiasts, and who are all here to exchange ideas and share great insights with all of you here. So I hope that you've all enjoyed the presentations and the panel discussions as much as I have, and I hope that you gained great insights on the topic. Also, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude towards our sponsors of Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2024. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. So once again, thank you so much for their great support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the last keynote speech. It will be delivered by Mr. Yu Chen, Chief Advisor from Quinn. So now let's welcome Mr. Chen. 接下来我们有请 Quinn 首席顾问于倩先生带来演讲。A big round of applause for Mr. Chen. Over to you now.
大家好，非常高兴能够再次来到香港 Web3 Festival 的现场，那也感谢大家能够留到最后一场。我今天分享的主题呢是行业 Web3 支付，Web3 场景化爆发的起点。那么大家知道在这个牛市来临的时候很多人最关心的就是下一个引爆点是什么，对吧？下一个 next big thing。对吧？或者讲这个 Web3 的 iPhone 时刻是什么？那如果我们回忆一下就是10几年前这个 Satoshi 刚刚发表Bitcoin 的白皮书的时候，这个白皮书的其实第一行话写的就是说如何建立一个完全的点对点的电子现金系统，能够不通过任何中介的支付机不通过任何中介的金融机构就能完成一方发起另一方就可以收到的这个网上支付，对吧？所以当年 Bitcoin 最开始的时候，它的目的讲的就是在线支付，对吧？所以可以说某种意义上来讲，支付呢实际上是 Web3 的初心，是吧？那么很多人也关注到去年年底的时候，这个 PayPal。就是 Web2 领域的这个电子支付的巨头 PayPal 发布了一个公开信，对吧？那么公开信里边讲的是说，20几年前我们创建 PayPal 的时候，那时候呢，我们的理想就是能够把支付带到网上，对吧？要 online。那今天呢，我们重新出发的时候，我们的理想是能够把支付带到链上，对吧？从这个 online 到 on chain， 对吧？所以你看。实际上，不管是从 Web3 的这个初心，还是 Web2 领域这个支付巨头的这个理念，其实都会收敛到怎么样去做这个 Web3 的支付，对吧？所以我们相信，这个 Web3 呢会是Web3 领域的这个行业场景的支付呢，会是市场的下一个最重要的这个引爆点，对吧？所以今天呢，我们看到其实。最大的这个一个趋势呢，就是在 Web2 跟 Web3 的两个世界里边发生了更多的融合跟链接，对吧？我们知道很多的引爆点其实都是来自于这种交叉的领域，来自于这种融合啊。就像今天上午，开幕的时候，我们听到很多嘉宾分享的主题都是在关注这个 AI 跟 Web3 之间如何的这个发生这个融合跟链接，对吧？我们经常听到的描述就是 Web3 带来了生产关系的革命 ，AI 带来了生产力的革命。那么在未来几十年里边，这个 AI 可能会从根本上改变生产力，会创造巨大的财富。那么这些比今天要大几个数量级的财富，我们很难想象它是通过今天的主权国家上这种传统的治理方式和传统的金融机构来进行管理跟分配，对吧？所以这些新兴的财富，它的流通、管理跟分配，可能都要去通过这个 Web3 的方式。那么同样 ，AI 的这些算力，还有开发资源的这些管理跟分配，对吧？可能都可以通过 Web3 的方式，来进行这个治理，对吧？所以我们看到了这个 AI 跟 Web3 之间有非常好的融合。那同样呢，这个 Web2 跟 Web3 之间，它们的连接，对吧？可能是未来一个最重要的爆发点。因为 Web3 真正的能够被主流市场所接受，对吧？能够真正的落地，其实离不开如何的去赋能这个 Web2 传统业务里边的这些真实场景跟实体经济，对吧？所以，那么这是未来可能最重要的一个方向。那么一方面呢，我们看到随着这个 ETF 被批准，对吧？有大量的资金从传统的 Web2 的领域流入到这个 Web3 的市场里边。那么另外一个方向就是我刚刚提到的，我们今天看到越来越大的需求，如何通过 Web3 的科技去真正的赋能 Web2 的这些真实场景、传统行业跟这个实体经济，啊。那么所以呢，这个 mass adoption 呢，同样离不开这个监管的这个明细，对吧？就一方面我们看到 Web2 跟 Web3 之间发生的连接越来越多，那么另外一方面呢，关于 Web3 的监管呢，也在不断的清晰化。我们知道这个瑞士、新加坡政府已经明确定义了所谓的支付型代币，那么新加坡跟香港呢，也在出台新的关于稳定币的各种政策。那么欧盟呢，也通过了这个 MiCA， 对吧 ？Markets in crypto assets 的这些法案，对吧？通过了明确了这个电子货币代币 e-money tokens 的定义。所以随着这个监管的明晰，对吧？我们知道 Web2 跟 Web3 之间的连接呢，会更加紧密，因为只要你跟外边的真实世界发生关系，对吧？你就不能去完全基于这种 Web3 的原教旨主义者那样的理念去脱离监管，对吧？你一定要在已有的监管框架下，才能去合规的发展业务。那么同样的，我们知道这个 Web3 的技术呢，实际上可以解决很多 Web2 场景里边的这些真实需求跟痛点，对吧？举一个例子，我们知道，传统的Web2支付在区域性的，特别是在发达国家里边的区域性市场里边，已经做得非常的好的。比如在中国，我们每个人都可以通过微信跟支付宝进行这种无缝的、非常丝滑的支付，对吧？这个体验已经做到极致了。那么同样呢，在这个欧美的发达市场里边，其实基于卡机的支付，对吧？已经做得非常完善。但是我们知道，在很多的发展中国家，对吧？在那些欠发达国家地区，特别是有些金融监管落后的国家，它的支付即使是传统的支付，还存在很多的问题。那另外一方面呢，特别是国际间的这种全球贸易之间、全球交易之间的支付呢，今天呢还存在的非常大的痛点，对吧？那么你试想一下，我今天要进行一个国际业务的跨境结算，对吧？如果通过传统的 SWIFT 系统，至少要通过4家中间银行，而且它不是24乘7，周末还有5点下班以后都不会给你进行工作。而且很多人都没有意识到，对吧 ？SWIFT 实际上是1973年成立的，到今天已经超过50年了，对吧？它还在基于以前的类似于一个电报的报文系统，在进行银行之间的结算，对吧？所以那个效率是非常低下的。那所以呢，通过这个 Web3 的方式，对吧？通过比如说利用稳定币来做中间媒介的方式，我们就可以大大提高跨境交易跟跨境支付的这个效率，对吧？同时可以做到的非常安全，还有交易的透明度，而且我可以去掉所有的这些中间的金融机构。我们知道，在传统的支付领域，你很难同时做到安全跟便捷，对吧？但是利用 Web3 的技术呢，你可以同时实现安全跟便捷啊。所以呢 ，Web3 呢，技术呢，在传统的 Web2 支付领域，对吧？基于实体经济、实体贸易、跨境结算里边，有非常大的这个应用场景，对吧？它可以解决很多非常现实的痛点，所以基于刚才的这些分析呢，我们认为呢，基于行业场景的 Web3 支付呢，会是整个 crypto 还有这个Web3 行业的下一个引爆点，对吧？它会迎来非常巨大的翻产，因为它可以解决真实场景、现实世界里边的很多的痛点。那么这也是我们期待市场里边下一个能够产生指数级增长的入口。所以接下来呢，我想跟大家分享、介绍一下我们在这个领域做的一些尝试，对吧？那么我们的项目呢叫做鲲，对吧？大家知道这个鲲是中国神话里边最大的鱼，对吧？北冥有鱼，其名为鲲。然后起于山海，对吧？象征着这个一个巨大的市场机会，对吧？那么你可以也把这个 KUN 呢，解读为英语里边的 Crypto United Networks， 对吧？其实要解决的就是 Web3 的支付问题，因为就像刚才提到的，传统的支付呢存在着很多的国际间结算的这种日益加剧的成本，而且效率非常低，周期非常长，对吧？而且在很多的区域市场里边，它的汇率波动非常大，而且面临着通胀的问题。那么特别是在金融体系欠发达的地区呢，它还面临着很多汇兑难的问题，还有整个收付难的问题，对吧？所以面临的这一系列传统行业真实场景里边的这些支付的痛点，对吧？我们认为可以用 Web3 的技术呢来解决这些问题。那所以我们聚焦的方向呢有3点最重要的，对吧？第一点就是说能够聚焦真实场景、实体行业。和这个真实传统行业跟真实的这个实体的经济，对吧？因为很多的这个Web3 的项目呢，实际上都是一些这个虚拟的项目，但是我们认为呢 ，Web3 能够真正的被主流接受，对吧？恰恰在于怎么样能够为 Web2 为传统的行业来进行赋能，对吧？所以我们基于以前运营很多 Web2 支付的这些经验跟积累的行业客户资源，对吧？我们能够为 Web3 的技术呢找到一个非常好的应用场景。 那么第二点呢，就是要强调一定要做到合规，对吧？因为只要你跟真实的世界发生关系，对吧？就一定要做到一个合规监管的框架里边开展业务。那么第三点同样非常重要，就是大家知道支付是一个 mission critical 的业务，对吧？那么它不同于很多 Web3 领域里边这些实验性的概念验证性的小项目，对吧？如何规模化的去展开一个业务，实际上它面临着很高的门槛跟挑战，对吧？如果规模化的实现安全、风控，还有这些 KYC， 对吧？所有的这些基本的要求，对吧？它是有很高的这个门槛。那所以呢，基于以上的考虑呢，我们推出了整个鲲的产品体系，对吧？那么实际上为了解决的就是真实场景、传统行业、实体经济里边的很多的这些需求，对吧？我们梳理了很多的场景，比如像刚才提到的跨境电商，对吧？今天基于这个 SWIFT 系统跟传统银行进行的这些跨境结算，它面临着这个效率低、成本高，对吧？而且周期长的很多问题。那么同样像这个出海娱乐，对吧？出海的泛娱乐，很多的出海游戏公司，对吧？能够支持很多的本地市场，比如说你要跟东南亚很多市场的这个 MCN、KOL， 对吧？网红支付，它接收的可能都是稳定币。那这里边有很多的这些基于 Web3 的需求。那么另外像这个服务贸易、广告、物流，对吧？这些跨境间的交易跟结算同样会用到 Web3 的这个解决方案。那么也包括很多 Web3.0的Web3 的这些项目，对吧？如果它需要进行本地的这些薪酬的发放，对吧？要进行跨境的结算，那么也同样会需要这些Web3 提供的这个基础架构。同样呢，我们的系统呢还可以解决小币种的收摊，还有 OTC 的这些出入金的需求。那么基于梳理所有的这些传统行业里边的真实场景的需求，我们找到了一些通用的公约数，对吧？那么所以呢，围绕着这些通用的公约数呢，我们构建出了一个包括了5个要点的产品，一整套的完整的这个产品体系。那么其中呢，像这个 Coin Exchange， 对吧？要解决的就是一个全球的这个合规的出入金、大额出入金的系统，对吧？那么我们知道，如果要 Web2 跟 Web3 发生关系，对吧？就你首先要解决的一个基础设施，就是怎么样能够在法币跟这个加密货币之间进行合规跟安全的出入金。那么同样呢，我们也提供了一个叫 Coin Space， 它解决的就是能够全球开户，对吧？一键接入全球开户的这样的一个交互的这个 Web3 的平台。那同样呢，我们也发行了一个基于企业数币的虚拟卡，对吧？相当于一个虚拟的信用卡，对吧？你可以用它来进行这个支付跟消费。那同样呢，我们推出了这个鲲配，它是一个全球的基于 Web3 的这个收付系统。那么最后呢，我们有一个基于场景的稳定币的运营系统，对吧？因为稳定币可以被用于这个全球跨境结算的最重要的一个媒介跟这个基础设施，是吧？那么所以基于这些场景呢，我们提供了一整套完整的产品体系，对吧？来解决这些通用的公约数的这个需求，对吧？那么刚才提到了我们的5个重要的产品里边呢，其实最重要的就是这个 Coin Space， 对吧？因为 Coin Space 呢是我们的客户跟 Web3 进行交互的一个入口跟门户，对吧？它可以通过一键实现这个全球开户，然后在全球范围内进行这些大额的合规的出入金，对吧？那么特别对于很多Web2 的这些小白的传统行业的用户，对吧？我们希望给他提供一个门槛足够低的这样的一个门户跟界面，对吧？让他们可以更容易的进入到 Web3 的世界里边，对吧？那么我刚才也提到了，谈到支付的时候呢，其实大家最关注的就是这个安全跟这个风险，对吧？那么支付本身是一个 mission critical 的应用，对吧？那么它需要有大量的经验跟积累来有效的进行安全跟合规的运营。那我们的团队呢，其实来自于传统支付超过20年的积累运营的经验，对吧？所以我们能够有效的来提供这个链上跟链下的 KYC 跟 KYT， 那么真正的能够提供一套这个合规跟这个安全的风控系统，对吧？那最后呢，我们知道在 Web3 领域里边呢，如果能够 构架一个有效的生态，对吧？让更多的这个合作伙伴加入到这个生态里边，我们才能够真正的搭建一个有效的场景，对吧？所以通过跟像 Hashkey 这样的持牌交易所，包括持牌的 OTC 机构跟稳定币发行机构进行的这个合作，我们搭建了一个有效的这个生态圈。那么未来呢，也欢迎有更多的合作伙伴能够加入到我们的生态体系里边，对吧？真正的来搭建一个从 Web2 到 Web3的桥梁，对吧？同样呢，能够连接实体经济与数字经济之间这样的一个桥梁，对吧？通过支付，通过这个 Web3来重新定义支付，对吧？那么我们可以共同引爆这个 Web3市场下一个巨大的增长点。好的，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢玉琛的精彩分享。Thank you so much, Mr. Yu Chen, for your fabulous presentation. 谢谢你。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so that would be all for the forum of Journey to Building Hong Kong as a Digital Economic Center. Thank you once again to all our speakers for sharing their great insights and expertise with us, and also our audience for your great participation. 各位观众，2024 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 香港经济中心见识之路主题论坛到此结束。再次感谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享和各位观众的到来。We'll focus on Web3 infrastructure and share more wonderful talks on Layer 1 and Layer 2 tomorrow. 明天主会场议程将聚焦 Web3 基础设施带来 Layer 1和 Layer 2的主题论坛。Once again, a big thank you to you all for your great participation. We hope that you enjoyed the program as much as I have. So this is the end of the program at the main stage. We'll see you all again tomorrow at 10 a.m. 再次感谢大家的到来，我们明天10点再见，谢谢各位。